the smoke just past the airfield, and all airport crews, all airport police are being called back to that area to respond. So,
Kevin, it's about to be dark soon. What time is sunset now?
Yeah, well, we're falling just about it's already set, so we're coming into darkness.
So it'll be harder for them to get the. I mean, first responders are trained to handle it in all situations, but more explosions are happening right now. They're right behind us.
Well, and that's the thing. You can't really get to the core of where you want to get to until you can control what's happening at the base. And with all these explosions going on, you can see the foam that's being sprayed on it is from quite some distance away. Odds are they're not even close to that yet. First of all, because of the danger. Second of all, you can imagine the heat that's putting off.
And there's another one. And there's multiple things at play here when there's an initial response to an incident like this. Obviously, they're going to assume command of this area. If there is any crew that can be located, that is always going to be top of the list, providing medical aid if that's something that's able to be done. They have to fight the fires on the ground, something that's unsafe to do when they keep shooting up the way that we're seeing them, which falls into the next category. They have to identify any hazardous materials if that is something that it was either in the cargo or is there on the ground. So there's so many steps to this once first responders get to the scene, and then they have to figure out from there if the public is at risk as well. And of course, those lens alerts that you heard, all the phones buzzing, yours might have done so at home. That's when they get that information out to the public.
Yeah, and that buzzing that you heard on your phone was for folks to keep a 5-mile shelter in place in this area. So if you live in this area, stay inside your home. You can imagine all of that smoke out there. When Alina was out, you could see just how heavy that smoke was where she was standing on Crittenden Drive as well.
We're working to figure out which emergency units have been sent out there with Louisville Fire and LMPD, but there was a call that came through where they were saying all available units that are in the area from some of the smaller fire departments, if they weren't actively working on something else, if they could come out and help as well. There's a lot of coordination that then has to happen with people talking to each other and setting up this perimeter that we can see here now from our sky track.
And as Kevin mentioned, you know, the heat from that fire is probably difficult to take on this fire and help put it out. But it makes you wonder, what techniques do firefighters have to use in order to put this type of fire out? Is it any different?
And when you hear what people describe what it looked like, right, as we work to get our reporters as close as possible, and you see the fire here building up again on the right-hand side of your screen. So at this point, this is probably not even a safe situation for first responders to be up close to, because it keeps getting worse and worse and worse as we watch this. But some of the reports coming from people who saw this happen, saying that it was horrifying, calling it a ball of fire, looked like a small sun in the sky coming down.
All right, we want to get to Logan Perrone, who is out there at Crittenden Drive. Logan, tell us what you are seeing right now.
Yeah, Brian and Myra, right now we're on the backside of Crittenden Drive. So think of the backside of the airport. I'm going to just show you guys off to my right, camera left. We're on the backside by the runways. You can see a little bit of everything. There's nothing, no planes coming out. And again, back to what the main attraction here is. It's this big plume of smoke. So again, all we have back here is the smoke, the plume. You can see it covering the entire airport, heading back north towards downtown. A couple people stopping to take in, see what's happening. Just right before you guys came to us out here, heard a little bit of a pop. Not sure if that's coming from those explosions that you guys were mentioning, but again, all we can see back out here right now is the plume of smoke that's slowly taking over the entirety of the airport. And again, I just want to go back to the airfield. Normally, again, you guys know how this is. It's a busy airport out here. Usually planes coming in and out. Nothing is moving. All planes on the ground. As we, again, figure out more information, we'll bring it to you. But as of right now, backside of Crittenden Drive, backside of Muhammad Ali, we can see, again, no action from the planes, only that smoke. We did see a few cars from the airport with their lights on heading towards the smoke. So, again, we'll keep you guys updated as we get more information, hopefully talk to some people out here. Maybe, hopefully, someone saw something.
Yeah, Logan. All right, thank you, Logan. Confirming what the airport has put out on social media, that at this point, the airfield is closed. We're starting to get some of these looks and angles from our reporters on the ground. We've heard from Alina. We've heard from Logan. We want to go now to Julia Richardson, who is at Standiford Lane. Julia, what are you seeing from your vantage point?
Yeah, Brian, as you said, I am at the end of Standiford Lane right now. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see exactly what we're seeing. Like Logan, we are by the runway. The crash is just a little bit north of us right now. You can't see on camera, but there are a few people that have stopped to take in the site and just see what they see. Now, we have heard a few pops, like little explosions here and there. Again, there is no movement on the runway whatsoever. I do see a few cars just kind of going back and forth, but in terms of planes, anything, that is all completely shut down right now. Again, we are just a little bit north of the crash site at the end of Standiford Lane. And again, as we gather more information, both from witnesses and also from officials, we will be sure to let you know. But right now, I'm going to toss it back to you guys in the studio, Myra and Brian.
We just got an alert here from UPS. They are posting about this now on social media, updating, saying they've been notified of an incident or an accident involving one of our aircraft in Louisville, Kentucky. They're going to post updates on the UPS newsroom site. So if you are a family member here living in town, you have family that works for UPS, and maybe you're concerned at this point if it has something to do with one of your loved ones, that's where UPS will be posting these updates as we take you back out to the live pictures and you see the right-hand side of where this whole operation is. We keep mentioning it. It seems like it's getting worse as time goes on.
Yeah, and UPS plays such an integral role in our community here. They are near and dear to our hearts here. You can see the bottom. It looks like that. I can't tell, Brian. I don't know if you can tell. Like, is it the fire that's explosion? What is? Are they spraying water on it?
Yeah, it looks like there are several different fire hoses. It's hard to tell from this vantage point whether they have ladder trucks that close, but it looks like at least 2 to 3 different angles. They're trying to spray something on this to get it under control. And you can see from the right-hand side of your screen, you see those emergency vehicles just shooting up and down the roads and the runways where they're able to try to get a better vantage point to fight this thing.
You know, we were hearing early on that this was a UPS plane from several reports coming in, seeing it on social media. But UPS just confirmed, as Brian mentioned just a few minutes ago, that it is one of their aircraft that went down. And they're asking folks to, check on your loved ones, and folks who are in that area need to keep a 5-mile shelter in place because we do know, wow, look at it. Go right there. It just seems like, as you said, it's getting worse.
This is the reason when you hear that areas are going to be closed indefinitely, this is the reason. Of course, there's the investigation aspect to it, and then there's the safety of everyone involved, then there's the safety of the public. Here's another live picture showing another angle. This is showing the smoke. We've heard reports from people seeing this as far away as Dixie Highway, Mount Washington, Jeffersonville in Indiana. Kevin reported earlier that some of the smoke was causing ash to fall in neighborhoods, so something else to keep in mind. And as they work to try to contain where this fire is, we luckily had some rain earlier in the week, and this is not a situation where hopefully this is going to spread and continue to go in that area where there could be dry brush.
You are watching Wave News here at 6. I'm Myra Ansari.
Brian Shlonsky. We've been watching reports of a UPS plane that crashed about 45 minutes ago, very close to the airport, Grade Lane in Fern Valley. That area shut down indefinitely. Right now, LMPD has confirmed that there are injuries reported, and they are working to contain the scene and work on this investigation, which part of this is fighting the fire. And
this is confirmed that it is a UPS plane that went down. There's been several explosions in the past 45 minutes that you're seeing here. Firefighters are there. They're trying to battle this fire, but clearly it is a massive incident for how big this smoke plume is. We want to get to Alina Noakes, who is live there at the scene at Crittenden. Alina, I can imagine the panic and fear a lot of folks are facing right there.
Yeah, Myra, we haven't had a chance to talk to too many people, but it's very clear from the way people are pulling off on the side here. You can see the smoke plume, obviously, right here, where we have the first terminal turnoff here off of Crittenden Drive before you hit the Waterston Expressway. You can see people over here as they come around this loop here. They're slowing down, beginning to some even pulling over to take pictures and videos of what's happening, of course, as they themselves are trying to learn about what the circumstances are. I've heard people calling people, trying to see what they know about what's happened here today. But obviously, you can still see the massive plume of smoke, as we know that explosions are ongoing there on the tarmac. Obviously, we've are starting to see some more traffic slowdowns as crews continue to respond. Right now, we do have an officer, JCSO officer, parked here onto one of the exits to prevent from going that direction. So this is kind of the scene right now, very eerie as that black smoke continues to billow and as the dark moves in, as the sun continues to go down. But right now, thankfully, no big traffic slowdowns here on Curtin Drive, but people have been coming and trying to figure out what's going on as they pull off to the side, Myra.
And that's one thing that first responders don't want people to do, is to kind of block traffic.
Sure.
and
looky-loos, try to get video.
Yes, exactly. So, but there are lots of videos that are circulating on social media, including one of the plane crash itself. We're working to get that to you to show you exactly what happened. But very frightening, very scary, very sad incident that's unfolded today.
Of course, in the initial aftermath, our hearts are with anyone who was on board that plane. And then, of course, secondary, the first responders who are now there trying to get this situation under control. Way down the list of things we're concerned with right now are how this impacts people, but we know there are impacts. Flights scheduled to come in and out of SDF this evening. You can expect there will be delays and cancellations with that. And if you're able to avoid that area, do so. We want to go back out live to one of our reporters. We have Logan Perrone, who is live nearby. Logan, have you changed vantage points? What can you tell us?
Well, Brian and Myra, I'm in the same spot that I was when I talked to you about 10 minutes ago. We're on the backside of Muhammad Ali International Airport. We are on Crittenden Drive, and I just want to, again, show you the airport, the airfield, as, again, night falls. You can still see the smoke, but the airport, the runways are completely dead. Like you guys said, delays are going to be expected. We're likely going to have hours likely of standstill here. Normally, this is a bustling airport. Again, planes moving in and out. We see a UPS off to my shoulder here on the left, just at a standstill because normally planes coming in and out, nothing working here. As far as what we have seen moving here, guys, we've seen a few cars from at the airport. So I can't say whether or not they're emergency crews or whatnot, but they were headed towards the plume of smoke behind me. And since I last talked to you, I've heard about 3 or 4 more pops, and we are hoping to get a little bit more. We did get the shelter in place notification as well on our way here. So folks, again, stay inside if you're in the area or avoid the area if possible. Brian and Meyer, we'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Logan, I just want to let folks know about a new emergency alert that just came in, that they are revising the shelter in place from the airport northbound to the Ohio River. Avoid smoke from the incident. That is coming from Louisville Metro government.
Yeah, several reasons they're doing this. Of course, they don't want people to have to deal with smoke inhalation. They don't know what was either on the cargo plane, if it was in fact a cargo plane that was flying from UPS. They don't know what was down there on the ground. Kevin reported earlier that there's at least some areas there that we need to be wary of what kind of chemicals could be there on site. And so that's why this area has widened so far, includes neighborhoods like Germantown and even into downtown that are in this radius where you need to shelter in place.
All right. We've had crews out there live giving you a look at what we're seeing. But right now, we want to show you some video as well.
Yeah, this brand new video just coming into our newsroom. It's sent to us by a viewer. This person was on a plane at SDF, and you can see there, it shows the plane with the fire coming from one side before the explosion, which then causes that massive fireball.
And again, there have been injuries reported. We are still waiting on more information from police and the airport. But wow, look at that awful, awful, awful incident there.
Scary situation for people that were there at the airport wondering what was happening in front of them. All right, we want to turn back now to Kevin. We were talking a minute ago as these emergency alerts, these lens alerts are coming in on people's phones. They're wondering, okay, maybe I don't live that close to the airport. Why does this include me?
Yeah, and good question. And all we can do is speculate about what's still happening, because obviously this is more than just a plane crash that's unfolding here. This is likely petroleum that's on fire somewhere near the airport out toward the landfill that we have just past the runways. So as that plane was taking off, if the video was valid that you pointed out, it lost an engine. It didn't have enough boost to climb, crashed. If it hit this area where there is petroleum, obviously it has ignited that. And firefighters are working feverishly to spray foam on that and try to tamp down those flames so they can even get to the actual crash site. That's what it looks like from the vantage point that we have. Let me show you Max 1. I'm going to point out a couple of things that we know about what has unfolded. And let me just point out that you're watching a live view. This picture is coming to us from Kentucky Kingdom as we look across the airfield at the end of the runway where that plane crashed. Here's what we know. UPS has confirmed that they had a plane go down. What we've been able to do is pull the flight radar 24 data and say that this is UPS flight 2976, outbound from Louisville to, would be going to Honolulu if all was correct in the process. And as we mentioned, this flight was scheduled to depart Louisville at 3 o'clock, but its actual departure was at 3:41. And again, this would have been Louisville time. That would be 5:13 is when it took off, and it has not moved past that position since then on flight radar. So gives credence to the fact that UPS has confirmed it is a plane. We have had multiple people return emails and texts to us saying it's an MD-11 plane, and it very well may be UPS flight 2976.
What does that mean, MD-11? What, for folks that are not familiar?
Well, and those are, and I'm not the expert on this. Ryan is much more versed in the plane sizes. His dad was a UPS pilot, but the MD-11 is a large cargo carrying plane, 3 personnel on board. You can have jump seats that could hold up to 6. This would be the second largest plane in their fleet. Obviously, Worldport's here in Louisville, so we get every UPS plane in and out, and the airfield is shut down at this point.
Okay. Louisville Metro Police just also said that they are going to be doing a media briefing eventually, but not anytime soon. When that happens, of course, we will bring it to you.
Right now, their first priority is on that response, making sure that they can help anybody that's there on the ground and get the area secured, making sure others don't go near a dangerous situation. We want to go back out live to one of our reporters now. Julia Richardson is joining us from Standiford Lane. Julia, what are you seeing from your vantage point at this time?
Yeah, Brian, as you said, we are just at the end of Standiford Lane, backing up to the runway at SDF. And you can see over my shoulder that plume of smoke. It is getting a lot darker since the time I just talked to you a few minutes ago. Now, we were just with a group of people that had stopped to see, what was going on. They had seen the smoke coming up and they were wondering. So they came up here. They wanted to know, they were looking, and then they decided to go home and shelter in place. Now, I know you guys were talking about those alerts that we were getting on our phones. Right now, the latest one said that officials are now asking those to shelter in place from the airport northbound to the Ohio River. So again, that's what those people went home to go do. And if you guys are all getting the alerts on your phones, that is what officials are recommending right now. Again, as you said, the airspace is shut down right now. We have not seen any planes moving, just the occasional, car on the runway with their lights on, going here and there, but with planes completely stalled. Now, again, it is dark, so it is getting a little bit harder to see. We did hear a few pops here and there. I haven't heard that in a little bit, though. We've been here maybe 20 minutes or so. I haven't heard that in the last few minutes. Again, we will continue to follow up with you guys on what's going on out here and what we're seeing, and of course, any information from officials. But right now, I'm going to toss it back to you guys in the studio.
All right. Thank you, Julia. We've got an update here. We've been mentioning throughout this how much UPS means to our community. We know that the pilots live here. A lot of people work there at the UPS Worldport. And so this could be some tough news for family members out there. But the FAA is now confirming more details to us about this incident, including what flight number it was. UPS flight 2976, according to the FAA, crashed around 5:15 p.m. That's our local time. It was departing from Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport. It was a McDonnell Douglas MD-11. That was the aircraft. Kevin said we were getting reports from people who saw those videos. Now it's confirmed it was that type of plane. It was heading to the international airport in Honolulu. As we mentioned on the onset when this investigation began, and Louisville Metro Police, Louisville Fire, and all all of these agencies were responding to this scene. The FAA and the NTSB will now head up the investigation into what caused this crash, what caused things to go wrong. The NTSB taking the lead on that investigation, and they are going to provide all the updates. They say right now that's the only information they have, or at least that they're releasing, and that information is subject to change.
We are just getting word also that Governor Andy Beshear is heading to Louisville to be at the scene here as well. We are waiting for a media briefing. Louisville Metro Police tell us that they will be doing one. We don't know exactly yet when that will be happening, but we want to show you a social media post, I believe, right now. Is that correct? Okay. All right. We're going to pull that up here in this second. What is that flash? Do you see there? Okay. This is from UPS telling us more information about.
It's a good spot for folks if you have loved ones who work for UPS. They're giving you on their Twitter the spot to go as they provide updates. So when they get information, we got to think that maybe some of this on their internal side about anybody who's involved.
Can you pull
that's where they'll be
FAA?
posting that up. Okay, so you're looking back at the live pictures now. You can still see as nightfall comes upon here, us at 6:12, that the flames show up there, intensified, but even still, that giant plume of smoke. Now we are hearing reports being seen as far away as Linden in Louisville and across the river in Jeffersonville.
All right. Again, if you're just joining us, this is a plane crash that happened almost an hour ago here at the airport. We know that it is a UPS plane. The FAA is telling us that it happened around 5:15 after departing from Louisville Muhammad Ali Airport. This is the tweet that the FAA put out here just a few minutes ago. This happened. The McDonnell Douglas MD-11 was headed to Daniel K. And then was going to Honolulu. We want to show you the social media post by Governor Andy Beshear as well. I believe we have that, if we can show you what he's saying. He says, Kentucky, we are aware of a reported plane crash near Louisville International Airport. First responders are on site and we will share more information as available. Please pray for the pilots, the crew, and everyone affected. We will share more soon. The situation is serious. Please pray for the families affected. I'm headed to Louisville now.
For everybody else wondering what you can do, obviously prayers for the families is the first step. Another step is to please stay away from this area so first responders can do their job. And if you got that lens alert where you were told to have an emergency shelter in place, you need to follow that. That's been extended. All areas north of the airport to the Ohio River now included in there. So you got to think neighborhoods like Germantown into downtown, Smoketown, these areas over by Churchill Downs included in that lens alert to shelter in place. The reason for that is because there's heavy smoke still coming from this area, and we don't know what type of hazardous chemicals could be involved, be it from the cargo, from the fuel, or what's there on the ground.
Is there a way we can pull up that video from the viewer of the plane crash in our control room, if we can do that? Because I think that video just kind of shows of what exactly happened. We're working on getting that. Here it is. You can see that plane.
Someone was sitting on a plane.
Exactly.
On a runway.
He says you can hear it's about to crash. And then you see that plume of smoke that happened right there.
So that's what it looked like from somebody sitting on an airplane there on the tarmac at SDF, that close to it. You can imagine how horrifying that was to witness for people. We heard from people who were driving by on I-65 on some of the side streets nearby, said they saw a fireball, saw that initial fire coming from looked like maybe one of the engines or the tail area, and said that the explosion was huge, outside of anything they'd ever seen in real life.
I just got a tweet from someone who said they could see it as far away near Taylorsville in Spencer County. So you can imagine just how massive this explosion has been today.
Right now, UPS has also confirmed that this is one of their planes. So, of course, if you are a family member of someone who works there, they are providing updates. They have a page that they do that. If you follow any of their social media accounts for things like emergencies, like what's going on right now, that's where they post that information. We, as the media, will wait to get some of the confirmed details as they come in from these organizations like the FAA and the NTSB. But in the meantime, we have reporters on the ground gathering what they can close to the scene.
Let's go live out to Logan Perone.
Hey guys, you're not going to see me here because we want to stay locked in on what we are seeing. We're at Woodlawn. That is the bridge that's over the train tracks by the airport, just off of Crittenden Drive. And from our vantage point, we were able to zoom in, get as close to it as we can with our camera zoom. And you can see that there are still orange flames, and we are a good bit away. Again, we are on Woodlawn from, I'd say we're closer to the UPS building with the UPS logo. If you guys are familiar at home driving by on 264 and 65, we're closer to that significantly than we are to the scene right there. But again, from our vantage point, when we were driving up here, I looked over to my left, saw a little bit of a glow of orange, and you can still see that the smoke is still billowing, still continuing to fill the sky. And when I turn behind me, again, obviously you guys are looking straight at the scene and where this happened, but if I look behind me, I just see the smoke going all the way north, almost to, if not past the Ohio River, I would have to assume at this point. So again, we have a good vantage point here. We're going to lock in here and see if we don't catch anything. But again, for now, what I can tell you is we still see that this is very active, still burning brightly, enough for us to see this a good several hundred, if not maybe I'm going to guess a half mile here, guys. So we'll stay here, see if we see anything, and if we get anything, we'll report back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Logan. So we've got our crews spread out there as close as they can get to get you different vantage points. We also have a team heading to the media staging area. This is going to be at Miners Lane Elementary School. That's where emergency management is going to update us. But they say it's not going to be anytime soon because at this point, emergency management still dealing with the situation there on the ground where you still see flames from this UPS crash, and they are working to try to get that situation under control. And of course, if there is a rescue operation that could be had or maybe was already in place, that's something that our first responders have been on since the very beginning.
All right. And Governor Andy Beshear just tweeted that the situation is serious. Please pray for the families affected. I'm headed to Louisville now. So you can imagine just the number of people that are the first responders, the city officials, all of the people who are top leaders in our community. They're headed there to kind of figure out what's happening. The FAA is the lead in this investigation as well. So there'll be crews there from now. Yeah,
along with the NTSB. You mentioned the FAA, and some of the tough information was the confirmation of this flight number. We now know UPS flight 2976 was the one that crashed about 5:15. It was leaving Louisville, heading to Hawaii, to the airport in Honolulu. I have a contact at a news station there in Honolulu who I'm in contact with, trying to get some information on their side, if we can figure out what this plane was carrying, if that may lead us to why the fire has been so intense in the aftermath, a situation that can happen, of course, anytime you're dealing with fuel and petroleum and things like that. But the cargo is something that is part of the potentially hazardous waste response that we're seeing there on the ground from emergency first responders. We have been watching as many cameras as we can. One of the issues to the general public that we're dealing with is the smoke. And Kevin, I want to bring you into the mix here because I would say, I guess we're thankful that we had rain earlier in the week, because you don't want this to be a situation where a firefight becomes something that extends. There's a lot of wooded areas, there's grass there, and we know that these things can spread.
Well, I think more importantly, there's petroleum there in the ground. And that's why we're still seeing the flames at this late hour, 1 hour past when the plane crashed. So we're dealing with more than a plane crash here. It's why the emergency alerts have gone off. It's why we have a number of things. I was trying to do
the area is so wide, too, that we're having people shelter in place.
Well, exactly. And it's likely because of what that petroleum is putting into the air. So that's what we're watching. That's the plume of smoke that you can see from our drone taken just a few minutes ago as the sun was setting. Doing just some quick research. You know, I've been at WAVE for 27 years and have not noted a plane crash that caused fatalities that I can recall. So you have to go all the way back probably to the like 1950s, I think, to see where a plane crash occurred at SDF where we had multiple fatalities, if indeed we're dealing with fatalities today. That's still yet to be determined. However, when you look at the history of Louisville International Airport, it's always been a very safe airport with very few crashes that have been reported. In addition to that, looking at some of the UPS history, we have had a few crashes that have occurred within the last couple of decades. Of course, some of those stand out very vividly. The UPS flight from Louisville to Birmingham was one that I recall vividly, and that was back in 2013.
All right. So we want to let folks know that this is happening at Fern Valley and Grade Lane. A UPS plane crashed around 5:15 today. This is a map of kind of where it is all unfolding.
We mentioned, as we show you this map here, the explosion site and the areas, of course, that you're going to need to avoid. These roads are going to be closed indefinitely, according to first responders. I want to touch on something that these federal investigators are already dealing with that is at least semi-close to our viewing area. So the FAA put out information that the NTSB would be leading the investigation into what happened, why this plane went down. Well, the last piece of information released by the NTSB involved an investigation into a Tuesday crash that happened near Anderson, Indiana, which is about 2 hours and change from where we are now, roughly 40 or so miles away from here. So possibly some of their team already in the area now responding here. They put that information out about 3 hours ago. So now, of course, a major event happening here outside the Louisville Airport.
And we know that this UPS plane was headed to Honolulu. So we're working to get some information about how many people were on that plane. We don't know any names or anything like that, but that's something that we're working to gather. We are told that there's going to be a media briefing. We don't know exactly when, but that is something that they're getting ready to stage, and we will bring that to you once we get that information. But you can imagine the amount of petroleum that was on this plane, and that's why we're seeing multiple explosions happen over the hour.
Yeah, as far as the airport goes and flights in and out of there, the last thing that we've seen from SDF is that the airfield was closed, and we can imagine that's going to be the case throughout the evening tonight as they still work. This is still an active scene, obviously shown by the fire and the smoke that's taking place there.
All right.
We have our reporters spread all around now. They're trying to gather information, interviews as well. We will go to them on the ground as soon as we have something new. Want to update you from some of the reports that are coming into us. We get messages from so many of you who watch us each and every day, telling us what it looked like from your neighborhood, helping to fill in some of those gaps as we waited for our teams to get in place.
Yeah, I'm getting tweets from folks who are saying, I'm seeing it all the way out in Prospect. I'm seeing it in Mount Washington. So we appreciate you all telling us what you're seeing, for being our eyes and ears out there as well. We want to go out to Logan Perrone. Logan, what can you tell us? What's new?
Yeah, guys. Well, I just want to touch on, you guys just mentioned there was another plane crash recently in Indiana. Now, this one here, I was talking with my friends with the Gray DC Bureau. That's our folks over in DC that help us out. And they were saying that today, just today, that the Labor Secretary for the United States was talking about the concerns over airway safety with the government shutdown. Obviously, we don't know the concern yet, but that was obviously something on the minds of our federal officials going into today. And if we can, I want to go back to where we are at. That scene still very much glowing down there. The smoke's still billowing. Obviously, we are a good bit away, and we're trying to get as close as we can to this scene. But again, just want to put that out there, that this was something that was talked about today by federal officials, airway safety because of the government shutdown. We don't know the cause of this one just yet. Obviously, that's going to come in however much time it comes. But again, just something of note here that was talked about just earlier today, guys.
All right, thank you, Logan. We want to take you now to back to that statement from UPS. We've turned that around to show you again what they are putting out there, letting us know about this situation, about one of their planes crashing. Here it is. This is the official statement. What UPS is saying about this at approximately 5:20 Eastern time tonight. UPS flight 2976 from Louisville, Kentucky to Honolulu. It was an MD-11. We now know, confirmed, 3 crew members were on board involved in this incident. At this point, they have not confirmed any injuries to those 3 people. We have no word on any casualties, but UPS for the first time confirming now how many people were on board that flight that was leaving Louisville, headed to Honolulu. 3 crew members on board. Here's more of that statement from UPS, that they will release more facts as they become available. But again, it's the NTSB, the National Transfer Transportation Safety Board that is in charge of this investigation. So a lot of the information is going to have to come from them.
Okay, again, this information coming from UPS. We are working to gather more information. We are told that city leaders are going to be giving us a media briefing, but this is again live here at the scene. You can see just the number of explosions, Brian, that have happened over the hour.
And when you think that this has been going on now for going on an hour and a half, and fire crews have been there basically since the beginning, they're using a lot of that fire foam to try to fight this. And you've got to think some of those supplies have been depleted. If you've ever think to how they deal with wildfires and things like this, they're going to have to go back, bring in different trucks, call for different agencies to help to get this under control. Kevin, I know you've been doing some research looking into the plane, trying to find out more information about the situation from your vantage point in the Weather Center.
Well, you know, and if you've kept up with the news over the last few years, you know UPS has been phasing out the MD-11. This is the 3-engine plane. It's the one that has one on the tail fin and then the 2 side engines. It carries about 38,000 gallons of fuel on its own. So that's a big deal in itself. Now, what we assume is on fire is petroleum that's in the ground or tanks or wherever it may be out near the sanitation field that we have just past the runway. And that has obviously been blazing for the last hour plus at this point. So a number of things going on. Smoke being reported across northeast Jefferson County. The plume, as it went up, we get the southerly winds, and that's transporting it off to the north and east. It is the same reason that that plane was taking off from the north and going to the south, and that's because of the wind direction. Planes typically take off into the wind. It gives them more lift as they can take off. So that's what we've noted with this plane, making it just past the end of the runway before crashing. The video that we've been showing shows the left engine, what appears to be on fire as that plane was trying to lift off of the runway. And as we've seen, the result of that was the crash that occurred not far from Fern Valley and Grade Lane.
All right, thank you, Kevin. You can see the live pictures. Now the firefight, a big portion of this response, trying to contain this area. We've talked in great detail about some of the concerns that they have as we take you back to this viewer video of someone sitting on a plane on the tarmac. We saw that UPS plane as it was coming down. You could see it looked like fire coming possibly from one of the engines before it ends there at the runway with this huge ball of fire. And of course, our thoughts with the 3 now confirmed crew members who were on board, although we do not have at this time any confirmations on injuries or casualties. I've
been talking with our contacts at the mayor's office. We're working to get him on the phone to give us an update. So we will hopefully hear from the mayor to give us an update on what's happening out there as well. But you know, just seeing how massive, Brian, this explosion is today, we know that the outcome of this likely will not be good. Yeah, it's a tough situation for our city. Of course, the UPS families in our hearts tonight. We know that so many of you live and work here in our community. And if you've been impacted, of course, in the coming days, we will work here at WAVE to provide any resources that we are able to do from our end to help with this. We've got some video here, more video that we want to show you. We've been getting these coming in, trying to turn these around as we get them confirmed for you. So let's take that video now. This shows you the type of plane it is. You heard Kevin say that they were looking to phase these out. Built in June of 1991, the MD-11, 3 engines power this thing, considered to be a wide-body jet. So this was not a small aircraft that came down here in Louisville right about 5:15. All right. Mayor Greenberg is joining us on the phone right now. Mayor Greenberg, what can you tell us about what happened today?
So we're still gathering a lot of information right now. My understanding is that it was a UPS plane bound for Honolulu with 3 crew members on board that crashed. And that's, you know, with full tanks of gas, we believe it has about 280,000 gallons of fuel, which is part of the reason for the large smoke plumes that you see right now. We have all of our emergency resources are on the scene right now. I've spoken to the governor. We're in constant communication to make sure that we have every available resource from both the city and state, if necessary, there. And, in these moments right now, it's tough to get all the information. We want to let the emergency personnel do their job. We will continue to provide information as we have it available. My one request to the public is that everyone please avoid the scene, avoid the entire area. There's a shelter-in-place warning right now. That is for your protection and your safety. And please don't go near the scene so our emergency responders can do what they need to do as soon as seconds matter in situations like this.
Mr. Mayor, I wanted to ask you too, have you at this time, I know you've been in contact with all the emergency crews, talking with the governor as well. Have you had a chance to talk to either crews there at the airport or UPS? Anything you mentioned that people need to stay away from this area? Any word from the airport as far as people that maybe were trying to head there this evening?
So I've been in touch with UPS. And some of the information I provided is from them directly, but again, letting them do their their response right now as well. And so our teams are in constant contact right now.
Can you tell us, Mayor, what our firefighters are kind of going through right now, dealing with 280,000 gallons of fuel and the explosions? That has to be really hard.
It is, and we're also concerned about what might happen based on where it crashed. There might be some nearby tanks, and so we're concerned about protection, everybody from additional things catching on fire, ablaze, or even exploding, and that's part of the reason for the safety precautions. So they're on top of it and assessing the situation right now.
Mayor, I've been at several different events and stories with you over the past year or so where we have highlighted some of the new tools that LMPD and the fire crews have to help in emergency situations, different technologies. Is this a time when we can be thankful that some of this exists, that we have funded some of this to be able to deal with emergencies just like the one we're having here today?
I mean, this is the reason why we've given historic pay raises to our first responders, because when you need them, and we want the best. We want to attract and retain the best. That's what they're doing right now. We're going to continue to invest in them. I believe Okolona Fire, this actually might technically be in their jurisdiction, but our fire chief is on the scene as well. And this is why first responders are so important.
And Mayor, it's Kevin Harnett here. Just a quick question. Have you heard of any other? We understand that there were 3 folks on the UPS plane, but what about people on the ground? Have you heard if anything has been impacted actually on the ground?
I don't have specific information on that yet, Kevin. Again, we're getting information in real time now, but I don't have information on that. And I'm going to hop off right now. I'm actually en route. This was a rare day that I happen to not be in the city. I'm on my way back into town right now. I am going to hang up so I can get back in real time with all the first responders. We're going to have a briefing. The governor and members of my team are going to have a briefing here early this evening as well coming up. And so we'll continue to keep everybody up to date with all the information as soon as we have it.
All right, Mayor, we appreciate you taking time to talk with us. Appreciate it, and have a safe trip back here as we wait to get more information. But again, the mayor said 280,000 gallons of fuel. So that is an immense amount of fuel. That's why we're seeing just the ripple effects of this fire.
And let me just jump in on that, because the plane carries 38,000 gallons, but the weight of it is going to be more along the lines of what we mentioned there. So the weight of that fuel would be about 258,000 pounds.
You think the trip that was scheduled for this airliner was to go all the way to Honolulu, Hawaii?
Well, and this MD-11 that you're looking at is built to go 7,000 plus miles. So that's, it's a workhorse. But again, it comes with a checkered past when you look at some of the information about this plane, especially in the UPS fleet that we have. We have seen a number of crashes in the past with the MD-11. It was probably part of the reason they were in the process of phasing it out.
Yeah, good information to have. All right, thank you, Kevin. Of course, our hearts with the 3 crew members who we now know were confirmed to be on board. We have our reporters spread out covering this. Wave News reporter Alina Noakes is where we want to go next. Alina, where are you and what are you seeing?
Hey guys, so I'm at the cargo lot of SDF Airport. This is where trucks come in. To the left of me and to the right of me is a car lot where cars like Enterprise will go to park. And behind me is the tarmac. So I'm going to step out of the way so you can see what we're seeing right now. Right now, obviously, we have a standstill here at the airport in terms of any planes flying out of here. So you don't see any traffic on the runways right now. But faintly in the distance is where we see the smoke and the flames continuing out that direction. We are now over an hour into this right now. And so you can still see it's very brightly glowing even from over here. We're pretty far away from where that crash happened. And the smoke mixing with how dark it is out here, it is not entirely clear to us right now just how dense the plume is still at this hour. Obviously, it's very quiet out here on the tarmac on the airport side of things. We have been speaking to people. You guys know that earlier in the show, we were actually on the side of Crittenden Drive where it intersects with the Waterston exit, and people were pulling over and getting out and looking at what was going on. That's, of course, before the daylight dimmed. When we came out this direction, we saw where more people had come, pulled over, parked, trying to get a look as well. We have had a chance to talk to some people we have found who were working here at the airport or coming into work, trying to figure out what's going on. Do they know anybody involved in this? And obviously, also some people who just live in the area, who live in Louisville, who know people who work at UPS, who are very concerned and just anxious and waiting to find out any details and who may have been involved in this.
All right. Thank you so much, Alina. Before we get to one of our other reporters, we've been working our contacts trying to get in touch with as many people as possible and to show you how far-reaching this investigation is. We have mentioned that the UPS plane was on its way from SDF here in Louisville to Honolulu, Hawaii. We've reached out to our contacts there, and at this time, they say the Department of Transportation has been notified there in Hawaii, but they have no information. They're in Hawaii. They're still waiting from a response from UPS, who, of course, is working on providing updates, we believe, to a lot of their employees working with that investigation with the NTSB and the FAA.
Yeah, we want to go live out to Logan Perone now, who's been at the scene close to it. Logan, we can see that heavy fire there behind you.
Yeah, Brian and Myra, again, the fire still going, still a tiny speck of glow behind me. And I wanted to touch on one thing that you guys talked with the mayor. Obviously, we are thinking of the three crew members that were on board that plane, but we don't exactly know how many people were injured in this incident. Obviously, there could have been people on the ground. This information we're still trying to get. And just from what we have seen out here, again, we're on Woodlawn Avenue. This is an overpass above the train tracks by the airport on the backside of SDF. We've seen about, I'd say in the last half hour, 3 or 4 ambulances rush through here. We've seen St. Matthews EMS. We've seen Fern Creek. So a wide variety of ambulances coming in. Again, we don't know exactly how many injured yet, but just what we're seeing is ambulances running around to the backside to get to the location. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Logan. We are going to take you back to this live picture. This is one of the main feeds that we've been following throughout the evening. And you can see that the firefight still is ongoing at this hour, something that started around 5:15 this evening with that plane going down. You can see some of what appears to be the water from the fire hoses on the right-hand side and just the size of this massive emergency response that has gone to this area, tried to lock down the scene, any rescues they can perform, and then, of course, keep this from spreading. That's why there has been several emergency alerts put out there to make sure that people avoid this area. And if you're in the incident area, if you've got one of those alerts on your phone telling you to stay inside, that's because at this point, we have no confirmation on what type of hazardous materials these crews are dealing with. You heard Mayor Craig Greenberg on the phone with us just about 10 minutes ago on his way to the city to meet with the governor and other top safety officials to brief the media, to find out more information. But something he said was that they have pulled fire crews and departments from all over. He guessed that this might have been in Okolola's district. We've covered several stories about how some of these smaller cities within Louisville have now built up their own fire departments. And today we're seeing a response, all of them coming together, trying to get this situation under control.
I'm getting just a couple of reports here from the hospitals. At least 4 patients have been transported to U of L. No reports on conditions, at least 1 burn victim from the Melton Avenue. So this is telling us that not only did this just crash into an unpopulated area, we may be dealing with a whole nother scenario of what's actually happening on the ground. So there are businesses at the end of that runway looking off of Melton that would put you near Stooges Bar and Grill, River Metals Recycling. Those areas, Embry's Auto Parts, those areas would be in the zone of concern right along Grade Lane and Melton Avenue. So it's very possible that this plane went through that area before winding up over closer to and across Walters Lane, which would then put it into the area of the sanitation area, which is where we have the patrolling.
Yeah, we could be dealing with all types of situations. All right, I'm getting some more breaking news coming in on this situation. This is coming in from the airports. Our media contacts there telling us that at this time, all arriving and all departing flights into SDF are temporarily suspended. The airfield is closed. We had reported that part, but now we know that flights in and out suspended at this time. Passengers, they are asking you to closely monitor your flight status, stay up to date with any updates as you can. They're going to be posting things on their app, on their website, and they're going to get any information they can. They also made mention to the NTSB being in charge of this investigation, posting some of the details that we know that this involved, again, a UPS MD-11 flight 2976. It was departing on the west runway, heading out to Hawaii. They said those emergency crews were there on the scene pretty quick.
Again, our thoughts and prayers are with the UPS family. This is just a heartbreaking incident. We know that there are injuries. We don't know exactly what has happened, but as Kevin had mentioned, 4 patients were taken to U of L Hospital. So we don't know all of the extent of everything that's happened. So we're waiting to hear from officials about what they can tell us.
They do have a staging area set up where they are going to talk to the media. You heard the mayor on the phone saying he's on his way to town. The governor's coming here as well, and they will use all available resources that they can to get this situation under control, be there for the families, anyone who's been impacted. We've got our reporters spread around. They're trying to get as close as they can get, but as we've mentioned, a lot of these streets are blocked off. This is one of our SkyTrack cameras showing you that giant plume of smoke coming from the plane crash, and this is one of the many reasons that they have these shelter in place notices out to people, that have those alerts that have gone off on your phone. We have heard from people, if you are just tuning in to our newscast, maybe you're out and about and saying, why am I seeing this smoke? It's from this explosion. Here is a map showing you the area there around Grade Lane and Fern Valley Road where that UPS plane went down. Because of this, Crittenden Drive, that area down to Stooges Bar and Grill, all the way up through Churchill Downs, downtown Germantown to the Ohio River. That's the area they want people to just stay inside if you can, just until they get this situation under control, till they know what type of hazardous materials they may be dealing with there on the ground. You heard Kevin mention some of the businesses nearby the airports. If you've been in town a long time, you know it's pretty industrial over there. So if this plane possibly hit anything else, if any debris was scattered around, that's something they have to take account for too. And then, of course, the firefight continues, as you can see from this live picture there. Specifically there, the right-hand side of your screen, Myra mentioning that as many as 4 people may be taken to the hospital. That could be a notion that maybe first responders are in a situation too where they need to be careful.
Again, as Brian mentioned just a few seconds ago, that all arriving and departing flights at SDF, they are temporarily suspended and the airfield is closed. Passengers should closely monitor their flight status via their airline's website or mobile app. All additional updates will be shared to the official accounts as available.
We want to take you to some video here because the team there at Muhammad Ali International Airport just trained for emergencies like this. We covered the story. This video was from a simulated plane crash with injuries, and they just did this practice October 21st. That was just a week and a half ago.
And you heard the mayor say that's why the city has invested and put money aside for reasons like this, because of emergencies that can happen. We have have to have the tools and the resources to be able to respond.
This training incident they did October 21st, they did it as a full-scale emergency drill. It's required by the FAA that they do these every 3 years. There's obviously been a lot of hirings, a lot of new faces there, and so they want to make sure everyone's sharp and their skills stay up to date. And so if there is a positive maybe that we're looking at this whole situation from a aerial view here, it's that the teams there just trained for a situation just like this on October 21st. So you got to think when the calls came in right around 5:15, 5:20 that this plane had gone down, they were ready to act.
Yeah, and again, this happened around 5:15. We know that a UPS plane that was headed to Honolulu crashed at the airport. Three people were on board the plane, and we have seen multiple explosions coming from the scene since this plane crashed.
I've got another update from Mayor Greenberg. This came in just about 2 minutes ago. You heard him live on our air. We talked to him on the phone because he was in the car coming to Louisville to meet with Governor Andy Beshear and other emergency first responders so they could assess the situation, get some of the information out to us. But the mayor saying that Rachel, his wife, and I are praying for the victims of the UPS plane that crashed. At this time, the mayor says that they have every emergency agency responding to the scene. He had mentioned on the call that Okolona Fire, this may have fallen in their jurisdiction. We know that the Louisville Metro Police Department is there. Louisville Fire, you've got to think, is there on the scene. But now the mayor saying that every agency is reporting to this area, and the fire's still burning.
And he's saying also that there are many road closures in the area. Please avoid the scene. The plane was carrying, according to the mayor, 280,000 gallons of fuel. We're going to have a briefing soon with the governor, but Kevin is saying that's not the case, but that's what the mayor had said earlier. So
I think you got it mixed up with pounds.
Pounds. Okay. So, so we'll get some clarity on that as well.
Either way, a massive sized aircraft. We've shown you several times what it looked like. And that's why in the aftermath here, these are some of the images and the scenes that you're seeing. And because of the location and because of this being an industrial area with some of these recycling plants, things like that in the area. There's got a Ford Center nearby. They've got to be very cautious about not only the fuel from the plane, the potential cargo it was carrying, but also the businesses there on the ground. We told you a couple minutes ago that the airport has just alerted everyone that departures and arrivals, if this was something that maybe was in your plans this evening, you had to head out of town or pick up a loved one, that has all been temporarily suspended while they work to deal with the initial stages of the response there to help if there's any victims that are in that area that haven't already been transported. And then, of course, keeping this area as contained as they can.
All right. Again, this is just a tragic situation that's happening here in Louisville. We know that
Sydney.
the UPS pilots that were on board, 3 of them, there were 3 crew members. We don't know the exact extent of their injuries, what their status is. We want to show you some video of outside an ambulance there at the hospital. Kevin said earlier that 4 patients were transported to U of L.
Okay, so you can see how quickly they've been moving, trying to help anyone who was impacted, who was on that plane, also people on the ground. So our crews are trying to get these different vantage points to fill you in on some of the details as they come in. You heard even the mayor talking about he's trying to get to town so they can get some of this information out there. And first responders right now, the first priority is dealing with the situation, and then they'll get these details to us as they can.
We're still waiting for that media briefing. They said it wasn't going to be anytime soon,
right,
but that was probably about 30 minutes ago. We want to put the statement that's up here on your screen. According to U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy.
Yeah, he is posting about this as we speak. So this is coming from the federal level now. U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy asking everyone, saying, please join me in prayer for the Louisville community and the flight crew impacted by this horrific crash. He says the NTSB and the FAA are mobilizing, and they're going to get on the ground as soon as they can and lead this investigation. Here you can see that information posted on social media by Secretary Duffy.
All right. Again, we are following this breaking news that has happened here in Louisville. Just a very tragic incident. the UPS plane that went down around 5:15 today. It was headed to Honolulu. 3 people were on board. We know that a couple folks have been taken to the hospital, 4 people, according to Kevin, who's getting some information as well. But we are still waiting for that media briefing to get more information. But we don't even know yet how many nearby structures were impacted from this as well.
Yeah, and as you saw there when we were showing some of the information coming, that's now our U.S. Transportation Secretary posting about this, talking about the federal organizations that are getting involved. When the mayor on that live phone call was talking to us about trying to get all available resources and talking to the governor, that's something you've got to assume that Governor Beshear's camp is working on, talking with the folks at the federal level, telling them what we need to be able to deal with this situation. As you could see, still active there on the ground. So not only the emergency response, which is the obvious first concern, but now how to make sure an already tragic and horrific situation doesn't get worse.
Yeah, to see that video, Brian, that we've been showing folks of the plane. Okay, we just got word that the media briefing is going to be happening at 7:30, so we will bring you that live here on Wave News at 7.
We hope possibly in the next 40 minutes, that means we're going to get some new information coming in about this. Let's run down for you, if you are just joining us here, what has transpired over the last hour and 45 minutes nearly.
Okay, this plane crash happened around 5:15 today. It was an MD-11 with 3 people on board that crashed. The FAA is investigating.
Right now, at this point, the airport, SDF, is closed. TSA is closed as well. Incoming and departing flights have been suspended. The governor and the mayor right now are on the way to Louisville. They will set up you got to think, an emergency management site where everyone will come together to talk about this, to relay information and figure out those next details. UPS is posting updates about this. So for all of the local families who have loved ones who work there at Worldport, who maybe are pilots or crew members, they will be posting those updates as they get them from the internal side. And then, of course, the federal investigators, the NTSB, heading up the investigation into how this plane crashed, something that usually can take days, weeks, even months to learn. Our local crews will try to figure out some of the immediate details, the numbers and how many people are impacted, things like that, how long roads will be closed and airports will be closed, and those alerts will come out to your phones if there's any more areas, if they determine that some of the hazardous potentially materials that are there on the ground from surrounding businesses, if that becomes a bigger issue, they will update us here on the local side about some of those things to make sure that people are prepared and aware.
All right. We have several crews that are also out there at the scene. We've been touching base and talking with them as well to hear reports of what they're seeing out there.
Tough vantage point to get to if you're on the ground, because a lot of those streets are closed. Mm-hmm. And of course, now that it's dark, the live pictures, unless you're seeing actual flames and can get close, it's tough to see what they are going to see. Another aspect to this we have been working to bring you is some of the aviation side. We've showed images of the plane. We have a couple folks who work here, meteorologist Ryan Hoke being one of them, who is pretty well versed in aviation. Ryan, are you mic'd up yet?
Yeah, mic'd up here. Yes.
So let's bring Ryan into the mix here to talk about this situation kind of from the air perspective on things. It's something that you've studied for years.
Yeah, UPS and aviation in Louisville are one and the same. They're synonymous, right? My dad was a UPS pilot for 32 years on the 767 Asia domicile there. And this is the worst nightmare of anyone who's connected to the UPSers community here in Louisville can think of, right? We've gone through so many crashes from Birmingham to, if I believe, Dubai, the 747 there. And there's been a lot of loss, but this one hits real close to home. Worldport is here in Louisville.
None of the crashes have been anywhere close to here.
You're absolutely right. If you look at the Louisville Airport Wikipedia page, it's a pretty blank slate underneath the crashes part. So we've been very lucky until about today not to have had any major incidents in quite some time around here. And, it's so foreign to us to look south and see a giant plume of smoke like this. I mean, for a moment, people were texting me and saying, was this a tornado out of the blue? No. We're not used to something like this, seeing a wide swath like this, Kevin. And we were able to ascertain pretty quickly that this was a UPS flight bound for Honolulu, packed with fuel and likely packed with packages too.
Yeah, and unfortunately, at least 2 people on
At
board,
least,
and
yeah.
maybe 3. We want to talk a little bit about this flight path, if you're all okay with that, because this is more than just a plane that crashed. This likely wiped out people that were in their cars on Grade Lane. This went through some businesses. So this is a much bigger picture, I think, than we realize until we can see sunrise tomorrow and see what's happened, because we have seen the string of smoke. Now, we don't know for certain, but we know what areas bounded off. So let's start by tracking the flight with Flight Radar 24. UPS Flight 2976 departs from Louisville Muhammad Ali Airport, and that was roughly at 5:15 this afternoon.
Yeah, so it took off on runway 17 right. Most outbound or all outbound departures were on 17 right or left today because the winds are out of the south right now, so planes will take off into the wind. So it flew over Grade Lane, and then we lose it right where you see the plane icon right there, pretty close to a bunch of warehouses. There is a very large warehouse and supply chain infrastructure south of the airport operated by UPS Airlines and other companies too, Kevin.
So what we know is, because we have seen video of either fire falling down onto these businesses or because the plane was raking across the ground, that would have affected areas along Grade Lane near UPS Supply Chain Solutions, the Red Bull Distribution Center, the New Haven companies, Tyler Mountain Water, a lot of warehouses, as you mentioned, and one that we've keep mentioning is the Stooges Bar and Grill. And right along Grade Lane, I mean, that area is the area affected. Now, how affected, or was it, completely demolished? We don't know those answers. We know that we've had several folks that have been taken to the hospital with injuries, and one in particular with burns right off of Melton Avenue. That would put it near the Stooges area and perhaps over toward like JC Mechanic Workshop.
Yeah, and Kevin, as we look to see how big this area potentially is, I'm getting reports from people. You mentioned a lot of the businesses that are in the area, a lot of residential areas too. We're talking about Germantown, talking about Audubon Park, those areas along Preston Highway. I'm hearing from people who live near Preston, Phillips Lane type area. Ash and debris has consistently been falling on their homes in that area. And some people are saying that they are seeing debris in their yards with Hawaii addresses on it, which would be consistent with the reports that we knew this plane was heading to Honolulu. I do have immediate contact there who works in the city, has talked to the Department of Transportation there in Hawaii. At this point, they are waiting on word from UPS to give them any information as we wait to maybe hear about cargo, things like that. But people here in our city, in Louisville, reporting ash and debris falling on their homes near Phillips Lane, near Preston Highway, saying that some of that debris is showing Hawaii addresses.
Yeah, we could show that debris on the radar, by the way, so we can kind of give an idea. Max 1 is the source, and Ryan will just walk us through with our winds coming out of the south.
Yeah, so winds coming out of the south, it's blowing all the smoke and the debris northbound. So this correlates very well with Brian's report there near Phillips Lane. That's going to be right at the Kentucky Expo Center there, or the fairgrounds, if you will, where we've had the reports of debris, ash falling from the sky. The radar can actually pick up on these small pieces of debris. It bounces back to the radar site. The radar beam gets sent out, bounces off this smoke, comes back. So we can actually see this on weather radar, and you can see the moment this happened, and now seeing that the smoke has somewhat abated here over the last few frames of the radar, about the last 20 minutes.
Now you're still seeing from our SkyTrack image coming from Kentucky Kingdom that glow toward the surface, and that is indeed fire that is still on the ground, likely from petroleum that is still burning off in the location from where the plane crashed. So not necessarily, I mean, by this point, the plane's fuel would have been extinguished by fire itself, but this is likely another source of petroleum.
So this plane has been doing Honolulu turns all week, basically traveling back and forth from Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport to Honolulu. If you look at the Flight Radar 24 history, that's about an 8-hour plus flight here, Kevin. So this thing is absolutely packed with fuel. It had not burned basically any of it by the time it got off the runway here. So you typically see larger explosions and fire in plane crash situations situations where they are just getting off the ground because of that amount of sheer fuel that's in place there.
38,000 gallons, in fact.
It's a lot.
All right, Kevin and Ryan, obviously great perspective there on the aviation, the meteorological side of things. I want to bring in now our colleague, Wave News anchor Don G, who's been a part of reporting news in this community for decades now. You know the importance of the area of UPS. You were in the newsroom as all of this was happening, so you have different vantage points to some of the images coming in and potentially the track this plane took as it was coming down.
Well, you all were already on, and again, like you said, we knew something happened because we have our Trimark cameras everywhere. Somewhere there was, the huge plume of smoke. My son coming home from that area said, "Ma, something just happened." And so we all began to work, okay, so what just happened? When you look, as Kevin was mentioning, how this plane tried to come up and then went down, the swath of, or the trek of the damage, I cannot say specifically, but would not surprise me if it's a mile or longer. Mm-hmm. There was a perfect little cut in the top of a building.
I just saw that.
Which I was like, what is that? And you could tell something, skinned the top of that building. I can't say what part of the plane, but just took out a perfect line on the top of that building. And so, we know we have our crews out there. We have Louisville Metro Police Department. We have fire. We have everyone in this city who knows how to do a job and prays we're never called to do it. But everyone is out there. But it has affected so many, as you all said, at 5:15. This was about 5:15. People were going home. Mm-hmm. So many people saw it. And this is something that most of us would never see in a lifetime, be part of in person. But so many people have stopped and posted videos or said, I can't believe what just happened. Somebody as far as Baxter Avenue even said, I think I have a piece of a plane in my yard.
Wow.
So we have to wait and find out what's going on. But it's heartbreaking to see this, especially when you know the time of the year. Everybody says we just kicked off the holiday season. We're getting ready for Thanksgiving, and there will be some families that have to, deal with some things going on.
This will unfortunately be a very tragic and horrific day in Louisville's history. So we want to go live now out to Logan Perrone, who's out there at the scene.
Yeah, guys. So again, we're still on Woodlawn Avenue. Again, we're not too far away from the airport. We can still see right behind us that glow. It has not gone down at all, not a bit. And really what we've seen here over the last, I'd say, hour that we've been on the bridge that goes over the train tracks that go behind the UPS building that, again, many of you drive by on the Waterson Expressway, 65. We've just seen ambulances going up, back and forth on this stretch. We've seen that fires continue to burn. Again, we don't know how many injured. We don't know how many people were on the ground. We know 3 in the plane. I was talking with colleagues that have connections at UPS. They're telling me they don't think anyone else was on, so thank goodness there. But then, a bunch of other looky-loos on this bridge. It's just been a busy back and forth here on Woodlawn Avenue. And again, we're keeping an eye on the fire here. So we have a vantage point. You guys took it not that long ago. We could see the flames, the emergency crews pouring water on top of that. So again, we're keeping an eye on that, and we'll bring you any updates if we see anything, guys.
He's at his desk.
All right, thank you, Logan. We want to talk about a situation, kind of an overview of what we're dealing with here. Obviously, the initial reports coming in about the plane crash. So first, we're thinking about the crew on board, the folks at the airport, UPS. But now, as we're starting to get some new information, Dawn coming here talking about the ground, some of the damage that we've been able to see just from some of the pictures coming in, we have to look at this situation as what is happening in that area. How big potentially is the disaster zone outside of course, the folks we're worried about who were on that aircraft and the first responders who are nearby trying to deal with a situation with hazardous materials, but the neighborhoods, the amount of businesses, the amount of homes nearby, it has the potential to be a lot more serious than we even know.
And it's very dark outside.
Well, yeah, it's dark now. It gets dark so early now. All you see is the glow of that fire, and you have folks that will bring what they need out there. But not only do you have to think about that, because it went through businesses. It literally tore through businesses. Mm-hmm. We know that. And then you have to think of the crew from, UPS. That's a whole different thing because like us, they too are a business family. My nephew was supposed to report to work at 10 o'clock tonight at UPS. And so they're trying to find out, what are we supposed to do? Do we even come to work? Where do we go? Where do we report? How do we find out what's going on? So everything is unfolding, but it hasn't even quite been 2 hours yet. It has not been 2 hours since one of the most tragic things plane-wise in aviation has happened.
We heard from the mayor a little bit ago, but we are still waiting for an official media briefing that's supposed to come at 7:30.
It has changed a couple of times.
Okay.
The governor wants to come down to Louisville Metro and do a briefing at 7:30. That is the one we are waiting for. And again, we'll bring you all this information. Someone from the WAVE team will be there to make sure that we let you hear from the governor. They were going to also have a meeting at Miners Lane. That was going to be from emergency people, and I guess to get into the very nuts and bolts of it. But that meeting, they said, was not going to happen for quite some time.
Yeah. We have been trying to track some of the images that come in. And of course, we want to verify things before we're able to bring them on the air. But looking at some of the images that I have seen just since Dawn has been in here about the potential track that the plane made before it came to that final stop there, it is a large area that we need to be concerned with over there. Crittenden Drive, Grade Lane, the opposite side of the airport. Some of the businesses, we think of Stooges Bar and Grill, an area that's been popular for so long.
Auto mechanics are out there.
Several different plants. Here's the map for people to see exactly. That's where the explosion itself was reported. But we're hearing some of the reports start to trickle in that maybe the distress was earlier than that last explosion, which would mean that this area we now have to be concerned with. That initial lens alert that came out to your phones had a relatively small area that they had told people to shelter in place. That has now since grown. You saw just a minute ago, we had it popped up on the screen. There it is, all the way northbound to the Ohio River, as all of these emergency departments from all over the area work to assess the damage and work on the situation.
I think when the plane went down, we first initially thought, oh, this is centralized at the airport, but now we're getting a better idea from the aerials how long the pathway of destruction is actually. And
everyone gasped.
Yeah.
Like when we figured out, because you see, or the pictures that family members who were on the expressway and different people, oh, what's going on? Look at what happened. It looked like just like Ryan said, somebody thought, oh, is it a tornado? It looks like just a funnel of smoke. It was not that.
Sure.
It was basically, you could see a trail of fire, debris, and destruction, and it's a long trail.
And you think how massive this scene is, how hard it has to be for firefighters and first responders who are trying to get an idea of every location that is exactly impacted by this path of destruction.
And you don't want more to be impacted. We were watching as some of them were putting foam on, other trucks and different buildings. I would think they wanted to protect those so they too don't go up, and we don't know what was in those buildings.
I was just checking on some of the governor's feeds. He's going to be providing, it looks like at Metro Hall, an update at 7:30. So we hope some of the new information, some of those details that we just can't fill in yet will come in approximately 23 minutes from Metro Hall, from the governor, who probably at this point has been in contact with federal officials. We know the FAA and the NTSB headlining this investigation, but the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, has already put out information on social media about this, that he's aware, their department at the federal level is aware. And so you got to think the governor's had some of those tough conversations, maybe getting information from our emergency crews on the ground of how big of a situation this is, and then what we need from the federal level to move on from this in the short term and then going forward in the days and weeks to come.
You talk about, what we need from aviation and all of that. Anything that happens this evening, our team will bring that to you. I say that because they're asking you to shelter in place. They're asking you not to come anywhere near this site. And just out of respect for the immense tragedy that it is and the fact that our emergency people are working so hard, we ask too that you please follow those rules and don't make your way in, because they're letting us get particular places, but they don't need the city there.
We mentioned that some of the video and things we're working to turn around and make sure that it's verified before we put it on the air. I mentioned the Transportation Secretary a second ago, Sean Duffy. He has now shared some of those images, some of the ones you specifically were referring to, Dawn, that show the swath of ground, potentially the roof of a building where this plane cuts. So now that we have some of those confirmed, at least a federal appointee sharing this, we can turn some of this around, show you the pictures that he's getting about some of the damage here at home on the ground here in Louisville.
And just again, this is not just a centralized incident. This massive scene is going to take some time to determine exactly what the damage and extent to businesses, to residents, to other folks as well. So we're hoping to get some more information here in about 20 minutes from the governor and other officials as well.
Was something that we had shared earlier, but just as we talk about overall impact, of course, we think about UPS and we think about the pilots and the crew. We know 3 people on board. We heard early reports, possibly 4 people taken to the hospital. So we don't know if there's somebody from on the ground, a first responder who was trying to deal with this and got close to the explosion. We don't know who these people are yet that have been impacted. But what we do know is that the neighborhoods nearby, thanks to so many of you who live there, are having debris and ash rain down on your homes. They said this has been continuous, and you can see from the live pictures how big that plume of smoke still is. You got to think air quality in this area. Another thing impacted, another reason they're telling you, if you're in this zone up to the Ohio River, stay in your house if you can. But people seeing, we knew this was going to Hawaii, the addresses from some of the debris falling with the ash and the smoke.
I would think, and again, I'd turn to the guys, Ryan and Kevin over there, that heat, that immense heat, would also cause a wind, and with that heat maybe blowing that ash and whatever is left. You know how heat always, it has a power when a house catches
Well, there's no kidding. Yeah, I mean, it creates an environment of its own.
Of its own.
Yes.
And what just happened there is beyond an environment of its own.
Well, and the power, I mean, the reason people are seeing the debris, if that's the case many miles away, would be because of the updrafts in that smoke that's happened from the fuel. And, it's not out of the question that would be carried to the north and east, because that was the direction of the wind. Haven't had a whole lot of reports of that. Wouldn't suspect we're going to see a whole lot, because most of the packages on that plane were sort of already scooting across the ground and burning.
I just checked all the EPA air sensors here in Louisville. They all show green right now. So we're in pretty good shape there, but that you can see it on your screen there. There's actually a couple pretty nearby. Jeffersonville would be one to watch there. But so far, of course, the shelter in place continues from the airport to the Ohio River there. And, folks, if it smells bad, please stay inside, shelter in place, heed this thing. It's serious when they put out the alerts to your phones. It takes a minute to get that done. So they really mean it when they do it.
Yeah, tragic day for Louisville, for the UPS family, and whoever else is affected on the ground, which, we can't say enough, because we can't get close enough. The images that we have seen certainly show that this was more than just a random field that a plane crashed into. It wasn't that. This plane barely lifted off the end of runway 17, right?
17, right, yeah.
And so as that plane tried to take off, you could see the fireball on its lower, I guess that would be its lower left engine.
Yeah, if you're looking from the cockpit outward, it was the left engine. So there was something on fire. Was it the engine? Was it the fuel tank on the wing? Right. We don't know. But it got to a speed where it could get airborne just a little bit, but not by much. And the crew likely made a decision here. You can see the video here, to continue the roll for takeoff and to not try to abort the takeoff. They got past a point of no return on that. You'll often hear like V1, V2 in the cockpit. That's when you are past that point of no return. They got there, and unfortunately, this was the end result.
Yeah, so barely even maybe actually lifting up 3 engines on that plane, the 2 on the side. That's what makes the MD-11 stand out so much. Still in flight, but have been phased out of UPS's fleet over the last few years.
Yeah, the reason that the MD-11 was such a cargo horse for both UPS and FedEx is because it's a wide-body jet. Passenger carriers weren't interested in it anymore because it had those 3 engines. They were more interested in the 2-engine jets, exactly, like the 767, the 757, later on the 787. So the tri-jets, or the MD-11 in this case, were relegated mainly to cargo airlines. So that's why you still see them flying the MD-11 this late in the game. It was built in June 1991, this particular tail number there. And I do want to correct something from earlier. It had been doing domestic within the 48 states turns all week. That particular flight number is assigned to the Honolulu route here, but this particular plane's been to Baltimore and several other contiguous U.S. states and cities here within the past few days. These planes get worked a lot because of how their domestic route system with UPS works. They've got Worldport, they've got Ontario, California, they've got Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, they've got all these domestic hubs, but Louisville's the biggest, and they turn these flights around in a very short time. If you've ever been to the airport at night after 10 p.m., you can see all the lights lined up down to Bullitt County or up to Jeffersonville, Sellersburg, and beyond, with all the planes coming in and going out during the overnight sort there.
I forget how many it is within such a short period of time. It's so many.
Oh, it's at least 3 figures within the night there, if not 4 figures of flights. Yeah. It's a ton of cargo that moves in and out of Louisville, and so many people don't realize that because it happens mainly during the overnight. The 1 or 2 UPS planes you see during the day, that is a fraction of what happens during the overnight period here.
All right, guys, what's new?
Well, one of the situations that's tough as we're trying to bring you this new information is getting close enough to the scene to show you some of the images that are coming in. A lot of the videos we've brought you so far are things that people sent us when they were still in the area that hadn't been quarantined off yet. I have someone who I've been talking with here now who was nearby, and from their testimony, what I'm hearing is that there are cars that are burned. It looks like a wildfire outside of Stooges.
I saw that there from what we saw.
Which is near the recycling center as well, which of course, there's a lot of materials there that we've got to be worried about. First responders for sure worried about as they deal with the situation on the ground. But at least several cars, several dozen perhaps, torched there near Stooges, near the recycling center.
All right, we have crews out at the scene. They've been talking to witnesses as well. Let's hear what some of those folks are saying.
So for something like this to happen is extremely shocking. And, I know that there's injuries, but I hope for the best in a terrible situation.
I thought it was one of my jobs, like it was my job because I work right off Gray Lane. So I was hoping that everybody made it out okay. I was hoping it wasn't another explosion like we just had at Carbide Industries or that we just had at AAK, dealing with chemicals and, terrorist attacks and stuff going on like that. They just forwarded a plan on Halloween, I think it was. So I was just hoping that everybody was safe and, everybody made it home. But our prayers are with the families and, hope everybody made it home safe.
So many people thinking of those who will be touched by this. Just another emergency alert. This is a shelter-in-place update. The shelter-in-place has been further revised. The new shelter-in-place is now from Outer Loop northbound to the Ohio River. Again, Outer Loop northbound to the Ohio River. Continue to shelter in place and avoid contact with smoke from the incident near the airport. Areas south of Outer Loop are now cleared from that shelter in place.
And these shelter in place, they are important because of the massive extent of how big this scene is and also just the environmental dangers from what's in the air right now. So they need folks to really, as you said, Dawn, earlier, to pay attention. LMPD just posted that UPS will release more facts as they become available, but the National Transportation Safety Board is in charge of the investigation, and they will be the primary source for information about the official investigation.
Yeah, good reminder here to update you. If you're just joining us here and have been wondering what in the world is going on here in our city, we're about 13 minutes away from getting our first official update. We have the mayor, the governor, and all of these first responders who have gathered together to provide whatever details they can. We'll bring that to you live in about 12 minutes now. But if you're just joining us, this has been an ongoing situation for 2 hours now. About 5:15 to 5:20 was when this plane crashed. It was a UPS plane. The model is an MD-11. We know that 3 people were on board that flight when it crashed. Myra mentioned the federal agencies are now investigating this. As of now, the airfield is closed. You can't go through TSA either. Departures and arrivals have been suspended. And of course, they're at the bottom. We're waiting on that update from our officials.
And we don't know how long they will be closed, too. So that's something to keep in mind. So if you have a flight, you need to keep checking on the status of that as well. So that's undetermined right now.
You know, it's hard to even think about. I mentioned that my nephew was supposed to report to work at 10 o'clock at UPS. And let's go to Logan Perrone, who has a live interview right now.
Yeah, hey, Don, I'm here with Christian. We just met him here on the overpass. We're still at Woodlawn Avenue, just by the airport. And Christian here says he is a plane spotter. So tell us a little bit about what you do, kind of, why you are out here. You said this is your stopping ground.
It really is. I'm out here a lot. I mean, not a whole lot, but a couple times a month, me and some other people that like to spot planes, we come out here, and there's a few spots around where we'll take pictures. There's good vantage points of the airport. And there's some people that we work with that are actually in the airport that are affiliated with Stanford, or that are just in UPS that are like ramp agents.
And Christian, how long have you been doing this?
About 2 years now.
And have you ever encountered anything like this? Ever thought you would encounter anything like this?
Absolutely never. It's absolutely absurd to me. I couldn't believe it till I saw it. I mean, it's uncanny. Something you don't think it would ever happen.
Now, I know, obviously, we've seen the images. I'm sure you've seen some of them on social media. We've seen, how this plane was taking off. It was departing SDF and it was on fire. I mean, from someone who's been around planes, watching them take off, come in, just how would you describe this feeling here, again, of just what happened and the images that we've seen at home?
I don't have words. Uncanny is the best way to describe it. It seems like something you'd see out of a movie or a video game. You see this big, I've seen one video from on the ramp over there, right as it was taking off. The left engine is on fire. It's something you just don't think would ever happen. And the fact that happened right over there is absurd to me. Never could I imagine anything like this ever happening. A couple months ago, there was an incident at Bowman where a plane overran the runway and was in a field, and that was crazy to us. But this is something we never thought would happen.
Well, Christian, thank you for taking the time to talk with us, guys. We'll send it back to you, and of course, we'll continue to monitor. Actually, if we can right now, we'll show you this fire has gone down a little bit. We've seen a lot of flames out this way, guys. We saw them spurting up. We saw the emergency crews pouring water on it. I just wanted to update you guys while we have you here. We have seen that die down from our vantage point. The glow has slowly gotten a lot fainter from our vantage point here on Woodlawn Avenue.
All right, that's good news. Thank you, Logan. So our live reporters on the ground able to show us some of those vantage points where hopefully those first responders are getting a handle on this situation. So we're hearing from people there on the ground. Myra and I have been hearing from people who were driving by at the time, telling us what it looked like, horrifying, a ball of fire. Dawn, you were hearing from people, part of the UPS family, about what the situation's been like for them.
Well, just from people who either I know at UPS or family members.
You know a lot
at
of people
UPS.
in this town.
Well, yeah, we're born and raised here, so you get that. And plus, UPS is like Ford, is like JCPS,
GE.
is like, right, GE. You're talking about its own little city, really. And, now you have all of them saying, this person was there. I don't know where they are. So now you've got the scramble. The fear and the heartbreak of, I need to find that person. I saw them 15 minutes before this happened. I got to know where that person is. And I cannot imagine what that feeling might be.
That must be awful. Again, this is going to go down as one of the most heartbreaking and tragic days here in Louisville history. We are a little over 2 hours since this has happened. We're going to get a media briefing. We're told at 7:30. We'll hopefully get some more information. But the shelter in place has been expanded. We know that this was not just an isolated incident. This plane did not just go down in one area. It left a long path of destruction. So we'll probably get a little bit more information about that as well. But I think it's so dark outside. So a lot of folks, we probably don't know the extent of damage that some buildings may have faced.
Yeah, as our crews are working to get through some of the closed streets, so we are trying to get some of these neighborhoods that are nearby and confirm some of the reports that we've seen on social media and from texts about what's going on on nearby the site of this crash and before the plane actually went down there at the end of the runway. So if they can navigate around those, if anyone at home can safely send us anything that you saw earlier, of course, that's information that's helpful as we piece this thing together. I want to go over to the Weather Center. Kevin and Ryan have been watching this from other vantage points. What do you guys have?
Well, I think, in fact, it was our SkyTrack camera that first showed the signs of it for Louisville, where we saw that plume of smoke go up. We're like, man, and then the reports of an explosion near the airport came in. We weren't sure what it was. And then within probably 5 minutes, it was a plane that had crashed just off of the end of runway 17 right, which many of us, if you've been to the airport, have taken off of, because when those winds are from the south, that's the
from the north heading
from the north headed to the south. That's the direction you're going to go. We talked about the configuration of the MD-11. It requires 2 pilots, a pilot and a co-pilot, but we know 3 people were on board. So we were doing a little digging, because in some instances, that jump seat can be used to just get to a destination or be used by other airlines for someone to get to a destination. But our summation in this is that it was a 3rd pilot.
Right. So this was a flight over 8 hours, and the regs on flights over 8 hours, the regulations are that you have to have an International Relief Officer, IRO. That is a 3rd pilot that is typically resting, waiting to kind of assume the position of either the captain or the first officer of the aircraft, or when they reach a point where they need a break, because it's such a long flight from Louisville to Honolulu direct. So that's who that may very well have been, given the flight time of this. About 8 hours, 20 minutes is typically how long, at least the turns this past week here to Honolulu from SDF have been taking here. So that may very well be the reason for the 3rd person on a 2 crew aircraft here. Now, one of the innovations of the MD-11 back in the late 80s, early 90s was reducing it down to 2 from 3. Earlier versions called the DC-10 had a crew of 3 here.
So they had a flight engineer on
exactly
board,
who would work the systems and controls.
Yeah. So here we are coming up 7:30. We expect that press briefing. We know that all agencies are on their way, if not already in Louisville, including the NTSB. And guys, this fire is still in progress. So this has to burn out before they can do any type of on-site investigation. Who knows when that's going to be? 38,000 gallons of grade A jet fuel on board, Jet A.
Well, guys, speaking of the emergency agencies dealing with this, just got an update from LMPD within the last minute about that shelter in place and about the surrounding areas. They're still telling people that you need to shelter in place. You need to avoid contact with the smoke from the incident. So people have been reporting seeing that as far away as Jeffersonville, Indiana, out to Mount Washington, in Linden area, in J-Town. So even if you're there, avoid the smoke if you can. And this is just coming in from them. If you're south of Outer Loop, you're now cleared from the shelter in place. So if you're south there of Outer Loop, it's at least one area that no longer has to be staying indoors.
This is something they're going to have to work through the night on. Nobody's going home there, I would figure. But as Kevin was saying, it's jet fuel. I would think water would not do a lot for that. I mean, it would have to.
They had the foam on the trucks earlier.
Foam on the trucks, but this thing is a mile long and it is burning. You see it going through. Myra, you said you wondered. You heard there were cars burnt. There are cars burnt. There are buildings burnt. There are straight lines straight through buildings. So, and you see now there's the smoke that originally is what we saw, that smoke. And you could not tell the destruction initially. But to see it, it just seems like it's not possible.
And when you see it from an aerial view, that is what is so startling, because it makes you think that we probably have a number of injuries probably on our hands tonight. And it's just devastating.
Well, we hope to get an update on those injuries within the next 3 minutes. I want to take you to a live picture right now to show you where this news conference is going to be taking place. We have our cameras set up inside here. They're doing the mic checks there before we have our officials. We're thinking the governor, the mayor, and possibly folks who were there on the ground to update us on this situation, provide hopefully some of the facts and some of the details that we have been working to confirm for the past 2 hours and change. So this is the site where that will take place. We will listen in. We'll take that press conference live. And again, hopefully some of the information has been confirmed, because we've mentioned it several times. Emergency crews, when they're dealing with a situation like this, they'll get out the information that's critical, that they have to keep public safety top of mind, but other details, they have to focus on the firefight, the recovery, the area, making sure that it's secure, making sure this doesn't spread. If the fire trucks are running out of the foam and contracting that from other agencies, there's so many things taking place on the ground. Sometimes the information that comes out has to move down the list. So about a minute and a half out, hoping to learn more.
You have to think, though, we know that we're saying 3 crew members, right?
Right.
3 crew members. And generally, when there is a plane crash, we were talking about it in the newsroom, you think of how many souls are lost on that plane.
Right.
And you do that this evening because 3 souls lost on that plane. But we also have to think of this wasn't a crash over water or only for that plane. How many souls lost on the ground?
Before it got to the runway where we saw that explosion.
When it went to the runway, when it went through businesses, when it went through town, what are we looking at? And I'm not sure how long that would, that part of it will take. What does that look like? As I mentioned, some UPS folks that have been texting me saying, I saw so-and-so, I don't know where that person is. And that's going to take a long time.
All right. I want to share a tweet that Louisville Metro Police have just... Okay. We want to get to Congressman Morgan McGarvey, who is on the phone. Congressman McGarvey, what can you tell us? What do you know tonight?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'm in D.C. right now and getting texts and pictures from people all across Louisville. I mean, like so many families, my family's sheltered in place right now. It looks apocalyptic and awful. I've talked to the governor, I've talked to the mayor, I've talked to the police chief, the fire chief, people on the ground, but I've also been calling around to people in Washington. We've reached out and made contact with the administration on this. Obviously, they are already working. And I personally spoke with the chair of the National Transportation and Safety Board, the NTSB. They have already mobilized their teams. They are working on this right now, doing everything they can to get answers.
Congressman McGarvey, do you know anything about the extent of damage? Are you hearing anything about that?
No, I don't know the extent right now. I think it's important to say too, and you'll probably hear the governor and the mayor say this as well. One, we don't know the extent of the damage yet. Two, and talking to the chair of the NTSB, we don't know what happened yet. I know there's a lot of video out there, and you see something and you think you know what happened. We really don't know exactly what happened or why it happened yet. And thanks to our first responders and our police, our fire, our EMS, they're out there right now doing amazing, heroic work. And I think that's why you see so much focused on the recovery right now, focus on the recovery, trying to make sure as many people are as okay as possible to make the area as safe as possible. And then we'll be getting those numbers and those answers as they become available and are definite.
Yeah, Congressman, we're taking a live picture now as you speak to the podium where we're expecting maybe 4 minutes or so. The governor is going to address our city and state here about this incident. From the federal level, can you walk us through, you talked about some of the conversations you're having, and I know when we have disasters and emergencies and things like this, we rely on resources and those partnerships at the federal level. So what does that look like, not knowing yet exactly what we're going to need here at home?
Yeah, and I think right now when people think about, government, they see so much partisanship and that sort of thing. I'm happy to report that everyone is working amazingly together, and we are working state, local, federal to mobilize the full array of services. NTSB, National Transportation Safety Board, they will play a big role in this. They will handle the investigation into what happened to the plane. But we are also looking at what federal resources might be available for the recovery efforts of the entire area. The plane is the part the NTSB will handle, but that crash, obviously, you can just tell from the images, there's a pretty good stretch of Louisville that's going to need help. And so state, local, federal working together, making sure that we have everybody working together and getting those resources where they're needed.
Congressman McGarvey, I know that you are in Washington, but this is home. You think about home when you're there, and you think about home when you're here. What message do you want to give to folks who are here? Because this is a layered tragedy. We're going to be going through this for some time. And then you think of the time of the year now. The message that you want to make sure that we hear, that we know?
Yeah, I mean, check on your friends, check on your neighbors. This is our time as Louisvillians to show really who we are. We care about each other. We care about our community. I've lived in Louisville my whole life. I don't remember any plane crash like this. It's okay to grieve, but let's come together. Let's help each other out. Let's be who I know we are. And so, Dawn, it's tough. It's tough to see these images. It just looks awful. But I really think that as Louisvillians, we are going to come together. We're going to lift each other up. We're going to pray for each other. We're going to put our arms around each other. And we'll be there to help everybody get through this.
Congressman McGarvey, we are just getting word from LMPD that they're opening up their training academy for victim reunification. Our victim services unit and chaplains will be present. This is happening at 2911 Taylor Boulevard. Again, 2911 Taylor Boulevard. This is where the victim reunification is going to be taking place. So they're going to have the victim services unit and the chaplains as well. So that's not a good.
So important.
Not a good update.
Yeah.
Well,
Congressman. Not a good update, but yeah.
We thank you for spending some time here with us as we are nearing here, hopefully less than a minute or two away from this update. We'll be in contact, and thank you for your work there in Washington to help us here on the ground.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. And prayers go out to everybody. Thank you all.
All right. Thank you. And I know we're saying, meeting at this 2911 Taylor Boulevard, that is hard, but I would think not knowing anything at all would be even harder. And I've never been in a place like that, so I don't know. I can only guess. But just all around, there's so much that we have to look at that has to happen. And as the congressman said, it's hard. And so now we've got to do the hard work of just being here for each other.
And this is going to be a very long night and probably into the morning, assessing the damage, taking control of this fire, figuring out how many victims there are. This is going to be a long, very difficult night for our community, area hospitals, and those who were in that path of destruction when this plane went down.
Yeah, we know that so many services are now out. You think about this, an event like this size, sure, maybe we don't remember a plane crash in our lifetime, but
looks like somebody might be, are they headed up to the podium?
They're getting ready to.
Okay, they're preparing. But you think about the draw of resources, right? There are still other things happening in the community right now. And when you have this many fire personnel and first responders and police officers attending this one scene, it's a drain on the resources, and it's a tough night for those first responders. So when they have these shelter in place or stay out of the area, things like that, it's important to remember to follow those. We have posted here on your screen before this press conference begins some of the facts that we know right now. About the time the plane was reported to have crashed was 5:15. We know the type of plane it was, an MD-11. We know that 3 people were on board at the time of the crash. We know that federal agencies are investigating this, the FAA and the NTSB. And as of this time, as it has been for the last several hours, the airfield is closed. No departures, no arrivals. That has all been suspended.
There's a really important update coming from Louisville Metro Emergency Services just now. They are saying for those, that, according to the health department, if your home or business is within the shelter in place area, please turn off any air intake systems as soon as possible.
Don't want the smoke coming in.
Don't want the smoke coming in, and especially important for folks that have respiratory issues. You do not want to breathe in this smoke.
Smoke's been something they've been worried about since the onset of this, not knowing what type of materials are down there on the ground.
If they don't want you to go out, they don't want that smoke coming in. Nobody knows right now what all is in that smoke, materials, fuel, there's just no telling. And so make sure we follow those alert rules to make sure everyone is as safe as possible.
As we look at the live pictures here, you can see the right-hand side of your screen. This is one of our SkyTrack cameras or TriMark cameras that we have been actively watching since about 5:15 when this began. And you can see as night falls, it appears that at least the explosion site, there is some improvement. It's tough to see with it being this dark what the smoke looks like. at this hour, but we know that for so long there were these secondary explosions, smaller explosions that were taking place after the initial large one that took place when the plane went down. And at least now, knowing that it's dark, we would see a lot more fire if this was still out of control. And so hopefully, just by looking at the pictures that we have that we've been monitoring, things are starting to improve on the fire and the aftermath aspect of the ground investigation.
This is the domino effect, right? That plane went down, hit a number of things. So it's not just one fire that firefighters are working to contain. It's more than likely multiple things that are happening.
Stretch of fire.
Stretch of fire.
It's a stretch of fire. Again, there are going to be a lot of folks that want to make sure you have the information that you need because, as we mentioned, UPS, that's the world hub here. This is the busiest. And so there's a lot of people who will be looking for folks. This is, I guess they said it kind of came out of the plane.
Yes.
Yeah, that came from the plane.
Wow.
And you see it was burned. And
This is
it's
some of the
falling
debris
from the sky.
Yep.
Yeah.
And a lot of it, we knew the plane was going to Hawaii, and we were hearing that people were seeing some of this mail with those Hawaii addresses on it. And here's an example of that right here. So an everyday occurrence. So you heard Ryan Hoke, who's an aviation buff, talking about this. And right now we want to go live to the press conference as Governor Beshear takes to the podium.
Please join us, Representative. Good. Well, good evening, everyone. Tonight, you're going to hear from myself, Julie Carr with the Mayor's Office, Jody, the Director of Emergency Management for Louisville, your Police Chief, Fire Chief O'Neill. You're going to hear from your State Senator, Katara Herron. Representative Lisa Wilner, Councilwoman, is also going to join us. We also have representatives from Congressman Morgan McGarvey's office, Senator Paul's office. We have Chief Grimes from Louisville Airport Police, the U.S. Attorney's Office, MSD, KSP, Kentucky Emergency Management, Kentucky Homeland Security, and a number of others, because this is an all-hands-on-deck response, and everyone's contributions are appreciated and will be recognized. At approximately 5:14 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, UPS Flight 2976 from Louisville, Kentucky to Honolulu, Hawaii, an MD-11 with 3 crew members on board was involved in a catastrophic crash here in Louisville adjacent to our airport. UPS will be releasing more facts as available. The National Transportation Safety Board will be in charge of the investigation and will be on the scene shortly. They will be the primary source of the investigation as it continues in the days and in the weeks ahead. I can confirm that there was no specifically hazardous cargo on board of the plane that would create an environmental issue for those around the site, but the impact and where it impacted could create those types of situations. So please, if there is a shelter in place, follow it. Other agencies involved that are at the scene or available, the Kentucky National Guard, Kentucky Office of Homeland Security, the Louisville Fire Department, the Lexington Fire Department, the Bardstown Fire Department, the Shepherdsville Fire Department, Louisville Emergency Management, the Fern Creek Fire Department, Pleasure Ridge Park Fire Department, Fairdale Fire Department, Anchorage Middletown Fire Department, Jeffersontown Fire Department, Airport Police Department, Louisville Metro Police, Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, St. Matthews Police Department, Shively Police Department, KSP, Louisville Metro EMS, MSD, Louisville Gas and Electric, Kentucky Emergency Management. Again, we have virtually every single fire, police, and emergency response group that is responding right now to what you're seeing. At this time, we've got some initial numbers, but let me tell you, I expect them to grow. Right now, we believe we have at least 3 fatalities. So I believe that number is going to get larger. We have at least 11 injuries, some of them very significant, that are being treated by local hospitals. Again, I think that number will get larger. There is a victim family reunification center being set up at the Louisville Metro Police Training Academy. That is 2911 Taylor Boulevard. Victim services personnel will be on site and on location for anyone who needs information. The United Way is also offering shelter to anybody that's been impacted. You can call them at 502-376-6617. Updates on the operation of the Louisville International Airport will be shared after we're completed here around 8:15 via press conference with Louisville Emergency Management. Right now, we believe that the main area hit consisted of 2 businesses, though we know there were more businesses impacted. The first is Kentucky Petroleum Recycling. We are seeking more information, but it looks like they were hit pretty directly. The second is Grade A Auto Parts. Grade A has been in contact. They've accounted for all of their employees but 2, but they do not know how many other individuals, customers, or others could have been on site at the time. Because of the nature of these facilities, it may be some time before we can account for everyone or know that no one else was on the grounds. They're going to provide us with descriptions of the 2 missing employees soon. Again, there's no direct information about non-employees who were there at the time. The radius for the shelter in place has been adjusted. It is now anything north of the airport to the Ohio River. That includes, without limitation, South Louisville, Old Louisville, and downtown. LG&E had some equipment that has been damaged, but they're reporting no major outages at the time. They may, for safety purposes, have to have some outages. Please understand that if that's done, that's to protect you and the people working on it. I've been in direct contact with the CEO of Ford Motor Company. I can tell you that the Ford plant there was not hit, though it has lost power or did lose power for a period of time, but with the number of employees working there, that's a blessing. I've also been in touch with the head of security for the convention center, and everyone is sheltering in place that is there. They have stopped people coming in for the upcoming events for people's safety, and I know they'll be sending out additional information. Anybody who has seen the images in the video know how violent this crash is. And there are a lot of families that are going to be waiting and wondering for a period of time. We're going to try to get them that information as fast as we can. But if this is a family you know, please give them your support. Please give them your prayers. Please give them your love and be with them, because the toughest moments, and I can say it from personal experience, or when you're wondering whether that person that you know and you care about has survived something like this. We do not, at the moment, have the status of the crew. Watching that video, I think we're all very, very worried about them. I'm going to turn it over now to Julie Carr with the mayor's office. Let me say I've talked to the mayor 6 times since this has happened. He was out of town, which was completely scheduled. He is moving heaven and earth to be back, and he will be back. And from somebody who has been out of town when some of these things happened, let me tell you, he is completely and fully on top of it, in communication, and his crew behind me is responding as well as I've seen any group do. And trust me, I've sadly seen a lot of disasters, whether like this or through weather. So I'll turn it over to Julie Carr.
I'm Deputy Mayor Julie Carr. First and foremost, Mayor Greenberg has been in constant contact with those on the ground, emergency operations, Governor Beshear, and our federal partners. And he would like me to express that he and Rachel have the victims of today's crash in their hearts and prayers. He is asking the entire city of Louisville to join them in praying for the victims, their families, and our first responders, who bravely rushed to the scene to save people and are still actively working to put the fire out. Our hearts are with those affected by this tragic incident. The mayor's office is working closely with first responders, federal authorities, and emergency management teams to respond and secure the area. The mayor is traveling and is expected to be back in Louisville before 9 p.m. He will be here to update our city as more information becomes available. I'm now going to ask Jody Myman, Executive Director of Emergency Services, to give more of an update.
All right, we're going to hear from Jody in a second. I also have a statement from Representative Morgan McGarvey, who is in Washington, D.C. He says, tonight our community was rocked by a devastating plane crash at the Louisville Airport. Representative McGarvey says, my heart breaks for the pilots, crew, and their families, and he's praying for everyone impacted. He's grateful for the bravery of our first responders as they continue their work throughout the night to respond quickly and heroically to this horrific incident. We still do not have complete details on how this tragedy occurred, but I've spoken with the chair of the National Transportation Safety Board and will continue to stay in contact with state, local, and federal authorities to get answers and do what we can to help all those affected. And I know your emergency management director is going to say the same thing, but the thing I left out is do not go to the crash site. You will put people in danger. You will put yourself in danger. There may be people that still need to be rescued. Do not be the reason that the first responders cannot get to them. There are still dangerous things that are flammable, that are potentially explosive at the site. Chief O'Neill was filling me in on that. All of his people and everybody else there are currently safe, but they are trained. The general public is not. So do not go to the site. Director?
Thank you, Governor. So we provided and are assisting currently with on-scene coordination between all the agencies. And initially, obviously everybody can see how big this site actually is. You're not only dealing with the aircraft itself, but you're dealing with several businesses that were affected. Some of those businesses have some issues and some hazards on them that we have to address as well. So establishing that incident management team and that initial unified command between all the agencies that you see standing behind me, as well as the ones that are on site. The Okolona Fire Department was the initial local fire department that was dispatched, and then the city of Louisville was dispatched very recently after that, after multiple calls started coming into our 911 center. But there's three phases of this response. It's life safety, it's incident stabilization, and it's property conservation. And we're still in the life safety step in that process. And what I mean by that is we're still going door to door in the area to make sure that every business, every facility, and there's a couple private residences, everybody's accounted for and everybody has evacuated that immediate area. Our shelter in place, we initially did that at a 5-mile radius because the wind was doing some things and pushing the smoke in different areas. And as hot as the fire was, it was kind of creating its own atmosphere and doing really what it wanted to do. So we're working to narrow that. You heard the governor already say that we've narrowed it a little bit, and we hope in the next couple of hours to narrow that as a little bit more. We started to provide initial air monitoring, very close and immediate on site. We continue that air monitoring now. We've got the 41st CST that's on site that's providing that. And they're also providing us some plume modeling that will give us the opportunity, again, a little bit later in the shortcoming to be able to narrow that as well. Like the governor said, stay away from the area. You know, there's a lot of emergency response agencies there, not only from Jefferson County, but our surrounding counties. Can't thank the response enough. But again, we're still in that life safety phase. Instant stabilization, they're doing that at the same time. Like I said, it's a very large area that's been affected by this, and they have to narrow that down and start to go into that area to make sure that they can identify all the future hazards that can present themselves during this emergency. The area that we've got isolated as far as traffic has been done by Louisville Metro Police and our Sheriff's Office. Again, so take a look at those, and please stay out of that. Please stay out of that area so it helps with our life safety and our incident stabilization. We'll continue this as long as we can. They have been able to make some headway on the fire to start to get in there. There were several explosions initially from the site itself, just by some of the hazards that were created by the facilities that it impacted. Like I said, we'll be on site. We'll provide more information as we get it through the night. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Humphrey, Chief of Police, Louisville Metro Police. I will reiterate what the governor and Director Myman said. Please avoid the area and allow first responders to do the work to rescue, recover, and stabilize that scene. I will also say that in the meantime, before we can have a more formal update, please direct all of your attention to the social media of Louisville Emergency Management for any real-time updates. We will have a Family Reunification Center set up at the Louisville Metro Police Academy at 2911 Taylor Boulevard. There we'll have our victim services unit that will be able to help any families get in contact with anyone they need. Again, please stay away from the area. Allow those first responders to do their job to make sure that that scene is as safe as possible. This will be an ongoing active scene for the next several days. We don't know how long it's going to take to render that scene safe for the investigation to take place. The NTSB will be the lead in the investigation. So as of right now, we will not be able to answer any questions related to the cause of this crash until the NTSB is able to give us more information. And with that, I will turn it over to the Senator.
Good evening, Chief Brian O'Neill, Louisville Fire Department. I want to reiterate, this happened in Okolona, and so I want to make sure we give credit to the fact that the Okolona Fire Department, first on the scene, took command of the scene, and so we are there in support to help them and we've got units from the rest of the Jefferson County Fire Departments there, as well as surrounding counties. Obviously, the Airport Fire Department is a huge factor in this as well. We've also received assistance from some of the industry around here that has firefighting foam. That is absolutely necessary. As you heard, this was a UPS plane that was taking off, getting ready to go all the way to Honolulu, Hawaii. So we're talking about over 250,000 gallons of jet fuel that was on that plane. So we're talking about a very, very dangerous situation. The area that's affected on Grade Lane at Melton, and it's about a city block wide. You've got fuel recycling storage and some bulk fuel storage that's right there. You also have the auto parts area. There's a lot of issues that are going on with being able to surround and try to contain this fire. When I left the scene about 40 minutes ago, crews there were doing an amazing job. Again, all credit to the firefighters on the scene. They are doing incredible work, and they are containing this fire. Basically, you have to surround it. Where I was with some of our crews was on the north and west side, and you've got Okolona and other people that were leading the charge on that south side to try to just bring it in and bring it in and bring it in. But as I said, we're dealing with not only the initial fuel spill, but all the additional that was on site there. So it's going to be a little while. I've got to reiterate, I know you're going to be tired of hearing this, but you're going to keep hearing it. Try to be patient. Listen to emergency management for any updates. I know you might be eager to try to call, to try to find out what's going on. I promise you, people are busy, people are working, they're doing everything they can to keep you safe. I want to address really quick the rest of the city. We have called in one of our off shifts. We have 3 different platoons of firefighters, so we've got off shift firefighters, the staff to back up. So rest assured, the entire city is still protected and still covered with plenty of fire safety, even though we have so many units that are down there south of the airport. So if there's any need for any other emergencies, you are covered, you are protected. Thank you.
Thank you. I am State Senator Katora Herron, and I represent the 35th Senate District. And on behalf of the Kentucky Senate General Assembly, I want to acknowledge how jarring it is for the residents of Louisville and the surrounding areas to watch this tragedy hit so close to home, to happen in a place where many of us frequent on a regular basis, that many of us watch our family members and loved ones pass through on a regular basis, and to have to process this information and to know that there's been loss of lives. It's very hurtful. And my thoughts and prayers go out to the families that we know have been impacted, to the surrounding neighborhoods and communities. And I just want to urge our residents, as it's already been said, to be patient, to stay away from the scene, and to come together at this time of this tragedy. And I want to, again, thank the first responders, the ones that are still there on the scene, and we will make sure that we keep you all updated with additional information. And I will turn it over to Representative Lisa Wilner.
State Representative Lisa Wilner, representing House District 35, which goes all around the airport. This is a sad and heavy occasion. I am filled with gratitude and respect for the work of our first responders, for their courage, for their training, for their teamwork, for their bringing so many different units together on such short notice. I'm grateful to our governor for getting here so fast from Frankfurt. My heart is with the families, all the community members who work for UPS, the folks who work at the airport and are there every day and are already under so much strain because of the government shutdown. This is a time for us as a community to come together. Once again, I am so proud to be a Louisvillian. We are a city of compassion. We are a city of love. I just want to ask that we keep one another in our prayers and our thoughts, that we extend kindness at every opportunity, and that we really use this opportunity to look out for our neighbors and to take care of ourselves and one another.
Okay, my name is Betsy Rui, and I represent Metro Council District 21, and the airport is in the heart of my district. And first, I would like to thank all the leadership of the first responders behind us and all the first responders out there in the field. This is what you all train for. I'm sad that we have to actually use all your training, but I'm glad that you have it. And my heart goes out to everybody at UPS, because this is a UPS town. My cousin's a UPS pilot. My aide's tennis partner is a UPS pilot. The intern in my office works overnight at UPS to pay for college. We all know somebody who works at UPS, and they're all texting their friends, their family, trying to make sure everyone is safe. Sadly, some of those texts are probably going to go unanswered. My heart goes out to those families and those friends. And thank you.
I want to acknowledge we also have our FBI special agent in charge with us today. Are grateful for her participation. With that, I'll open it up to questions, but a couple of things. I'm not going to speculate about the cause. That's for the NTSB to determine, and do not want to interfere in that in any way. And the other thing I'd say is we'll get more information on the numbers of fatalities. We'll get more information on the number of injuries. Know that information is fluid. I would tell you, after the tornado in Mayfield, I was standing outside of a factory where I was sure 100 people were dead. And we ended up only losing 13, and that's a lot of people. But pray. It works. It helps. Let's pray that the number of Kentuckians or any other folks that we lost stays as low as possible. With that, if you have questions, I'll do my best. I don't believe. Yeah.
So we do not know of anybody that are trapped, but the units on scene, as I said, we're trying to surround and contain that. As we move in, we're searching every building, every area. And like Director Myman mentioned, all the buildings that are outside of that immediate hazard zone are being searched as well to make sure that those are clear and safe.
If you see the live images that thankfully emergency management can get, you see these heroic firefighters moving from building to building to building as fast as they can, because if somebody's trapped, they're going to get to them. Yeah.
Yeah, so right now it's from the airport, basically from the airport or right around the outer loop area north. If you live in Jefferson County and you're in that, I know that's a circle that's on the screen up there behind you guys, but we're thinking anybody north of that, we hope to be able to narrow that down as accurate plume modeling is taking place, and it should be done now. So we may be able to reduce that even more, that footprint even more here just in the next couple of hours. Right now, that's it. The smoke, for the most part, is going up into the atmosphere and going north. We've also been in touch with our partners from Clark County, Indiana, because some of the smoke is going towards them as well. So they're making decisions. So if you live on the other side of the river, please make sure that you're paying attention. If there is any notifications that are going out over there, make sure you're paying attention to those as well.
And there's a lot of numbers we're getting from the fire chief. I think he said 220,000 gallons. It's 220,000 pounds, which is about 38,000 gallons. So he remembered those numbers a lot better than I would without them written down. All right, anybody else? Yeah. We have not received information we can confirm on their status. From the videos that I've seen, I'm very concerned for them. But again, I'm still praying because I've seen people make it out of things in these last 6 years that I didn't think were possible. We'll have more information soon. And we'll also want to make sure before we confirm anyone specific is deceased that we've talked to their family who deserve to hear that information first. Yeah, we'll get that information out. Depending on how much news there is, we may be able to get it out on social media or release directly, but we'll work with our news partners, knowing that this is information that people want and need, and please direct any questions to us. But we don't currently have another one scheduled yet. We'd want to make sure we had enough information that came in to warrant it. So the airport is going to have their press conference here right when we're done and are going to start addressing that. What I'd say, even with somebody who's supposed to have a flight here soon, is they should only do it when it's safe. And this is a great airport that I've used a lot. I trust their leadership, and I'll look forward to hearing what they have to say. All right, thank you all very much. And again, tough day for Louisville, tough day for Kentucky, tough day for this region. We are strong people. I've seen it time and time again, flooding, tornadoes, shootings. That's the last time I drove here this fast to make sure I got here. We've always banded together. We will again. Let's make sure before anything else, we put the families of those that are lost, the families of those that we're worried about first. They deserve it. Let's make sure we pray for them and we support them with everything we have. Thank you, Kentucky.
All right, you've been listening live to Governor Andy Beshear and other first responders and leaders here in Kentucky and the Louisville area provide us an update on what has become a horrifying evening here in Louisville, Kentucky. The governor confirming 3 people have been killed from the UPS plane crash that happened right around 5:15 this evening. He says he believes that number will get larger. There are at least 11 injuries. That some of those are significant. The governor expects that number to grow larger as well. And he is saying the concern now is with some of the people, the UPS crew, the folks on the ground at 2 different businesses, one that he said took a direct hit.
Kentucky Petroleum Recycling and Grade A Auto Parts. At Grade A Auto Parts, 2 employees have not been accounted for, but we do not know how many customers were in that business at the time as well. There is a victim reunification location, and that is at 2911 Taylor Boulevard. And also they asked folks to turn off any air intake in that shelter in place area. So that is very important for folks as well. But there may be some power outages in the area as well. So that's going to be normal. As some of it is because of the impact, but some of it as it was precautionary.
Yeah, LG&E saying that they had a piece, pardon me, of their structure that had been compromised, and for safety reasons, they may have to cut off electricity to some people. So if that happens, just please be patient, and they will get you back online as quick as possible. If your home is affected and for some reason you can't get to your home or something happened and you need to go somewhere else, you can call 502-376-6617 and they will see exactly what they can do in order to get you where you need to be.
Well, folks just saw a time-lapse video of the impact of the explosion and the fire and the crash. And again, this is a scene that is very big. It's not just the plane that went down. We know that it had a path of destruction that went there. Jody Myman of Emergency Services said there are 3 phases of this. And right now they're at the life safety phase. So that means they're going door to door, making sure, and to businesses and to homes, to make sure people are accounted for. And you think about that. I mean, that has got to be absolutely terrifying, whether, you live in that area, you're seeing this, but if you're not sure if your loved one is okay.
Yeah. Or if you're one of the UPS crew even, or anybody that's in that area, as you heard Couture Heron said, we pass through that area 500 times a day. Your loved ones pass through that area. So as Myra said, they're at life safety and incident stabilization are kind of going hand in hand, because they're going to be working to do that every minute of the evening. And then the hard part of the investigation.
Well, the governor said that at this point, we don't have confirmation of who the fatalities are, whether it was the crew on board or somebody that was on the ground in that area where the plane hit. But he called this a catastrophic crash and said that just from the images he's seen and the information he's gotten, he is very concerned about the crew that was on board this UPS flight. Myra talked about some of that door-to-door work that the Louisville Metro Emergency Management team is doing right now. There are 2 businesses that are nearby that are of concern right now. One is the Kentucky Petroleum Recycling Facility. The governor's saying that one basically took a direct hit. So there's going to be a lot of work done in that area, especially when it's safe to do so, if now they have some of this under control, which emergency crews said they are working on. Then there's the Grade A Auto Parts. They had an unknown number of customers who were there at the time and 2 employees that they are working to try to get in contact with that have been unaccounted for at this time. And then, of course, you think about some of the other businesses, homeowners, people in that area that are maybe looking outside right now wondering, what in the world did I just witness?
And they're also searching to see if anyone is trapped as well. So that's something that first responders are doing out there as well, to make sure that if anyone is stuck somewhere. I think we all know, Dawn, as you were saying, we all have a connection to UPS. My husband's uncle works at UPS. I immediately texted him, "Are you okay?" It scares you, because
it's a UPS town.
Exactly. Everybody knows somebody.
First job for many high schoolers.
Yeah.
Just working there as a package handler.
They are also saying that effective immediately, if you needed to get somewhere in the city and you were going down Grade Lane or needed to take the bus, that service has been suspended. So they're not able to send TART through that area. It's been suspended. And so TART 3, though, they're still working with the passengers there. We've got Logan Perrone, who has someone that he is talking to covering the story tonight. Logan?
Well, Don, actually, I wanted to touch on something that was mentioned during that press conference with the governor, with other officials. They said that NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Board, they're going to be the ones that are leading this investigation. And I actually have some experience with an NTSB investigation. About a year and a half ago, I was covering the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse in Baltimore. NTSB was the lead investigators on that. Jennifer Hamady, she was the chair during that time as well. And, just some of the things that we can expect from this. Obviously, we're going to get a timeline of events from NTSB when they get on the ground. We're going to get information about the plane. Those are going to be things from when it took off, from when it eventually crashed, and then we're also going to learn more about inspections, the history of the plane, when it was last looked at. We'll also learn a little bit about the operator. So again, when I was in Baltimore, we were able to learn about the people on board, the crew members. They were actually getting interviewed while I was there. Same deal here. The folks, anyone involved with the takeoff, the maintenance of this plane will likely be interviewed by NTSB, and just some other things that they'll go through, are the audio recordings, air traffic control to the plane, anything that they can get, off the black box of the plane. And then after that, we should expect some preliminary investigation. So for the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse, that was within 2 to 4 weeks after the bridge collapse, and that investigation is still going on to this day. So again, as far as this investigation, like the governor had said, NTSB, LMPD had said, NTSB is going to be investigating this, and that's kind of what we can expect. It's going to be wide-ranging. It's going to cover everything from the timeline of events to the people that were on board to the people that weren't on board but involved in the takeoff and operations of this plane to the maintenance of the plane. And then, of course, preliminary investigation will be earlier than a full investigation. Who knows how long that can take, guys.
All right. Thank you, Logan. Of course, that bridge tragedy, a big one. And thanks to Logan's perspective on covering an incident like this. I do want to get some information out right now. This is going to be a tough part of this conversation, but things like this are going to happen as we go forward. I'm in contact with the Louisville Metro Emergency Services, just got a text message, and they wanted to let family know to, if you can, please stop going to U of L Hospital. They've got a lot of work to do there. There's other emergencies in town, and they've got to deal with patients. They are asking people to please go to that family reunification location. Myra has the address for you.
That's 2911 Taylor Boulevard. Again, 2911 Taylor Boulevard. That's where they're asking people to go. They have the Red Cross is there, chaplains are there to help people navigate this.
They usually have medical personnel there too that can answer some of those questions. I know the first thought is always, I got to go to the hospital, but they've got work to do there too. And
well, you want to let them do their work, just like we're asking you don't go to the area. Why? Because we have to let those professionals do their work. This is a lot of work to do. So you talk about the hospitals. You can't keep going in there looking for someone that may be involved. Not right now, not yet, because they're trying to do their work. Now, 2911 Taylor Boulevard, the victim unification there, they may not have the answers even there yet, but you can go there because they have people there that can talk to you at this time and maybe even just ease you down until you're able to find the information that you need. You see a number there. UPS family members can call 1-800-631-0604. As we all have said, people are wondering, is my family member there? Did he go to work? What time does he have to go to work?
And the big thing you heard the governor say is do not go to the crash site. Do not go there. That's not what they need right now.
Okay, we've been talking about how this incident is so much bigger, we have learned now, than just a plane crash. As you're looking at images here of some of the debris that came from this UPS plane that has been falling on folks' homes who live off Phillips and Preston Highway and Crittenden Drive and in that area. But we want to show you a map now that shows you one of the buildings that was impacted when this plane first went down. This too speaks to the larger impact. We know that there are multiple facilities they are concerned with right now that were near the airport. We mentioned the Kentucky Petroleum Recycling Facility, a direct hit, and grade A auto parts. And the map we're working to turn around, here it is, will show you that area that it was hit. Here you can see the mouse.
Guys, what you're seeing is
Ryan, walk us through
environmental place right there. GFL Environmental, that is a petroleum recycling business with a lot of large tanks. Some of the explosions you may have seen on some of the video may very well have been some of those tanks at the south end of runway 17 right in the debris field of where this plane crashed.
Can you talk a little bit just about, obviously, that's very combustible material.
Sure. So this is a very industrial area. You've got GFL Environmental there. You've got several auto parts junkyards, pull apart type places where you go in, you pay money, and you get your auto parts there. You've got several different types of recycling centers. So you've got a lot of different hazardous materials that are sort of laid out at the end of 17 right at the airport here, right off Grade Lane. So that compounds this situation because not only do you have the Jet A fuel of this MD-11 that was loaded and ready to go to Honolulu, but you have the hazardous environmental materials on the ground as well that are now being ruptured, exploding, leaking. That's why this shelter in place is so important. We haven't seen something like this happen before in the city because we really haven't had a plane crash like this here in recent memory, at least.
And not just a plane crash, but one that ran into a recycling plant of petroleum products. So this is sending gases into the atmosphere that they're still not certain about. So the safe thing to do is just, sort of put everybody in a shelter in place. The good news is the fire's obviously diminished a great deal. So as that works, as you heard the fire chief O'Neill mentioned, they'll be able to ease back on that shelter in place because we're not sending pollutants into the atmosphere.
And that's why they're telling people to turn your air off, because you don't want to get that air into your home as well.
That's correct.
They certainly don't need any more problems with people being hurt or ill, or so just follow that information. 11 injuries that they can safely say so far. Again, the governor thinking that certainly will grow, but 11 injuries. There were three crew members on the plane, and their families have not been spoken to yet that we know of.
Sure.
So they're waiting before they say anything or introduce us to who those crew members may have been. But we will say time and time again that this is going to unfold all through the night.
Yeah, the mayor said that he's going to be giving a briefing at the airport at 9.
Yeah, I was going to say on that topic, everybody wants to know what are the next steps. And of course, the airport is impacted largely by this, not just the UPS side of things, but the governor himself saying he was supposed to fly out of town. And right now, all of that is stopped so that we can worry about this situation that is a catastrophe that is unfolded there on the far side of the airport. As we look at some of the video that we have captured throughout the evening of the aftermath. Here was very early on after this crash, again, around 5:15, 5:20, and you can see some of these secondary explosions. We heard from Louisville Metro Emergency Services and Jody Myman talking about they're making headway now with the fire, but those explosions really caused a situation that delayed their response. And we showed you some of the training video from earlier that crews had just worked on a scenario just like this. So they were ready to act and got there as soon as possible. And you can see the work that has been done as we now wait for the next media briefing that will take place at the airport itself, where we can learn maybe some new details and what's going to happen next with flight operations.
One of the things they had mentioned, the number of fire crews from all other agencies that have responded, of crews from Lexington and Bardstown are helping us out. And, you know, you think about all of the first responders who are in this one area, they're also covering other things that are happening in our city. So this is going to be a really, really tough situation. We thank all of the first responders who are coming from nearby agencies to come and help us in this really difficult time.
Yeah, and again, I mean, we just had that training, and you never want to have to use that, but you're so proud and grateful that they are prepared, and that the city will step up. I know that. I know that this city will step up, and we will make sure that whatever needs to happen will happen. But I'm going to tell you, this certainly will be a painful situation.
We want to go to some witness sound that we've gathered out in the field.
And then my son was like, "Hey, look in the sky," and it was coming down out of the sky, and he picked it up.
Was this the only thing that was coming out of the sky at the time?
And it's little debris and stuff, like little white pieces of probably the plane. But yeah, there's definitely debris all through here, probably within 10 miles.
So you say debris, you don't know if that's paper. You don't know if that's insulation of a plane, which could be harmful. You don't know. And so, again, that's why that shelter in place is there. That's why they're asking you to make sure that you turn off your vents going into the home so you don't pull any of that inside.
Can you imagine just looking up in the air and you see this stuff that's falling, ash, and you see papers, and trying to make sense of what is coming down on us right now?
Yeah, just a nightmare situation. If you are just joining us here, I want to run through some of the facts that we have now confirmed from the governor of a catastrophic plane crash involving a UPS plane. It happened near the airport. 5:15 was the time. You see the type of plane it was. We know right now, at least 3 people have been killed, 11 injured. Governor Andy Beshear expecting those numbers to rise. At least 2 businesses in that area have been damaged, and the crews have been going door to door, trying to make sure that nobody is trapped, trying to make sure that customers, that employees are accounted for at all of the area businesses in and around where this plane went down.
Right now, the airfield at the airport is closed along with TSA. We don't know how long that's going to be. So if you have a flight, you need to continuously check to see what the status of that will be. But this is going to be a long night, more than likely into the morning for our first responders and all of our city officials who are trying to figure out what's going on, and for the people who are in that area as well, people who are trying to figure out if their loved ones are okay tonight.
Yeah, they have. If your home was affected, you can't make it into your home. They've got a number to call, 502-376-6617. The NTSB at this point is leading this investigation.
If you are looking for some good news tonight, this is a live picture of what it looks like now. We've seen all these horrific images of explosions and fire and smoke, and you can see here that emergency crews there on the ground are getting a handle on the incident itself. Of course, now everything moves to potential victims and helping people and business impacts. But right now, as we look at this live camera that we've been staring at for the past 3 hours, at least we are seeing a move in the positive direction here. And that means that our first responders, some of them will no longer be in harm's way.
Which is really amazing, because if you can think about what those flames looked like just hours ago and the smoke, my thought was honestly that this was gonna burn through the night.
Mm-hmm.
But as they said, Jody Myman, I think, said that they had companies that were literally sending them foam, saying you need this foam for, putting out this fire, and they had the foam that they needed because the city stepped up.
And Brian had mentioned this earlier, but just very critical for folks right now. Again, the police department is really encouraging people to not go to area hospitals to look for loved ones. They're asking people to, again, go to that reunification area at their training academy located at 2911 Taylor Boulevard. Our hospital cannot keep taking influx of people wondering, is my loved one here? That's not the right place to go to. So you need to go to that training academy at 2911 Taylor Boulevard to find your loved ones or find out what's going on.
We heard live on our air from our Congressman Morgan McGarvey, who's in Washington right now, and he talked about how high up the chain this event has now moved. He's had conversations with people at the highest level, making sure that whatever resources we need in the aftermath, they'll be here in Louisville to help. And we've already seen the Secretary of Transportation posting about this on social media. So this incident that's impacting us so greatly here in Louisville is now being looked at the highest levels, and not only for the investigation, but for the aftermath and how we move on.
And again, I'm sure they just want that investigation, when we say investigating, not wondering, who did that or what happened, just to find out what did happen and to make sure it doesn't happen.
The family is going to want to know.
The family is going to want to know.
Okay, we have a programming note for folks right now. The plane crash is postponing coverage, so we'll be joining in progress. The Orlando Magic at Atlanta Hawks. The game is streaming on Peacock.
Yeah, this is the first year that the NBA has been back on NBC, so a lot of folks have been tuned into those games. But of course, this incident cutting into coverage, so you can check that out if you'd like on Peacock. But we are going to stay with this throughout the evening tonight.
Kevin, did you have something?
Yeah, I just spoke to one of the owners of the businesses down very close to the Stooges Bar and Grill, the Embry's Auto Park, very close to the area that you were seeing the petroleum recycling. That was the hardest hit area. About a street and a half away is another business called Superior Leasing. They have a lot there. Chris, one of the management owners there, reached back out and said that he had called around to some of the neighbors there, and that thankfully a lot of them had gotten out just before that plane crashed. So at 5:15, maybe they left between 4:30 and 5 o'clock, or 4:30 to 5:15, somewhere in that zone. So the good news is who he's reached out to, everybody seems to be safe. So while we have a string of damage that went from the end of that airport runway over the top of one building, came crashing back down into that petroleum recycling facility and went into the auto parts area, there is a lot of damage, but hopefully, I mean, I know the governor said that he expected that number to go way up, but hopefully it does not. And that would be the best case scenario that we are currently seeing.
3 confirmed fatalities, 11 injuries, and both of those numbers, the governor said, will likely go up.
Yeah, we'll see. And there could, because you have to realize in that area along Grade Lane, typically the traffic's backed up, at that time of day. So that plane went right across it. So,
you think Stooge is a local spot? A lot of the people who work in that area frequent
That's where they go after work.
Right. Yeah, so that's roughly about 2 blocks away from that petroleum place. So it's very close. right on Grade Ling, right off of Melton. And I suspect that when that fireball happened as the plane crashed itself, and then, of course, it ignited the petroleum, so it had other explosions going on, anyone nearby within a radius of so far would have the potential to have been burned. So we'll see how bad that really is. We don't know. And the firefighters are just now probably able to get a little closer. The heat's finally easing just a bit because they're putting the fire out.
Well, as they said, they're doing life safety, incident stabilization, both of those going on right now, and then the NTSB leading the investigation.
We have been working to talk to as many contacts as we can with familiarity to what's going on right now. We've been able to get in touch with an aviation attorney. We want to hear from that person now.
This is a 3-engine aircraft, as I'm sure you know or have picked up on, and that the initial fire at takeoff in those same kind of grainy-ish videos that it looks like you've seen suggests something that might have started in an engine or at least developed within one of the engines. But it's very, very difficult to tell from the initial video. And I think one of the challenges for investigators when you have one or more fireballs of this type and a fire that is very, very difficult to contain is that, you know, fires can do a lot of damage to the evidence that remains. I mean,
all right, so hearing from an aviation attorney here, filling in some of the details for us about what transpired today, because as we've talked about, our city has not had an aviation incident like this in recent memory. So a lot of this information we're going to get from experts as we move throughout the next few days.
And again, we can only, I mean, we're all looking at the videos, different videos. You're seeing many. And right now we can only guesstimate. You know, we saw the flame on the left side of the plane. What really caused that plane? Was it the engine? What happened?
Yeah, we don't know.
We don't know. We don't know. And it's going to take some time. And so for that, everybody has to be patient and to remember that families have been affected by this. So watch how you talk, what you say, because you don't know whose family was put in harm's way with this accident.
And the governor had said that they're working to let family members know who's been impacted before they put out any specifics. We want to go live out to Logan Perot now.
He might be having
a bridge that overgoes. We good? Yeah, guys. Okay. Yeah, we are on the Woodlawn Avenue Bridge. Again, we've been out here for about 2.5 hours. It's over the train tracks. And for those of you that don't know exactly where we are, think of that big building with the UPS signs. You might drive by it on the Waterson, 65. We want to show you right now behind me. This is where we were at earlier. We were able to see flames coming out. If you are able to see, I'm going to get behind the camera as well so I can get a better sense. There's that big tower out straight ahead of us where we are looking. The flames were just to the left of that. We were able to see them. They were billowing up. And then we were about, I'd say, an hour into our stay here on the bridge here. And we were able to see crews dumping water, you know, trying to douse the flames. You know, now again, 2.5 hours later, we don't see any flames. The billowing of smoke has stopped. I know earlier we showed you guys that the smoke was covering the moon. We saw basically, you know, the smoke just covering the city. I don't know if you can see it on our cameras, but I'm going to try. There is still a layer of smoke over the airport out to the eastern portions of the city, out towards the other side of 65 from where we are. So the smoke is still there. It's still lingering. It's very faint, but we can see it with our eyes. And the one thing that I wanted to note here, within like the last half hour, we've kind of noticed that the smell has arrived. My photojournalist and I, we both have masks, just have it off for our live hit right now, but we've noticed a smell start to kind of linger in this area. I'm pretty sure that is whatever is burning down there at the scene. But again, most of the people here, they've cleared out. They are listening to the advice. If you can get inside, turn off your AC sheet. They are taking that advice. We haven't seen a lot of looky-loos out here, so good on that part. But again, guys, as far as the flames, the biggest thing that we were able to save, we have not seen those within, I'd say, the last 30 minutes. Those have really gone down, and again, just shows you that this scene is really getting under control, hopefully behind us. But guys, again, we're going to stay here, get some updates for you as much as we can see, hear, smell, and yeah, we'll just send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Logan. Logan talking about the smell, another one of those senses that unless you've been through a horrific situation like this, it's something that you never forget.
No. Yeah. I mean, this certainly won't be something that we will forget in this city, because we've not had an accident like this, which is amazing because we are the hub for UPS. We have the Muhammad Ali International Airport. You've got the Derby and all the things that are happening, and people are flying in and out all the time. But something of this magnitude has never happened in this city before. So we're making our way through territory that we don't know and that you never want to know. But our folks stepped up, Myra. I think you said just about every agency as far as first responders came together and quit.
Yeah, we've had agencies from Lexington and Bardstown who are helping us out, and all of the ones surrounding Louisville, they are here right now. So, and you think, as I mentioned earlier, first responders are not only here at the scene, they're taking care of other emergencies happening within the city. So that's why it's so important for folks to, be mindful. Don't run to the hospitals to try to find your loved one. Be very careful about where you are if you really need to be there. But they're asking people to stay away from that scene as well.
I want to update you on what we are working on from our angles here in the newsroom now. Next steps, we are waiting for the next press conference. Here is a live look there at the airport at SDF, where we expect Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg will be joined by airport officials, where we can get a secondary update, A, on the situation, but B, on how this may impact air travel for our city moving forward. We also have our crews spread out across the area, getting as close as they can and to the areas that have been designated spots where these first responders want us to be so they can provide updates. We'll have in just a few minutes a live update from that Reunification Center. We'll get to learn a little more about if you're waiting to go there, we should get a look inside, so you'll be able to see that and get a sense of if you go down there, what to expect. We have another crew that is leaving the first press conference we mentioned. They'll be heading to a new location. We've shown you the hospitals several times, the first responders and emergency crews spread out to work on this scene. We also have people going through the neighborhoods. We know that if you live nearby, you've had damage perhaps from falling debris. We've seen those images from people finding things from the plane that have landed in their yard and ashes on roofs of homes. And so that's the steps that we are working for you here in the newsroom as we show you some of those images now on the screen.
And this is what has been, people are finding, kind of floating around, and it's mail from Hawaii. So that's just absolutely crazy. Look how burnt it is on the edges there as well. Again, so we know that two businesses were hit: Kentucky Petroleum Recycling and Grade A Auto Parts. As far as Grade A Auto Parts, 2 employees have not been accounted for. They're trying to figure out where those employees are at, but they also are not sure how many customers were in that business at the time of the impact. So that's something that they're also looking into tonight as well. But we were saying that cars were probably hit. There was a long path of destruction that happened with this. So we're going to get a little bit, hopefully more, an idea of what exactly has been impacted from all of this.
And if you are in the area or anywhere in the city and your LG&E is affected, they did have some of the equipment for LG&E that lights our city was hurt because of this crash. And so they are asking everyone to be patient. They've got to fix what was broken. And as soon as they get that back up, then your lights will be back on. Not everyone will be affected, only a few. If your home was affected, you can't get back home, you will want to call 502-376-6617. And then for those who are worried about their loved ones, as Myra mentioned, there are some people missing. As soon as they have that information, they certainly want to get it to the families. But you would go to Louisville Metro Police Training at 2911 Taylor Boulevard. That is the victim reunification site, where they have people on hand to make sure that you are taken care of in any way you need.
They have a chaplain there. They have the Red Cross there, people who are trained to kind of handle these type of tragedies, to kind of respond to people, their questions and their emotions, how they're feeling right now.
Yeah, speaking of questions, how this happened, and of course, how many souls, how many people have been impacted. We are getting the videos that you're sending us and working to verify those before we bring them on the air. We mentioned that Reunification Center. One of our reporters, Fernando Garcia Francischini, is standing by, ready to provide a live report from there. Our first look inside. Fernando.
Yeah, Brian, Myra, right now we are actually outside the Family Reunification Center. That's at the LMPD training facility located on 2911 Taylor Boulevard. We did ask LMPD to go inside the facility. They told us that for now we have to stay outside. So this is behind me. It's kind of like a scene, what things are looking like right now. It's been pretty quiet thus far, but police say that people who are looking for loved ones, for families, for friends, they want them to show up to here, to this location. Again, the LMPD training facility on Taylor Boulevard, instead of going to local hospitals, because police say that hospitals are not equipped to deal with the family reunification process, especially during these types of big emergencies. So in this place, you know, families, people are going to be able to connect with their loved ones and also to get timely and accurate information as to what is going on and what is the latest information that's out there available for people. Again, we are outside the Family Reunification Center. As you can see behind me, it is pretty quiet. We asked to see if we can go inside the facility, but for now, LMPD has asked us to stay outside. We have seen a couple of people go in and out. We saw a large group of children walk in a couple of minutes ago, and of course, throughout the evening, we'll keep you updated on the latest developments. We'll stay here for now and keep you updated on what goes on. But for now, guys, I'll go ahead and send things back to you.
All right. Thank you, Fernando. UPS family members, again, people missing. They're not sure where their family members are. UPS doing everything they can to help. 1-800-631-0604. This is the number from their website. And again, I'm sure many people who are wondering.
We should have another media briefing coming in about 20 minutes or so. So hopefully we'll get some new information.
The mayor on his way to town to deliver some of that message, and also officials at the airport expected to speak as well, as operations have been upended there as well, while we are wondering about how everybody's doing as far as the folks that were taken to the hospital. We also have to wonder what happens next with all the facilities and things nearby. Here's a live look inside where that press conference is going to be taking place. It looks like everything is set and ready, and now we just wait for the right folks to come, for them to get that information and verify. We were having a conversation off camera a couple of minutes ago. We know now with how everything is with AI and technology, we have to double and triple and quadruple check everything that's coming in, from information to videos to photos, to make sure that it is real. The same type of investigation that the federal authorities are going to have to do. We're trying to do that on the fly so that everything is checked those boxes for you, because so many families.
It's got to be right, or it won't be on.
Exactly.
You just don't put it on because it looks interesting.
And it takes time.
Yeah, you're talking about people's lives here, and it's taking the NTSB a lot of time and a lot of energy to make sure they get it right, and that's the least we could do always, is to get it right. This was a family actually that was driving when the plane hit, and you can hear the woman, if you were listening to the sound, she cannot believe what is going on. And there's that smoke.
And Dawn, that was basically the word from so many people, the witnesses that we've talked to who have seen this, who we have verified video with. It was just how unbelievable it is, how large it was, describing it as a huge ball of fire that they instantly saw gas and flames and the things that you're seeing right here, and how horrifying it was from where they were located, and only imagining what it was like for the folks there on the ground.
In the corner of that video, you see another plane on the horizon there. So can you imagine being on that plane and you're looking out the window and you see that?
You've got that right. Scary. It's odd because some people who saw this that you're seeing here did not necessarily see the plane. And so you hear in their video, like, what in the world? What's going on? And so initially, a lot of people, we weren't even sure because we saw that big plume of smoke, like, okay, something just happened. And it was that plane coming down.
And you hear in the aftermath when they block off streets and tell people to stay in your home and avoid these areas. Well, some of these images we're showing you now are for when folks, that hadn't happened yet.
This was within minutes. This literally within minutes.
Which is why the concern is so great for, and you heard the governor say it, not knowing how many people are either unaccounted for, knowing that maybe some of the injuries are going to rise. Because if these are the images we're seeing from the people who were able to pull out a phone and record it, you see how close they were, that concern moves to the folks that were even closer.
Yeah, and you think about just the mental health toll that this is going to have in our community. If you saw this happen happening if you were a part of this. It's going to take a lot of healing time for our community to understand what happened and to cope with it.
I think at least we know the word now, mental health. It unfortunately
You covered these in the past where that wasn't even
you don't talk about mental health, right? At least we can talk about mental health now, which is important. So that means if you, for some reason, this is causing any angst or trouble, make sure you speak up to someone. But all of this happening, we were already dealing with so much financial stress. Those who were not getting paid.
I was at a food bank today, this afternoon.
You did a wonderful story on Food Bank where people were saying, I'm just trying to feed my family. And then we put this all on top. So we never know what life will bring us, but we do know this, that as neighbors, as Louisvillians, as people here, we can always give someone grace, help in any way we can, and then ask if we don't know what we can do, what can I do?
And we know Louisville does that so well.
We've talked a bit about the UPS family. We know that there were 3 crew members on board that plane, and we have not confirmed where the fatalities came from. But the governor said himself that seeing the videos, it's very concerning for the folks that were on board. And we've talked about the UPS community here, how many people, we all know someone who works there, has worked there. You think about the young people that were package handlers in high school. This was many people's first job, and maybe somebody who was a mentor to you has worked there, is impacted. And so it touches so many people in the city, and it's hard to put faces and names, which we will do in the coming days, to the images that you're seeing now here on your screen.
And just by looking at this video, I mean, look at the businesses there, the number of vehicles that are out there, people at businesses who were in this area when this happened. So again, we know that 11 people are injured. Some of those injuries are very serious, but as the evening grows on, I think we're going to find that those numbers are going to go up. We do know that 3 fatalities are confirmed as well, but looking at this video, I think Dawn and Brian, that we've been seeing over the past couple of hours, this is going to be bad.
Our meteorologists have been looking at, from the scientific standpoint, some of the technical things with the aircraft, and looks like it was traveling, at least from the data we're seeing, 212 miles per hour around the time of the crash, and got about 225 feet off the ground. Ryan?
Yeah, so guys, this plane had just tried to complete its takeoff roll and try to get airborne, right? And from the videos that we see, the left engine, as you're looking out the cockpit, was clearly in flames. So something happened to that left engine that did not allow that plane to get enough speed to make it airborne. That's what it looks like at this point. You can see the video there where you've got that left engine clearly on fire. They probably called in the cockpit V1. They made a decision to keep going and not try to abort the takeoff, try to put the brakes on. And by that point, it was too late. And they, of course, resulted in what you see there. I do want to talk about the shelter in place area in our Weather 2 graphics machine here, if we can pop that up. So many people on social media have been asking, where is this right now? And this is a very rough, generic drawing of this, all right? The officials that we have heard say that this goes from Outer Loop, which is the very bottom or southern extent of this. You see it near the Okolona label there, north to the Ohio River, and also includes part of Jeffersonville, according to officials up there in Clark County. Why is it shaped like this? It's because the wind is out of the south. It is blowing the smoke to the north. This was a ton of smoke. We have not seen anything like this before in our area, guys. We've had fires, we've had chemical explosions. This is a whole different ball game because of where the plane crashed and what was on board the aircraft. Tons of fuel here. And of course, we are seeing the winds blowing that down toward the north, toward downtown, Germantown, the Highlands, areas near the fairgrounds as well here. And again, this is just a rough outline of where that shelter-in-place area is, because that's basically what officials have told us at this point.
Yeah, a couple complicating factors with that. One thing is the 38,000 gallons of fuel on the plane, but then hitting the petroleum plant as well, the recycling plant, that's really part of the cause. Now, many of the flames that we've seen from our Skytrack camera are tamped down, but odds are it's still on fire.
Guys, on that topic, so we're talking about how many first responders are there on the ground. There's media there, there's volunteers who are coming in to help. jet fuel combustion, some of the byproducts of all of this, got to be extremely hazardous to breathe it in and be there trying to be on scene and do your job. A lot of these jobs, especially if it's a rescue operation, are extremely aerobic, and you're trying to navigate that while there are extremely harmful chemicals, I'd imagine, in the air.
Well, and all the professionals know this, and they're wearing their respirators out there as they're close to it. But that's why they've said, hey, shelter in place. Let's be safe, not sorry. Let's make sure you shut down your air conditioner in events that would pull in that outdoor air. And for the most part, there won't be any problems, but it's a safety precaution. And when we're in these levels of emergencies that they explained, this is where it goes to. And it says, when we've got something like this that's taken place, we take these precautions, and that usually works out well. So that's what everyone should be doing. And as long as that's the case, you hear our crews out there, they can still smell some of that, but they're a distance away. And some of our crews are getting pushed back even further at this point from that core location.
Yeah, for folks who are asking us on social media, is the smoke as bad as it was before? Likely not, but it is still hazardous as fire crews try to get a control of the situation. In a mass hazard incident like this, it takes a long time to get the fire out. So they have so many folks on scene, spraying the foam, spraying whatever they need to do to put out a Jet A aircraft fuel fire. These crews train for this. They for years had this old dilapidated plane at the Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport, and you'd taxi by it, on a taxiway or runway, and you go, what is that thing? Well, that is where they would train the firefighters for an incident like this at the airport.
Guys, we've been talking about sort of the next steps is wondering about the businesses and the facilities that are located nearby where this plane went down. The governor mentioned several of them, one that took a direct hit, another they were still looking, wondering how many customers were inside at the time. Kevin talked to some folks who worked nearby who were checking in with friends and business owners, and they had heard good news. I have more good news to bring you now. Has-Been is a Louisville Metro Public Works facility nearby. They just posted that their crews are all safe. However, there are emergency road closures in their area, so the site itself is closed. But that's another business we've now heard that is, at least at this time, reporting their crews are safe. It's good news.
All right, let's go to Alina Noakes live right now.
Hey guys, well, you guys have been looking ahead to the press conference that's going to be happening here. We are scheduled for 9 p.m. to be hearing from Mayor Greenberg, as well as airport officials and local EMA director Jody Myman as well, on the response here at the airport as they continue working outside. We have some officials start to come in. They're also going to talk about the airport operations, kind of the procedure going forward, how that is working. Of course, we do know that there is currently a standstill on the tarmac. No planes are coming in or out. TSA has also suspended operations temporarily as well. So hoping to have an update on flights, airport operations, and any local impacts that Mayor Greenberg and officials can give us on the situation on the ground right now, guys. We'll bring this to you live coming up at 9.
All right, Alina, thank you so much for that update. And we just got another update that the shelter in place, as Alina mentioned, is now been reduced to a 1-mile radius of the airport.
More good news showing that they're getting that scene at least around there under control.
And that's good news. And so that means maybe, I don't know if that means that there's less burning. We have seen, if we have a live shot of what it looks like out there, it was very bright and glowing initially. So we know that fire was still burning. The first responders have been working to put it out. Some of that smoke gone now because
JCPS is canceled for tomorrow.
All right. Okay. Jefferson County Public Schools canceled for tomorrow. Ryan Hope just letting us know. Jefferson County Public Schools are canceled.
We'll just read the information from the school. It's in your team's post.
Pulling it up right now. They've been doing, we mentioned earlier, one of these big agencies, of course, posting information as they get it in. So this is coming from our state's largest school district. Due to the necessary shelter-in-place order, the city, following this evening's tragic plane crash as well, all JCPS schools and buildings will be closed Wednesday, November 5th. They will operate like a snow day, no online instruction, and also to mention any extracurricular activities, athletics, those two canceled. JCPS families, you will not go to class tomorrow.
All right, so we've been bringing you live coverage since this is all unfolded. This happened around 5:15 today, and we're getting the information. We should be getting another update from officials in about 10 minutes, I believe, from hearing from airport officials and the mayor as well.
Yeah, part of the concern here is that our mayor was out of town, and so he's worked very hard to get back here. He's been getting briefings, information. He did a live report with us on the air, giving us the information he could at the time, and when he gets there, of course, we will take you there as well. Let's do a brief recap now of the events, how they've unfolded over the last several hours here. We know it was about 5:15 when this UPS plane went down, crashed near Grade Lane. That area had to be closed off and has been, will remain so indefinitely. The governor updating us that we know 3 people have been killed, 11 injured. Those numbers he expects to rise. That's because there are 2 businesses that have been impacted and damaged from this, and all of the federal authorities, the FAA and the NTSB, are now investigating how this whole thing happened.
And Brian mentioned the 2 businesses that were hit. Kentucky Petroleum Recycling, their employees have been accounted for, but Great 8 Auto Parts, 2 employees have not been accounted for. They're not sure of how many customers were inside that building either, so that's something that they're looking into. Right now, they're in that phase where they're going door to door, knocking on businesses and homes, trying to find out who is okay, who's not okay. They're looking for folks that could possibly be trapped as well. So that's something that they're looking for. But right now, just a few minutes ago, we did learn, just want to let people know, JCPS is canceled for tomorrow.
They are in the life safety, as you said, an incident stabilization area right now. That's what they're doing. And so they're saying, don't come out there. You don't need to come and look. You shouldn't be outside anyway, although there's a 1-mile radius of, to keep you away from right now. That's the shelter in place. Stooges, we have video from. That is,
oh man,
you see that? That's where a lot of people are there at Stooges, and you can see that looks so close to the building when you see the smoke.
Roughly 2 blocks or so.
Yeah, maybe.
Looking at the map.
And you see that it is filled with people there. And I think initially, no one really knew exactly what was going on until we later found out that that's a UPS plane that had issues and just couldn't make it down. We don't have all the information of who might be hurt.
And we are seeing some of the videos on social media of the plane impacting and hitting a building. We're here to confirm that. Because as we mentioned, a lot of things can be floating online right now.
Potentially a security camera footage.
Yes, we just need to verify what's real, what's not real. And once we get that confirmed, we'll bring it to you.
Because it's just too easy to do just about anything that you want to do. We have another witness that we're going to hear from. So many people that saw so many different views.
You checked on your folks, so they're all okay?
Yes, I checked on my folks. My family does live in the area, and I was, just checking in on them, make sure everything's okay, because they did have a stay away 5 miles. So we was trying to get to our families and loved ones as soon as we could, but police got everything blocked off down here, and it's kind of hard navigating through traffic when there is an emergency going on.
And just for the both of you, either one of you can answer. Just, I don't know, when you see the plume of smoke, when you see it going, I mean, it's darker now, but all the way back to the city, I mean, I don't know what's going on here. Do you guys just have any thoughts about just how, I don't know, I want to say crazy, but like you said, unexpected this would have been?
Yeah.
My thought is he literally works on Fern Valley and Grade Lane. And so I just picked him up about 3:30, 3:45 this afternoon from work. And it is a very eerie feeling because, of course, we pass the UPS where you have to pass there. The planes every day, getting them from work, going to work. A very eerie feeling if we had been coming through there at that time. I was actually complaining about how long we had to wait at the light to get on the expressway just this afternoon, shortly before this happened. So, I mean, I hate for anybody to be involved, but very eerie, scary feeling that we could have possibly been in the area. Thankfully, we weren't.
Especially when it blocked out the moon. It's something horrific when it blocks out the moon.
Mm-hmm. The smoke was so big. Look, it's taking over the moon.
All right. So as we were hearing from witnesses on the ground and going through the videos and things you're sending, your witness testimonials, we're getting to see a larger view of why this is such a catastrophic event initially. And that concern, of course, still there with the families of the UPS crew, the 3 we know confirmed members who are on board that plane. But as you start to see the area and the damage and the surrounding spots that are nearby, now you realize this is going to be a much bigger event. That's why you could hear the concern in the voices of our first responders. It's also the reason why there have been so many of these emergency notifications going to your devices. Dawn, you have some information for us on the shelter in place.
Well, the shelter in place changed at 8:49, letting us know that it has been reduced to a 1-mile radius of the airport. And again, that shelter in place has changed, 1-mile radius of the airport.
All right, so this is starting to shrink down as they get the flames under control. And when this initially happened, we saw so many of those secondary explosions happening that were keeping the emergency crews at bay as well. They had to call in foam from other trucks and different agencies that have those firefighting tools to be able to get this in place. You're taking a look here now at the latest shelter-in-place area, shrunken down considerably, thinking that not long ago, this stretched all the way up north to the Ohio River.
And you see Ford assembly plant there in that circle. Thankfully, Ford was not hit, but they did lose power for some time. But
got a statement from UPS.
Yeah,
okay.
I've got it up here now. We do want to read you now this information coming in quickly, so we're trying to transition to it now. But UPS has put out a new statement regarding today's incident. It reads, quote, "We are terribly saddened by the accident tonight in Louisville. Our heartfelt thoughts are with everyone involved. UPS is committed to the safety of our employees, our customers, and the communities that we serve. This is particularly true here in Louisville, home to our airline and thousands of UPSers. We're engaged with the National Transportation Safety Board's investigation of the accident. We are staying in close contact with the Federal Aviation Administration. We will work tirelessly with state and local authorities on response efforts. As a result of this accident, we are halting operations tonight at Worldport. The next day air sort has been canceled. Employees should not report to work tonight." So that's our update from UPS. We still have not heard from them about any of the crew involved, which this is typical, right? When there's loss of life, families need to be notified by the proper channels. You don't want to hear about this on television from a news person or a government official. They will be notified properly in the right way. And so UPS, even with this statement, still has not verified any loss from their team, but saying that operations tomorrow are canceled. They're working with this investigation, and they're thinking about us here in Louisville.
And this press conference is going to be starting shortly here with the mayor, airport folks as well. You see there at the bottom of your screen, just to let folks know, JCPS is closed tomorrow.
Yeah, another closure tomorrow, right?
So that's something for parents tonight to plan and how they're going to be accommodating tomorrow. We want to go live to Wave News reporter Fernando Garcia Franceschini, who is live at the Reunification Center.
Yeah, Myra, if you were looking at our previous live shot a couple minutes ago, you probably have noticed that we've stepped away a little bit further from the actual Reunification Center at the LMPD training facility. That's because LMPD asked us to move away from the property out of respect for the families who are going to be showing up at this center. They say the way that they told us, the way they described it is that they don't know who exactly is going to show up here, in what condition they are going to be, in what emotional state, and they want to make sure that they're being respectful to that. So, of course, all of the news crews in the area moved to the sidewalk further.
So I can do that if needed.
Training facility. It's 2911 Taylor Boulevard. The reason why this place is so important is because this is the place where loved ones are being asked to show up here if they're looking for information about family members, friends. This is a place where they can get accurate and timely information. LMPD and officials are asking people to not go to local hospitals looking for loved ones. They say that, of course, hospitals are dealing with the immediate crisis and emergency, and they don't have the protocols or the staff in order to be able to to deal with family reunification. Again, this is at 2911 at Taylor Boulevard. It's hard to miss it. You'll see an LMPD patrol car parked right outside with the lights turned on. It's there as a signal so that people know that this is the Reunification Center. And of course, we'll stay stationed out here, bringing you the latest. We just saw a group of people walking into the center a couple of minutes ago. We've seen a lot of younger people coming in big groups, and we will stay stationed here as long as we can to bring you the latest information. For now, though, guys, I'll go ahead and send things back to you in the studio.
All right. Thank you, Fernando. Painting a picture of what it's like for families who are wondering what in the world is going on. Is my loved one safe? And talking about the amount of young people that are showing up there is obviously some more cause for concern.
And again, you think about the people that work at UPS. A lot of them are young people, and some of them may be wondering if they were there, where is the person that was on my team? And so this is the Victim Reunification Center, 2911 Taylor Boulevard. And as Fernando said, the police asked them to
It's a tough spot to be.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. And I was wondering when that was going to happen, because you've got to respect this situation right now. This is as raw and as new as it could be, other than at 5:15 today when it happened.
We'll be respectful as we can.
Yeah, and so everybody just steps back to let those families go in and deal with their feelings and hear the news that they may hear.
And it's keep in mind how families must be feeling. If you're trying to call your loved one and they're not picking up right now, that has to be a very scary moment for folks.
All right. As we work to gather more details, we're going to continue going to our live crews. They're moving around to different spots as well. Fernando's at Unification Center because that's where we expect some information to come. We have Alina there at the airport. A press conference is coming any minute. Julia picked up and moved from one location, has gotten closer to the scene. So, Julia, where are you exactly, and what have you been seeing from your vantage point?
Yeah, Brian. Well, I am on the Woodlawn Bridge right now. That's where Logan previously was. We just got back here a few minutes ago, and it's actually pretty quiet again. No activity on the runways or anything. I can't see any smoke or flames anymore. It is obviously pretty dark out here. We were just at that governor's press conference, which I know that you guys have been recapping for the next hour, but I just kind of wanted to give a little summation of everything that was said. So, of course, this is an all hands on deck response. You have pretty much every police and fire agency in the area that is going to respond to this. Now, NTSB is in charge of the investigation, and they were supposed to be on the scene shortly as of the time of that presser. Now, there was no hazardous cargo on board. That's a big point that I want to emphasize. But of course, they are still, if you are under that shelter in place, they're encouraging you to stay in that shelter of place in place now. Of course, there was no hazardous cargo on board, but they did say that they don't know what the impacts will be from what the plane did crash into. We don't know if any of those chemicals or anything could be toxic. They're still trying to figure that out. Now, they are expecting this number to grow, but right now, at least 3 fatalities and at least 11 injuries. And of course, we have that Victim Reunification Center, which Fernando is at right now. Now, 2 businesses were in the main area of the crash. That is Kentucky Petroleum Recycling and Grade A Auto Parts, and all employees but 2 from that auto parts are accounted for. They are not sure about customers at this time. Now, of course, no major outages reported right now. The Ford plant was not hit, and everyone sheltering in place that is at the convention center has been sheltering in place right now. Of course, first responders said that they are kind of in the process of going door to door to businesses, to places that have been impacted, to see if there's anybody stuck in there, if anybody's accounted for. So right now, Jody Myman said that they're just still kind of in that life safety step in the process. Now, of course, this is all stuff that we guys will be hearing throughout the night, but just kind of wanted to recap that for you guys. And of course, we have the presser coming up with the mayor, which has now been been pushed back an hour, but I'm going to toss it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Julia. That's the information we're getting as well. We're going to go to that now. So that press conference, you heard Julia reference this, the Mayor Craig Greenberg, trying to get here from an out-of-town engagement that he was expected to be at today. Of course, nobody expected what has unfolded this evening here in our city. So initially, it was going to be a 9 p.m. briefing there at the airport with the mayor and airport officials, following up on the initial briefing we had from Governor Beshear and others, including the police department, emergency services, and fire. Well, now we know the mayor says it's going to be pushed back a bit, 10 p.m. So in about an hour is when we will get that new briefing. So in the meantime, we'll be working our sources and with our crews on the ground to get you information while we wait for those official reports.
We did hear from Governor Beshear earlier today. He was at Louisville Metro where so many people joined him. We found out, that's where we found out that LG&E had some equipment that was damaged, and that may mean some of us will be without power tonight. And that's simply so they can get things back up and running. If you lose power, just hang on. It will be restored to you, but they need to get that fixed.
All right. The NTSB is giving us some information we want to share with you. It says the NTSB is launching a GO team to investigate Tuesday's crash of a UPS MD-11 cargo aircraft flight 2976 near Louisville, Kentucky. NTSB board member Todd Inman will serve as the on-scene spokesperson. The investigative team is scheduled to arrive in Kentucky tomorrow. A media briefing will be held tomorrow with the time and location to be announced via this feed.
All right, so we've been mentioning how federal agencies are getting involved in the aftermath now of this catastrophic plane crash and all the areas nearby that have been affected. The FBI, the latest to put out information. This is coming from the FBI's Louisville field office. They're saying in response to this evening's plane crash near the airport, FBI Louisville is there on scene. They're providing assistance to the first responders and the federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies. They reference, too, that the NTSB is the lead investigating agency into how this happened. So they want the primary source of information to come from them. But we know FBI Louisville joining that massive team of investigators and first responders there on the scene. We also are getting an update now from U of L Health saying that they've received 10 patients related to this incident. 2 of them are in the burn center. They are in critical condition. 2 additional were treated with non-life-threatening injuries. 3 patients with non-life-threatening injuries treated at U of L Health Marion Elizabeth Hospital. 2 patients, non-life-threatening injuries treated U of L Health South Hospital. 1 patient, non-life-threatening injuries treated at U of L Health Jewish Hospital. And they don't expect to send out any more information about that this evening. So getting an update that these patients are spread about at our Louisville area hospitals.
We want to go live now to Logan at the airport.
Yeah, Brian and Myra, I'm here actually with a few of the passengers that got off the plane that they were flying on right as this event was happening. I got John, I got Michaela. So guys, if you don't mind, just kind of where were you coming from? Kind of talk about how this has kind of disrupted your travels.
Yeah, so we were coming from Nashville, and I'll let you do the talking.
Yeah, absolutely. We were coming from Nashville, had a short layover, what was supposed to be a short layover in Louisville, and got off the plane real quick, looked out the window, saw the smoke, and had a good feeling we weren't getting back on anytime soon.
Yeah, and you guys said you were, like you said, heading to Arizona. You weren't even supposed to get off the plane.
No, it was like a no change plane
I think it was supposed to be like a 40-minute layover.
Yeah.
And you guys saw the smoke coming up as you were getting off the plane and then as you got off and right there at your gate. Kind of what was the thought going through your head? I know you said, like, okay, we're not getting on the plane, but what was going through your heads of, I don't know.
Like, we were trying to figure it out. Like, we didn't know what it was at first. Like, we heard someone mention, like, as we were getting off the plane, to, like, because it was a TSA ATC layover originally, or delay, and then ended up going, oh, there's a big fireball, and we're like, are they talking about something else? And then we got off, and that's when you could see more of it, and yeah.
And Michaela, you've been through this airport, I'm sure, plenty of times from Tennessee. Kind of just talk about your experiences here at SDF and what this has been like having to sit here because of what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I've never had anything happen where it's like you have something this serious happen in this, and just not really knowing what to do is a lot, I'd say. Yeah.
I got to ask you guys, obviously, I don't think you're going to get off the ground anytime soon. Where are you guys staying? You got somewhere to stay? I mean, you guys all right?
So Southwest did hook us up with a hotel, which is nice. Definitely appreciate that.
Yeah.
But yeah, ultimately at the end of the day, we just feel for the families that are affected by it. It's definitely not a good thing. My background's in safety, so anytime something like that happens, you always kind of know what's coming. So
well, hopefully we get some more good news tonight. As right now what we know, hopefully no more fatalities, but we'll have to wait and see on that, guys. Thank you for sharing your story with us, and Brian, Meyer, we'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Logan. So we're starting to see some of the impact from the people who aren't even close to the scene, who now are having their lives upended, as so many others will in the times to come. So we are hearing that at this point, possibly we're going to be going to this airport press conference a little sooner than expected, maybe the next couple of minutes, and that we will then hear from the mayor separate closer to 10 o'clock when he gets to town. So if there's any updates coming in about the airport specifically, they're going to handle that. And I believe they're coming into the room now as we speak. So we will get you out there live and get you this update and wait for the mayor in the next 45 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for being here. I want to start by saying I'm Dan Mann. I'm the executive director of the Louisville Regional Airport Authority, and I've got to say my heart hurts for our friends and partners at UPS, and really all the first responders that are out there right now, and everybody else that is going to be impacted by this tragedy. So, I think. I really, really appreciate the mutual aid response. We just practiced this probably less than a month ago. All the life-saving, the response that our partners at mutual aid provide is unbelievable. We actually have a ARF truck that came in from Lexington Bluegrass Airport, so we could get the airport open as well. So thanks to them as well. So this will go much better with the fact that we have great partners that are willing to respond to this. With that, I'm going to open it up turn it over to Officer Bevan to give some details.
Good evening. I'm Officer Jonathan Biven, the Public Information Officer here with the Louisville Airport. At 5:15, Louisville Airport Dispatch, an Alert 3 call regarding UPS flight number 2976, an MD-11 cargo plane that took off en route to Honolulu, Hawaii. Flight 2976 had a total number of 3 souls on board. Flight 2976 departed runway 17 right and went down 3 miles south of the airfield. I can confirm a total number of 4 fatalities and 11 injured that were transported to local hospitals at this time. These numbers can increase as the investigation continues with partnerships of local, state, and federal investigators. Here at the airport at this time, runway 1129 is open, and all departing flights have been canceled for tonight. We're asking anyone who is traveling out of SDF Airport tonight and tomorrow, they should contact their airline for flight status. We are also asking the public, if they were to find any debris in the area, to please avoid touching this debris and report the debris. As well, they can take photographs to the following website, which is louisvilleky.gov/emergency services. We are asking everyone to please follow the airport's X page at Fly Louisville for additional updates. We will not be providing any questions at this time as this investigation continues. I'm going to turn it over here.
Thank you, Jody Mauman from the City of Louisville Emergency Management. Just a quick update from the one that we did earlier. We have reduced, due to a substantial amount of air monitoring in the area, we have reduced the footprint of the shelter in place to 1 mile. So that's good news, for the people that live outside of that. But we encourage people to still stay alert, to still monitor social media, and to sign up for our Lens Alert, our Louisville Emergency Notification System. We used initially with this the Integrated Public Alert and Warning System, which we use, for dire emergencies such as what the city faced tonight. But as the night goes on, we will not use that outside of that 1 mile area. So we encourage people to sign up for Lens Alert. If it expands, we will issue that again. We will expand it as needed, and we're going to continue to send people downrange, even outside of that 1 mile, to make sure that they're not getting any kind of adverse readings. You may get an odor. There is an odor in the air, but right now, again, with particulate monitoring as well as air monitoring, they're not getting any adverse readings. So please make sure you sign up for our Lens Alert. Also, one of the things we did, again, set up a family assistance center, 2911 Taylor Boulevard at Louisville Metro Police Training Center. And you can call the family assistance hotline if you have any questions or need any assistance. That number is 800-631-0604. That's 800-631-0604. Thank you.
We will have another press conference at 10:30. The mayor will be here for that one. I'm not sure we'll have a lot more information, but if we do have some updates, we'll provide at that time. Again, 10:30, the mayor will be here. I also want to say thank you guys for getting the word out. It's really important that we get as much information out as we can about if you find debris, don't touch it, report it, and where the family area is. So thank you. We'll see you again at 10:30.
Did you take any questions?
No.
All right. So you just heard from the public information officer there at Louisville's airport confirming more sad news. The governor alluded to the fact that we expected the number of fatalities to rise. That number was at 3, and now we know that 4 people have lost their lives after the catastrophic plane crash that went down, a UPS plane close to the airport about 5:15 today. 11 people injured, spread out across hospitals here in our area, working to recover here this evening.
We do know that all departing flights are canceled. You need to check your airline if you were leaving from the Muhammad Ali International Airport. If you see debris, do not touch it. Do not touch it. You need to leave it there and report it. I believe the website is louisvilleky.com/emergency services. Don't touch the debris. Leave it there. It may help them piece together exactly what happened in this tragedy.
It's louisvilleky.gov. /emergency services. So take a picture of it. As Dawn said, do not touch it. And they will be taking monitor of the reports that are coming in from that as well.
Here's a live look from inside the ticketing area there at the airport right now, as they were updating us. All departing flights canceled for today. A situation that the airport, it's eerie to see it even at this hour to be this empty as it is right now in these live pictures.
Jody Myman from EMS said that there is an odor in the air. So if you're smelling something, you're not. There's definitely a smell in the air for sure.
You can also sign up for Lou Ready. That is the app for the city. It immediately tells you of things that might be going on. That's how they were sending out information about the shelter in place. It's really easy to download. And again, that's the city's Lou Ready.
The mayor is going to be giving us an update at 10:30. That's been pushed back. He was out of town. He's rushing back to get here. He did do a phone interview with us earlier when this started to happen. But we've been on wall-to-wall coverage since we got word in our newsroom about what happened tonight.
It's good that they stepped up to give an update knowing that this was going to be pushed back later. There's so many families wondering what's going on. All of you in the community with us who are grieving and looking for information. So they were able to get that information out now about a 4th fatality, still those 11 injuries, some of the news about what's going on at the airport, the information about not touching debris. Of course, we had interviews of people finding that, and you wouldn't necessarily know unless somebody tells you that, hey, maybe leave that be. It's blowing around your yard. You've never seen anything like this before. We're also starting to get word from other places. We're working to turn around now and get on the screen for you. I mentioned I have a contact in a newsroom in Honolulu, in Hawaii, and some of the folks there have now responded to this. That's where the plane was going. As soon as we get that up, we'll bring it to you. But the updates continue to come here as we take a look here outside at some of the images of Here's Hawaii of beautiful afternoon there, where that plane was scheduled to land today.
Again, okay. We just got an update that media briefing is going to be at 10 a.m. 10 p.m. I'm sorry, 10 p.m. So that's been moved up a little bit from what we're hearing. So
basically, this is, like they said, this is fluid. I mean, this is fluid as in people are coming into the hospital. Yeah. We found out that, the number of fatalities now raising by 1. We know there won't be any flights out of Muhammad Ali International Airport. Families are coming into the victim reunification area. That is at Louisville Metro Police Training, 2911 Taylor Boulevard. This entire story is going to be fluid all throughout this evening for sure, and information will be adding on, I'm sure, for the next couple of months.
There's a striking image on the wall behind you, Dawn, which I know we're working to get this as well, of the Big 4 bridge that is lit up tonight in yellow to remember the lives lost and stand in solidarity with UPS, and just one of those symbols of hope to our community as we work through the challenging parts of the next few days. Here's a look from our SkyTrack camera showing the Big 4 bridge there lit up again in yellow to commemorate the horrible tragedy that happened here today.
And we talked about, UPS is a UPS town. Everybody knows somebody. Myra and I have family members and friends that work at UPS. I'm sure you do too. So everybody knows somebody at UPS. And so, you have folks wondering, what happened to my coworker? Mm-hmm. Maybe they were there minutes ago with them and then, something happened. So there's just so much going on. And to see that yellow, just for a second, if it can, brings us together, brings us a little bit of hope. We celebrate on that bridge all kinds of things that we are trying to defeat, whether it's a disease or a bad feeling in the city. And it's good to see them light it up yellow.
And for so many people, their job is their identity, and that's nowhere is that more true than UPS. Logan Perrone is still at the airport. He is going to join us live right now. And Logan, we mentioned mass cancellations and impact to airports' regularly scheduled duties. You've got some looks at that right now in an empty airport.
Yeah, Brian and Myra, look, I want to kind of focus this here. We had been out there earlier. We showed you before the sun went down that live look at the runways. No planes moving at all. Everything was grounded. I don't really think that painted the picture of just, what we're dealing with here. I want to show you guys the arrivals and departures board. Just about everything on here up until the morning. Some of the morning ones say that they're on time, but, anything coming in tonight. So I just want to go here. Chicago Midway, 11:05, canceled. We go down here. I'm from Philadelphia, 9:40 this evening, canceled. A lot of these flights are either canceled, delayed. Some of the ones in the morning, there's hope that they can get back on the runway. That couple that we just talked to, they were saying, hey, we've had discussions with Southwest. It's looking less and less likely that their flight in the morning's actually going to get off. So again, we'll obviously be monitoring when flights can get back up and running, when people can get back in the air. But again, you just take a look at this board. Anything coming in tonight is most likely not going to be coming in tonight, most likely not going to be leaving as well. So guys, again, we'll keep an update as SDF tries to get planes back in the air. But obviously, of course, the most important thing is the situation on the south end of the airport.
All right, thank you so much, Logan. So we mentioned that we were getting some news from Hawaii as well, where this UPS plane was headed. We want to pull that up on the screen for you now and read the information that is coming in from the folks there. Of course, Louisville is now on the national and international radar. This is the message here. This is coming from representatives there, the state representatives on the House Committee of Transportation, saying, quote, "We extend our deepest condolences and sincere aloha to the families and loved ones of those who lost their lives and to those who were injured in the tragic crash of UPS Flight 2976. It is our understanding that the plane was headed to Hawaii." You see the second paragraph there. They talk about how they continue to work on safety and airline regulation. And of course, all of those will be questions in the coming days. But at least the representatives there in Hawaii who work in this space with transportation are issuing a statement thinking about us here in Louisville this evening.
I want to remind folks that JCPS is canceled for tomorrow. You see it there at the bottom of your screen. Also, UPS is halting operations tomorrow as well. So just folks need to plan. We want to go to Alina Noakes right now. She's live right now. Alina, what can you tell us?
Well, guys, we just heard from some officials earlier. You brought that information live on the air as well as the presser. Just some updates on what we know about the situation so far. First of all, we know that the number of fatalities has risen from 3 to 4. Right now, the total of injured still remains at 11, but officials emphasize that that number could change. We do know there have been some other changes in other areas. First of all, the shelter in place has now been reduced to a 1-mile radius instead of what it was before. So we said that's the one bit of good news that Jody Myman had to tell us with EMA is that that's been reduced. That means that, they've not detected levels as far out as they had before of any sort of hazardous material. But they do want to emphasize that there still could be a smell. The other thing that I want to say, though, is I've talked to some people who were out and about who were looking at the wreckage, and they were finding debris in their front yards. It's, charred pieces of paper, pieces of mail, and packaging. The one thing they emphasize is that you do not need to pick that up. Don't touch it. If you do find anything, you need to report it to EMA. There is a website we have in this story that you can go to that link and find that information about where to report that. They want to know. Obviously, this helps to better inform the investigation here. Those are the major updates we have from the press conference that happened just a few minutes ago. We are expecting to hear from Mayor Greenberg coming up at 10 p.m. That is going to happen at 10 p.m. And so hopefully we know some more updated information by that point, but officials made it clear that might not be the case this early on in the investigation. But of course, we'll be bringing that to you live here on Wave News.
All right, Alina, thank you so much. All right, want to remind folks once again, JCPS is closed tomorrow, and that's because of the necessary shelter-in-place order that was issued by the city following this evening's tragic plane crash. All JCPS schools and buildings will be closed Wednesday, November 5th. This will operate like a snow day with no online instruction. All extracurricular activities and athletics are also canceled.
Shows the far-reaching impact of something like this. And Dawn, you've lived and worked in this community for decades and have seen our city through things like this in the past.
Nothing quite like this, but this is going to affect everything. You just said the school at JCPS is closed. TARC service suspended its service this evening. So if you're going to do something tomorrow, especially if it's in that area, I would think to call first. Call number 1 to make sure that you can go in that area. There are some places that they're not going to want you in. So if there's a business you need to go to, or if you need to go to work and it is in the area near the accident, you're probably going to want to call. And also just check on any services. As we said, TARC, we got to find out if they're still going to be running. UPS, they are not opening up tonight. I'm not sure about all the services that may or may not be returned tomorrow. I think the number for UPS, their emergency number, was 800-631-0604. We had that number up on the screen a little bit ago. There you go. There's that number. That's for UPS family members. So right now, this is changing. It's fluid, so everybody just needs to check before you jump.
This is a video from the Victim Reunification Center located at 2911 Taylor Boulevard. Earlier, we had Wave News reporter Fernando Garcia-Franceschini live there. They were told to kind of move away from the area out of respect for the families that are coming in to figure out how their loved ones are doing.
Yeah, speaking of the families, checking in on services, checking in on people, want to remind you of the information we got from U of L Health. Of course, our area trauma hospital, they are ready to handle events like this. They deal with the worst of the worst in our community. They had 10 patients spread out across 4 different hospitals in their hospital system here in town. If I'm reading into any of the good news of their 10 patients, 8 of them seem to be, at least from the information we're getting from U of L Health, to have non-life-threatening injuries. They're being treated, and the hope is that at least 8 of them are going to be okay after this. 2, though, of those patients are in the U of L Health burn center, and they are in critical condition. So that's
my question with that, and I know we probably can't answer this. We have that information there. Is that included in the 11 we already knew, or are those new? Because they're just now giving us the information of where they're going. So are we at 19 injured or at 11, and those 8 are part of the 11? So that's what we mean by, yeah, we're not really sure yet.
And it's coming from all of these different agencies, a lot of the information.
And there are a lot of agencies, and we are so grateful for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for the updates.
You know, we always talk about it, first responders, you know, when everybody's running away from a tragedy, first responders are running right into it. And you think about what they're dealing with tonight. And I'm sure this is just
running into that.
Yes, running into that. Can you imagine? And just trying to understand, also mentally process, what am I seeing right now? You know, I think when the explosions were happening, when this first started happen, we were all like, what's going on here? We thought it was just a plane that crashed in one location, but we then learned that no, there was a path that it took. So it's just kind of all been fluid, Dawn, as you've said. Things are changing, things are evolving, and that's why we're trying to stay on top of it. We've been on air since we found out about this tonight.
It was about 5:15 that plane went down. Everyone probably has most of the information. The biggest part of the information is we know that there are some people that will be just brokenhearted this evening. UPS plane MD-11, 3-engine wide body jet, flight number 2976. We know 4 people now have been killed. It was 3, the crew members. And again, we have that 1, and we don't know where that 1 is from, possibly from the ground somewhere. So again, all of this we're learning, but that's what you're seeing there is the plane taking off. It looks like the engine on the left side was burning, and then it crashed.
Dawn, as we see these images of all of the plumes of smoke that follow the explosion, we had this massive area that was under essentially a lockdown because of falling debris and because we knew that there were hazardous materials there. It leads us to the question now as we move throughout the evening, and we're looking at a time lapse here of the sky changing. I want to bring back meteorologist Kevin Harnett into the conversation, and Ryan Hoke as well, about air quality, because a lot of these alerts are lifting and they've gotten the fire seemingly under control. So now that we're hours past this incident, are we still seeing any impacts to air quality, especially when you think about older folks, young people, anybody with respiratory issues?
Well, the constant measurements taking place, and they're measuring it certainly close to where the event happened. And most of that, and they have mobile sensors there. The ones I'm going to show you are fixed. And the one in Jeff is coming in the moderate range now, which is a little bit higher than where it was, but nothing too or overly concerning. Now, again, with southerly winds, and you're going to notice here in Jefferson County, we've got that wind coming up from the south at about 5 miles an hour. So it is pushing some of that particulate matter right into Jeffersonville, and that's the reason that sensor is now measuring moderate.
Yeah, and that's exactly why that is, Kevin. And of course, the air quality is something that's measured every hour. These are EPA sensors here, and we typically get an alert here at the Wave Storm Tracking Team whenever the air quality in the Louisville Metro drops below that code orange threshold there. So we have not received anything like that yet. And you can tell that this is not impacting the citywide air quality just because they've reduced that shelter in place down to a mile. Otherwise, that would have been expanded and kept expanded quite a bit out from that initial genesis point of where the crash was just south of Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport. So right now, no widespread air quality issues, just one sensor picking up yellow, which is moderate. That happens every day here in Louisville, I can tell you that.
Yeah, not a big deal, which is good news, guys.
Yeah, it is.
Right. All right, we've been telling folks that the victim reunification location where folks can go to
Probably
find
one
out.
of the toughest spots to be tonight outside the hospital.
But they have people there that can talk to the family. They have people that can hopefully help with their mental health, give them what they need, answer their questions. So one of the most important spots.
Yeah, Chaplain, the Red Cross is there. Also, Wave News reporter Fernando Garcia Franceschini is live there tonight. Fernando, I'm sure there are a number of people have been coming in there.
Yeah, people have been steadily coming in and out through the night. Again, as we mentioned in our last live hit, we're not allowed to go anywhere closer to the reunification center because LMPD has asked us to stay out here just out of respect for the families that are going to be showing up here at the LMPD training facility. A major with LMPD was telling us, they don't know exactly in what sort of mental or emotional state these people are going to be at or be in. So as a measure of respect for them, they want us to stay, us and every other news crew stay out here, again, as respect for these families. I want to emphasize again, this is the Family Reunification Center. The address is 2911 Taylor Boulevard. It's hard to miss it. You'll see an LMPD patrol car parked right at the entrance of the center with the lights turned on as a sign, to signal people that this is the center. And the reason why this place is so important, you guys were just touching on this a couple of minutes ago, it's a place where people can come here and, reunite with potential, with family members or loved ones, but also get accurate and timely information from officials themselves. There are also going to be other services available to them. And we want to keep re-emphasizing, that officials have asked people to not show up at local hospitals looking for loved ones just because these hospitals are dealing with the crisis firsthand and they right now don't have the means to be able to serve as a family reunification center. Again, the address for the LMPD training facility where this is taking place is 2911 Taylor Boulevard. We've seen people steadily come in and out. It hasn't been a huge amount of people, but we've seen people come in and out throughout the night, and we'll stay stationed here, bringing you the latest information as we're, allowed to talk to people and maybe potentially at some point go closer. We'll keep you updated. But for now, guys, I'll go ahead and send things back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks so much, Fernando. Yeah, we mentioned that's got to be one of the tougher areas to be, but U of L Hospital inundated with all those patients asking people to please go there tonight, and they will help you out throughout the evening to get you in touch with your loved one.
Right, or at least give you the information that you need. We have Julia Richardson, who is near the airport, and again, trying to find out what's going on now that things have settled down maybe a little bit as far as the fire is concerned. And Julia, while you're out there, can you smell anything?
Yeah, Dawn, I was actually going to bring that up. I can definitely smell it. We also are seeing debris from the crash. We have a light on our camera. We're seeing those particles kind of go in front of the light, in front of the camera. So we definitely are seeing the remnants out here. Of course, it is dark, so we can no longer see smoke or flames. It is otherwise pretty quiet over here. Now, of course, I was in that presser with Governor Beshear a few hours ago, and Jody Myman was saying that they are still in that life safety step in that process. So they're going door to door to businesses, just making sure that everyone is accounted for. Now they are hoping that shelter in place will be narrowed. It has already been narrowed in the past few hours. They're still working on that. Now, of course, this is a very large area impacted. So they're also trying to prevent future hazards from happening. That's another reason why JCPS has decided to make the decision that they are closing schools tomorrow, because they just don't want any other additional issues happening from this. Now, Chief Paul Humphrey said that this will be an active scene for the next several days, and something that all of those officials wanted to emphasize is that they do not want anybody going to people are curious. They just don't want anybody who is not an official or anybody who, doesn't have family or anybody that might be affected by this to be going to the crash site, just because, they want emergency services and crews to be able to do their job. And of course, this is very important work. They still don't know the amount of people that are affected by this. So somebody being by the crash site or being in traffic could be the difference between them rescuing someone or not rescuing someone. So that is something that they just want to emphasize. And of course, we will be staying on top of this all night, but I'm going to toss it back to you guys in the studio.
All right. Thank you, Julia. Our reporters are eyes and ears on the ground right now as we wait on official updates from press conferences. The next one scheduled in about 20 minutes with Mayor Greenberg. Hopefully we get some new information from him about anything they can confirm, which is tough to do when you're trying to not only rescue people, but contain a scene, update families, work through different agencies. It is a ton to decipher through. You see us trying to do it in real time.
And
Imagine
all
being
of our
on the ground.
viewers too.
Yeah.
Our viewers have been such great eyes and ears out at the scene. We thank you so much for sending us the tweets, the emails, the messages that you have to keep us posted on what you experienced today, because people saw it when they were driving today. Whether they were at home or in their businesses, this is something that they saw, this smoke tearing through their neighborhoods today.
Certainly just something to be so afraid of, because at this point we weren't sure what had happened. And we got news of a plane. Well, what kind of plane? You know, we don't know if it was UPS, but we don't know if it was just a plane taken off from Muhammad Ali International Airport. So the information slowly came trickling in, but either way, it affects us because it touches our community in such a great way. And you see those flames, and then you look at what we've been showing you over the last few minutes live. Can you imagine that our wonderful, unbelievable first responders have been able to get all that fire down so far and now bring in the shelter in place to a mile or less?
And battling this fire, I'm sure it was so incredibly hard, not only because of the magnitude of it, but also just how hot it had to be being at the front lines of this as well.
Not to, to respectfully say this, so we have a lot of incidents across the country that sometimes involve smaller single engine aircraft. We've reported, I've lived in 5 or 6 states, and I think everywhere I've reported on those small Cessnas and images that we see come in from those crashes. And as horrific as they are, they often look vastly different than what you're seeing on your screen right here. This was a massive aircraft with multiple people on board that ended up crashing into a recycling center with petroleum and all of these hazardous materials that has now created this even bigger scene, tearing through buildings on the way down. And when you look at these images that are coming in, that have been coming in throughout the day, you realize the scale of the event and what it will take as the city works to recover in the next few days.
And what a hard time. I mean, it happened at 5:15.
Rush hour.
Exactly. It's rush hour. So here it is, 5:15. It's rush hour in an area that's extremely populated. And then not only that, you're talking about 5:15, they're extremely populated, and so many other things are going on. So, and it started getting dark.
Mm-hmm.
So that.
For the first time this year at that hour.
Right. And that's just a hard time. Logan Perrone, one of our WAVE team members who's been out covering this evening. Logan, where are you and what are you seeing now?
Well, Don, I'm still at arrivals here at Muhammad Ali International Airport. And again, for any of us that have traveled through here before, even at this hour of the night, there are still people coming and going. It might not be the packed scenes you see during the holidays, but again, normally you see people coming and going. So far, it's just like this, 1 or 2, maybe every few, I'd say 10 to 20 minutes, we're seeing a handful of people come down. Most of them are airport employees. Some guy just came down with an Allegiant jacket on. And then the other thing I want you to look is if you look down this way and we look down, we had just been talking about this, me and my photojournalist Grant, the carousels aren't moving. Again, this is the middle of the week. This is not, an airport that's ever really this empty. It's always usually busy. So to see it this way is eerie. It kind of just puts a weight on exactly what's going on. And again, from where we are, we can't see outside. We don't hear the emergency responders. We don't see any of that. We know it's out there. But the scene here, not a lot of people, a really empty airport kind of sets the tone, says it without saying it. So, we'll keep monitoring the situation. We'll keep checking the boards to see if we get any updates on those flights, and we'll try to update you folks at home if you have any flights. But guys, we'll send it back to you for now.
All right, Logan, thank you so much. Again, that victim reunification place that we have been showing you and telling you about is located at, let's see, my notes were 2911. My notes are everywhere. 2911 Taylor Boulevard. We do know that the Red Cross disaster relief van just showed up. So obviously, they're getting prepared to deal with a number of people there.
The Red Cross has dealt with every type of catastrophe you can imagine. Here's a live look from that center. That's where Fernando has been stationed for the last couple of hours. And so there is that van bringing resources. A lot of times when the Red Cross comes into a disaster area, we've seen it with here locally, tornadoes and storm damage, they can help bring in supplies. So there may be families who are sitting here for hours waiting to get information. And so here comes the Red Cross. They will have water, oftentimes food and different things that people need because you're not prepared for something like this. They weren't walking into today with a go bag of supplies to be sitting at an elementary school for 6 hours waiting to hear about their loved one. The Red Cross comes, they can help with a lot of that. It's good to see the van arriving to provide some of that for the people waiting there.
And just a shoulder, somebody to cry on. This is going to be very, very difficult for our families that are impacted, that have experienced devastating loss tonight. So trained professionals are there, a chaplain is there to kind of help people cope with what we're dealing with.
We want to make sure that you have all the information that you need. Again, that's the Victim Reunification Center there. If you see debris on the ground, they have asked that you please not touch it. That's for investigation reasons. I don't know exactly what they'll get out of it, but they do. So do not touch debris that's on the ground. You can take a picture of it and notify them at louisvilleky.gov/emergency services. Please do not pick it up. Also, if you are wondering about someone at UPS, there is a number you can call, and this was taken from their website. It's 1-800-631-0604. I'll try not to go too fast there. 1-800-631-0604. They have put it up there. UPS family members can call. We just want to make sure that you're able to take care of yourself too. And if your home was affected by this tragedy, something happened, you can't get back home, your home was damaged, the number for that is 502-376-6617. Trying to go slow enough so everyone can get that information.
As we are working to bring you this information, of course, our hearts and our thoughts are with the people who have been killed, who are injured, with first responders who are out in the middle of this. But we're trying to update you on the schematics of how this impacts everybody else. JCPS closed, TARC services affected, a lot of businesses, the airport having to ground flights, things like that.
UPS is halting operations.
Clearly, UPS closing as well. I've got some information coming in from the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet. And again, these things change as the investigation moves to different parts of the city. But at least within the past hour, I-65 north and south, the off-ramps and on-ramps from Fern Valley Road were closed. The local law enforcement agencies were out there putting those road closures in place. Want to make sure nobody accidentally drives anywhere near this. Outer Loop is closed from Grade Lane to I-65, the interchange there. No impacts to the main line I-65 or the Waterson. But if they can update this further as some of that, if it gets released throughout the evening, they will. But you've heard those emergency responders and the governor and folks telling people, stay away from this area. Well, maybe you're trying to get somewhere else. There could be some impacts to your travel path. I-65 north and south, those ramps, Fern Valley, Outer Loop, some of those areas impacted because of this.
Yeah, just work it out. Certainly we can do this for a tragedy that is so huge, affecting this city in such a way. So just follow what they're asking us to do.
Those road closures, we know at least were in place as of 9:15. So you can expect them to be fairly accurate at this hour as well.
All right, we're waiting for the mayor to give us a briefing here in about 10 minutes or so. He was out of town when this happened, rushed back to Louisville. He did talk to us on the phone earlier, talking about the impact it was having. So we'll hopefully learn some more information coming from the mayor. Again, we're just kind of going through the information that we have so far. It was interesting that this happened right around the calm that you see. Let's talk about that right now, because looking at the airport a few minutes ago, it was just as if nothing had happened right over there. But this all happened around 5:15 that the plane crashed, MD-11. We know that 4 people that has been updated have been killed. 11 folks have been injured. The extent of their injuries varies. Some, Brian, you had mentioned they suffered severe burns.
2 in the burn center, where those are the critical that U of L is most concerned with this evening.
Okay, and also we know that 2 businesses were hit, Kentucky Petroleum Recycling, and their employees have been accounted for, but grade A auto parts. 2 employees, we do not know the status of them. They had a number of customers as well that when this happened, so they're trying to see how many people were there and any extent of those injuries. First responders were kind of in that phase. The life safety, Dawn, as you were talking about it earlier, going door to door, every business, every home, making sure that people are accounted for.
And this is not a small area. We are talking miles of area where the plane came down, and with the speed, I guess, that it had, or the impact, it continued to go, and it continued to unfortunately destroy what was in its way and light up what was in its way with fire, hitting a petroleum company, causing that. And if you were watching, or if you saw some of the video that we've been showing, there were small other explosions that happened during that time in that black smoke. And so we don't even know what was going on then, other than the situation was just growing. And so there we go. That was the main explosion when the plane hit. And then it was mainly black smoke. But if you looked through that black smoke, you began to see what was happening to the businesses around that plane crash.
All right, we have an update now. We want to show you the map. These images it's tough to look away from these, from this disaster, but we're trying to build maps here in real time to show you as the updates come in. And Ryan Hoke, I know, has put together an updated shelter-in-place map. Ryan and Kevin, this has been updated several times throughout the evening. What are we seeing here?
Yeah, this is a 1-mile radius of the Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport that's currently in a shelter-in-place. This is grade lane. This is areas near Knopp. This is going to be part of Outer Loop right on the southern edge of that there before you get to I-65. The Ford Assembly Plant's in that, the very south side of the airport, too.
Frankly, where that is, nobody is, because it's an industrial area. It's all been evacuated for the most part at this point anyway. There's not a lot of homes in that area, a few businesses, and many of those are without power at this point right in the center of that.
It just underscores the need not to go look at this thing. I know there's that temptation. Do not go look at this thing, because emergency first responders are still on scene. Investigators are getting to the scene. This is what we call a hot incident area. Do not go to this area. That's what that's for right now. It's frankly a blessing that this is not a residential area and that it was around 5:15 when this happened, because so many more folks would have been in these buildings had it been even just an hour before, because a lot of folks may get off work at 4 or 5 o'clock.
Sure.
And these are they usually have a high number of employees too, I would think.
Yeah, well, these are a lot of warehouses. There's a lot of trucking companies. You know, I was just kind of looking at all the businesses down there. We've got auto parts places, you know, kind of where you go into the junkyard and pick your auto parts. They've got a lot of those types of places. You've got like a fencing company down there. So it's a lot of different business types in a very industrial area here. It's not just chemical facilities, but other types of businesses too.
I had 3 text messages from people who said I had just left there 15 minutes before.
Well, and that's why, you know, I talked to Chris, who was part of Superior Leasing, which is literally a block and a half away. And he said, I reached out to all the neighbors down there. Yep. Luckily, they had all left for work just about a half an hour earlier. Yeah. So a lot of people were out of the way. Unfortunately, we all know how Grade Lane gets jammed up that time of day. So some folks, as this plane came barreling across Grade Lane, probably got hit in their cars. I'm guessing that's a possibility.
We've seen video of some cars that are severely damaged, and if anyone was in them, it's tough to imagine walking away from that. Now, whether there were people driving at the time in those, we don't know.
And again, we don't know. You heard the governor say during one of the tornadoes, they just knew that the count for those, the loss of life was going to be greater, and how it happened, he doesn't know, but he's grateful that it ended up not being what they thought it was. And
when
so
you see this,
I know, what can you do other than pray for your community, for your neighbors, for those that are working there, and just hope as many as people as possible were in places where if they were harmed, not too severely, or maybe they were away, as Kevin had said, they called in one place, said, oh, we're fine. And I have friends who said, I had just left that place 15 minutes ago.
This happened at 5:15. It's almost 10 o'clock. It's very dark outside. Daylight tomorrow, I think, is when we'll probably have a better idea of what exactly the damage that we are experiencing. And it's going to be a long night. But looking out here, it's just like it never happened.
LMPD made an extra post about the Reunification Center where we've seen Fernando throughout the evening talking about, so if you're a family member and you haven't made the decision to go out there yet, wondering, do I need to? Here is some of the services that you'll find if you go. They have the Red Cross. You saw the van pull up with hopefully water and things that people need in a situation like this. There's a victim services unit. Here's a look outside that location. There will be chaplains, and there will be other resources as well. There's also a UPS hotline that they are making public that they will give to you. We have that number too, but it's for employees and non-employees. So maybe you know someone who works there. You can call that hotline as well to find that information. It's an 800 number, 631-0604.
All right. Again, we are waiting for the mayor to give us an update. Again, that's just recapping some of the things that have happened tonight. We know that 4 people have died. 11 people are injured. This UPS plane went down around 5:15 there at the airport. It was thankfully not carrying any hazardous cargo. We've had a number of first responders from different agencies coming to help us out. Every first responder is more than likely out working this right now. 4 people killed, as I mentioned, 11 injured. At least 2 businesses were damaged. They are Kentucky Petroleum, Recycling, and Grade A Auto Parts. The FAA is investigating this. Right now, the Airfield, the airport, and TSA are closed. JCPS is closed tomorrow as well. UPS suspending operations for tomorrow. I-65 North and South ramps, they are closed. Kentucky 1065 from Grade Lane to I-65 interchange is also closed.
So if you get up tomorrow and there are some things that may be different from your normal routine, stop for a second before you get angry about it, or whatever happens, and find out maybe that may be connected in some way. This is a long trek of something that happened, and as Myra said, by the daylight, this is going to start again, and things will begin to change again because we'll have more information about what needs to be done and what happened.
Speaking of changes, we don't know if we're going to hear any changes in a victim count or injuries or anything like that when Mayor Craig Greenberg takes to the podium here, expected in the next 5 minutes or so. When we got the update an hour ago from airport officials, that's when we learned that it was a 4th person who had been killed in this. And so we did receive an update there. U of L Health, as we take a live look here inside the airport, the podium where the mayor will speak. U of L Health has already said they don't expect to provide any more updates on the conditions of the patients they're treating. The governor talked about a lot of what happens tomorrow and the investigation and when the sun comes up and things like that. So not to speculate on what the mayor is going to talk about, but being that he's been out of town, he needs to and wants to, and I know it's been hurting him not to be able to address the city yet. He will get to do that very shortly. And our question will be if there's any new information coming from that, or if we're just going to hear more about resources and what we can do to help as we head into the days to come.
Yeah, I'm sure that he too is being briefed by the moment because he's got to address his city. And so if he comes before us, I know he wants to have all of the information that he can give us and what to expect and what comes next. And what we need to do as a community, this is not happening to someone. This is happening to us as a community. So I'm sure once he gets here, he's going to have to make sure he has all the information before he addresses us. We will bring you that live. as soon as that happens, and it should happen hopefully within the next few minutes.
Yeah, again, 4 people have been killed tonight that we know so far. 11 folks have been injured from this plane crash that happened. We're continuing to see this type of video that's coming in to our newsroom from viewers sharing it. I mean, look at that plume of smoke.
So initially, though, you see that plume, initially it looks like there's a fire or something just in that area. That's like a 3-mile long area that is burning.
It's so, as you talk about who's leading some of these investigations, trying to figure out how in the world this happened. We know NTSB is on top of this. And it's interesting. We talk about when are we going to get these updates? Everybody wants to know the information. Well, one of the last posts that they made at the start of the month had to do with the government shutdown and the NTSB making a post that they were only going to be carrying out emergency essential work to preserve life and property until the government shutdown was lifted. So it's tough for them to answer questions about active investigations, maybe dealing with a smaller crew right now as they deal with the government shutdown, like so many other agencies. And so one of the last things that they had posted was about their response being cut down because of this. And so it may take us some time to get the answers that we're all looking for.
Yeah, we've been talking about our first responders, how they are really the heroes tonight as well. Dan Mann from the airport had said, they just practiced this sort of scenario less than a month ago.
Do you remember? Yeah, we were there with them, watching them do what they do, but you never expect the story we just shot is going to have to play out.
It's
unbelievable.
You can't fathom. So we are waiting, of course, on the mayor. Our reporters have been scattered about. We're showing you now some of the images when this first happened. This was shortly after that UPS plane went down 3 miles from the airport itself. And you see these secondary explosions. Some of that was related to the fuel on board. Some of that related to the recycling center that the plane itself hit. And that's what made this initial firefight more challenging for first responders. They can't use water for something like this. They were using foam. Well, eventually those trucks are going to run out of that. We heard from city officials and state officials saying that businesses nearby who deal with having to put out hazardous waste fires came to the rescue to give some of that firefighting foam. We had agencies from all over, pretty much every single emergency responder in the area come to this. And this is what it looked like for several hours. The burn and the runoff and that firefight continued. And so you can imagine the people that were nearby that the hospitals are now treating. This was a grave situation and is not something that is easy to deal with. This is an eerie image with the plane in the foreground and the air traffic control tower there off to the left that I think will be one we remember from this day.
Absolutely. This is going to go down as one of the most terrible tragedies to happen to our Louisville community in quite some time, Dawn, and you can always provide context into what our strength and our resilience and what we've been through in this community as well.
It's what we do. I mean, in this city, if you say, we're showing it right now with the food we need, it gets done. Everybody who can do does. And if you can't do exactly what's needed, most folks here in this city always has been, always will be, will say, well, I can't do that, but what can I do? And so I know that's what we're going to step up and do. And so when they say, don't touch that debris, don't do it, because, it could solve something. We don't know what.
Yeah. And you may not know what it is.
You may not even know what it is.
Yes.
But don't touch it. Take a picture of it and put it at louisvilleky.gov/emergency services. This is the only thing that I worry about. And I don't really worry about it. I shouldn't use that word. Things have just been stressed in so many different ways, right? So I personally, I think I can say it for my family here too. Give somebody grace and space, because you don't know who they're worried about or who they lost or what happened, or the fact that they're thinking, I didn't go to work. That could have been, me last night. I was supposed to be. So let's just give each other grace and space. And remember that we're going to have to get through all of this together well, I was going to say until it's done, but it will never be done. It'll always be part of us.
We've got our devices here. If you see us leaning over the desk, we're trying to read these alerts as they come in. Lena Noakes is there on the ground at the airport waiting for the press conference. And looks like we got word it's been delayed just a bit. 10:15 looks to be the time that we're hoping to be hearing from the mayor. So they're waiting. Then we'll wait with them.
I guess if you wonder why it's been delayed, though, this information is coming in, so we don't know.
Think about how many calls he has to field from. I mean, he took time to talk to us live on the air as he was en route to here.
Sure.
Now you think about if he's going to be providing an update on any information, he's got to go through all those different emergency departments that were there, whatever the federal government and the NTSB and the FAA want to share about this, whatever the governor or we heard from Congressman Morgan McGarvey in Washington, whatever they've learned from federal partners, and get this together in a way that we can digest and then dissect as the public. So this isn't something where they're moving the time for any sort of nefarious reason. There is a ton of information coming, and we're trying to get these people here from out of town.
No need to
and
rush.
There's roads closed.
Yeah, no
near
need
the
to rush.
And the governor rushed over to Louisville to kind of address our community as well. And we did hear from several of those city officials, Jody Myman for the emergency services. We heard from the fire chief. We heard from representatives from our area as well. So it is kind of a all hands on deck approach right now. Everybody's trying to figure out and get everybody the latest information to calm the nerves and get what's accurate out there as well.
And I'm sure as the night goes on, there's something that someone hasn't thought of. And it'll be, somebody say, hey, have we done this? And they will get to it. But you look at that site right there. And
if you didn't know,
it's very peaceful and calm. But there is a lot going on in that space at the airport where we find our Logan Perone. I mean, Logan, we look at these pictures and we don't see the smoke or the flames anymore.
That's been a lot of the conversation tonight. We've seen those images. I just actually shared one to my social media of this giant plume of video someone sent to us. Inside the airport, a lot different of a scene. It's the chatter around. I mean, if you just take a look to my left, you're right on the screen here. There are still some people who are, still watching as this unfolds. Obviously, they're here waiting either for a flight, either to go out or waiting for someone coming in. And again, it's the only place open this late at night. When you think about the airport, and I talked about it last time we were on here, there's never hardly a scene like this where it's this empty. It's always busy coming and going. We're always seeing planes outside, especially at night too. If you go drive around the city, there's a circle of planes flying around. So right now it's just a lot of sitting and waiting as we wait for more information, as we wait for planes to get back in and off the ground. It's just a big waiting game here. And this is where you're going to find a lot of the folks at SCF right here.
Thank you so much, Logan. So we are working to try to put in perspective how historic and rare an event like this is. So Ryan Hoke is somebody who studies aviation, has for years and years. And so, Ryan, you have resources you've been digging into that maybe pinpoint when the last time something of this scale happened here in the United States.
Right. So the MD-11 is a wide-body jet. That means it's wide, obviously. If it were to have passengers, it would have 2 aisles that you could walk down here. The last time we had a fatal crash in the United States of a wide-body jet looks to have been November 12th of 2001, and that was the American Airlines crash in Queens, New York. This was shortly after 9/11, not related to it. So aviation is safe in the United States in general here. This is exceptionally rare. To hear that a wide-body jet has crashed with fatalities in Louisville, Kentucky on this day is something that nobody could have predicted because this is such a rare event.
But you talk about the size of this plane. For most of us that have been on a plane, the planes we get on, they're not this big, right?
A lot of the planes we get on here in Louisville, if you're a passenger, are not. Now, you would only see a wide-body jet around Derby, and it would typically be like a 777 or a 767 from Delta, American, or United in here. If you fly out on Southwest, that's some of your bigger planes. Those are 737s. Those are not wide bodies. So a wide-body jet crash is a pretty rare occurrence here. And, you saw that it was, manufactured in 1991. The age of the plane doesn't necessarily matter here because these airframes are rated to go for decades and and decades and decades here with proper maintenance. It's not like your car, if you're driving a 76 Chevy around that's falling apart. No, it's not the same thing because of the maintenance standards and all that goes into servicing aircraft here. So I just wanted to make that point too, that June 1991, that 35-year age on that airframe
has no impact.
Not a big deal because they often fly, what we consider to be old airplanes, but they're perfectly safe.
Since you have, since you have so much knowledge about this, like what then happens with the investigation to find out what caused this plane to explode?
Well, that's a good question. So obviously the FAA and the NTSB, boots on the ground within however many hours it takes them to get here. And they basically try to figure out what is going on with the scene currently, try to piece things together. And, they take all their evidence back to their offices, try to piece together the cockpit flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder. That CVR, cockpit voice recorder, is going to be super crucial in this instance. I've listened to some of the air traffic control recordings that we can get access to today. I didn't hear anything that was, of note, but there are going to be, kind of master recordings of those air traffic control transmissions. You're going to have the flight data recorder that tells you the speed, the pitch, the angle, what was going on with the hydraulics, the systems of the aircraft at the time. And then the cockpit voice recorder is literally going to be the conversation in the cockpit, over the last 30 minutes. They typically don't release the audio files of that out of respect for the families and such, but you'll often get a transcript at the end of an NTSB investigation. So we're not going to know for a long time the exactness of what happened here. Anything you hear or see is conjecture until a proper investigation has taken place.
And we don't know the cause, so
exactly. Yeah, we have no idea.
All right. So, well, thanks for that insight, Ryan. And as you mentioned, being that a plane of this size hasn't gone down since 2001, it would appear with a deadly event tied to it, shows that those conversations in the aviation community will continue to be that this is a safe means of transportation. We want to go now to some sound from Governor Andy Beshear. He addressed the city and the state several hours ago, not long after this had happened, providing an update to us. Let's give you another listen.
Other agencies involved that are at the scene or available: the Kentucky National Guard, Kentucky Office of Homeland Security, the Louisville Fire Department, the Lexington Fire Department, the Bardstown Fire Department, the Shepherdsville Fire Department, Louisville Emergency Management, the Fern Creek Fire Department, Pleasure Ridge Park Fire Department, Fairdale Fire Department, Anchorage Middletown Fire Department, Jeffersontown Fire Department, Airport Police Department, Louisville Metro Police, Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, St. Matthews Police Department, Shively Police Department, KSP, Louisville Metro EMS, MSD, Louisville Gas and Electric, Kentucky Emergency Management. Again, we have virtually every single fire, police, and emergency response group that is responding right now to what you're seeing. At this time, we've got some initial numbers, but let me tell you, I expect them to grow. Right now, we believe we have at least 3 fatalities. So I believe that number is going to get larger.
And that number is now 4 confirmed dead that we know so far.
All right, we are showing you video from earlier this evening. This is as dusk began, and it was still a major issue and firefight there on the ground for all of those first responding units that you heard the governor talking about. Wave News reporter Logan Perrone has been live for us for the last several hours inside an eerily empty airport. He has heard from several passengers, and Logan, you have a new interview for us here outside the bar restaurant right when you get ready to head through TSA.
Yeah, so again, I've been saying this all night. You folks know this airport. If you come in, right off to the left, there is a bar here. It's called Book and Bourbon. And right now I've got Billy Joe. Billy's worked here for 11 years, you said. Yes. And you were supposed to close at 8:30. You're open right now. It's definitely past 8:30. Kind of talk about that.
It's just because the people need us. I mean, there's nowhere for anybody to go. I mean, people can go to a hotel if they wish, but if they have an early flight, normally they want to stay here.
And, just, you've seen the scenes. You've watched it on TV. You've just, I don't know, it's a shocking scene, but what has it been like for you? Because you've not only seen the images, but you've heard the stories of people who saw it getting off the airplane.
Yeah, everybody's been devastated. For the families that are really impacted by this, is very sad. very sad. And that's where our heart goes. And we pray for all of them.
And if you can, I know we just saw folks from Metro Police in here. You said your son's a police officer with LMPD. Kind of talk about, you know, your communication with him as well as others.
He just called and said, "Mom, are you good?" And I was like, "Yes, I'm good." I didn't even know what was going on at the time. But my daughter called, and then my mom's been calling, my sister called, friends have been calling, because everybody knows I work here. So my phone has been blowing up, and I couldn't get to everybody. I just told my daughter, I said, "Just tell everybody that I'm okay, please," because I had the bar wrapped. People were everywhere. So people were stuck. So we just kept food and drinks, keep everybody happy.
And, you know, what's that been like? Because, again, like I said, you had been hearing different stories. You know, we just spoke with a woman behind us here. You know, she was on the flight from our folks earlier who were heading to Arizona. You know, she's stuck here until the morning.
Yep.
And like you said, this bar was wrapped. We just saw several officers in the back. What's it been like hearing their stories?
Sad. You got to keep your composure and keep it going. You got to be here for everybody. No matter what's going on out there, we have to stay here and be calm for everybody else.
Well, in that case, Billy Joe, I'm going to ask you, how long do you plan to stay open?
As soon as I get everything cleaned up, I'm headed home.
Well,
so probably maybe another 30 minutes, maybe.
Well, thank you for helping the folks stuck out here.
Absolutely.
And, you know, trust me, you folks at home, if you've ever been stuck at the airport, folks like Billy Joe, you appreciate it. Guys, we'll send it back to you. Hopefully we get the mayor soon here.
Thank you.
All right.
Good night.
Thank you, Logan, so much. There was part of that there. Logan's talking to her because her son is a first responder, a police officer. We thank him so very much. And she says, "My son called me just to say, are you at the airport? Are you okay?"
And she's serving people.
Right, but that's the first thing everybody wants to know.
Are you okay?
Can you imagine we have at 2911 Taylor Boulevard, the Victim Reunification Center? That's what everybody wants to know.
Yep.
If they're in that area, where's my person? Where's my mama?
Mm-hmm.
You know, where's my son? Where's my brother? Are you okay? And I think that's going to be the toughest thing coming over the next 24 hours.
Now she's working into the night to help people. All right, we're going to go live out to the press conference. Here comes the mayor.
All right, everybody, thanks for bearing with us tonight. This will be the last briefing for this evening. I do want to say that the airport is closed. It will remain closed tonight. We do anticipate it open and ready for operations first thing tomorrow morning. If you're flying, I would ask you check with your airlines. I would expect delays and cancellations tomorrow. We have been in contact with the NTSB. They will be arriving first thing tomorrow morning, and we anticipate an NTSB briefing sometime tomorrow morning before noon. Mayor?
Thanks, Dan. Good evening, everybody. First, I'd like to send my prayers to the families of the victims of this tragic crash. Send my prayers to our entire UPS family across Louisville and across the country. UPS is such an important part of our Louisville family, and we know it's a tough evening as it will be in the days ahead. And prayers to all of Louisville. Another tragedy that we're dealing with together, but we will come together stronger. We will support those who have lost loved ones and friends, and we will move forward as we have in the past. As of right now, we know there are 4 confirmed fatalities, and we believe there are additional fatalities as well, and we're working to notify next of kin before we provide other confirmations on that, as well as additional injuries, many or all of whom have been taken to U of L Health, and they've provided some information on the people that they have treated this evening. But we still have first responders who are actively searching the scene right now, so we'll continue to provide more information on victims as it becomes available. There are more than 100 firefighters on the scene from across the region that are still here, that are working to make it safe for everyone in our community, as well as that are searching for additional victims. There are still some hot spots where the crash took place and road closures as well. As has already been announced, JCPS will be closed tomorrow, and this is all schools across the entire district for tomorrow. They'll be making a decision about the following day, tomorrow, once they have more information. And one thing we want to say to all folks across the entire city, if there are people who you have not heard from this evening, If you believe family or friends or loved ones may be a victim, please do not go to area hospitals. We have a family assistance center that has been set up at the Louisville Metro Police Training Academy. That address is 2911 Taylor Boulevard. So if you still are waiting to hear from a loved one this evening, again, please go to 2911 Taylor Boulevard. I've also spoken with a board member from the NTSB who will be arriving tomorrow before 10 a.m. There'll be 28 folks from NTSB coming. They're sending a large crew to do the investigation and deal with this disaster. Also, they've told me that under the Family Disaster Assistance Act will be triggered, which provides coordinated support between NTSB and the airline, which is UPS, for victims and their families. So the families should know that there will be support for them. UPS asked me to convey the same message this evening. They are going to be doing everything they can to support those that have been impacted by this horrible tragedy right now, and their thoughts, their prayers, their love is going out to all of the families of victims this evening. As the governor said earlier, there was no hazardous cargo on board. Emergency management is continuing to monitor the air quality, and this is another great opportunity to remind the entire community to please sign up for Lens Alert. That is a great way to get real-time information from our emergency management teams when unfortunate situations like this occur that may impact your safety. The current instructions are for everyone within a 1 mile radius of the site to shelter in place. We'll continue to update that as we have more information on air quality. And again, the National Transportation Safety Board will be in charge of the investigation and will be the primary source of information about the investigation, why this may have happened and what happened. We expect that once they are on the ground tomorrow morning, we'll have another briefing with NTSB as well. And as Dan said, the airport is closed for this evening. It will be open tomorrow morning. I want to give a giant thanks before we bring up Chief Brian O'Neill from Louisville Fire Department. I also want to send a giant thanks once again to all of the first responders, to all of the firefighters and other first responders from around the Louisville area and around the entire region and state. Thank Mayor Gordon for sending in some equipment and individuals from Lexington to support as well. This is just, in times like this, it's just one of those opportunities to once again thank our first responders who are performing heroic work every day. But when you see it in such a tragic, large form, it's important to give public thanks as well. I also want to notify residents that might live nearby. If there's any debris in your yard, we hope to have we're going to have a form on our website at louisvilleky.gov. We hope to have that live in the coming minutes or an hour this evening. We ask that nobody touch any debris if there is debris from this crash on your property, but you register that online just as we do after other large incidents so that we can track that and come out. This is an incredibly difficult day for so many people, for our entire city. And once again, we'll be praying and sending our love and doing everything we can to support the families, the friends, everyone who has been impacted this. We'll be lighting the Big Four Bridge yellow in honor of the victims of the crash. And we ask that everyone continue to keep them in your mind and your prayers this evening. Let me now introduce Chief Brian O'Neill from the Louisville Fire Department to provide some additional updates. Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I want to make sure that I give a shout out. This was Okolona Fire Department. This was in their district. They were first on scene. They took command of this incident. They are still out there in command and handling everything. That's why I am here. Louisville Fire, as well as the rest of the county fire departments, are supporting and assisting with this incredible large-scale mass casualty incident. So I'm sure most people have seen the very dramatic photos and videos. That fire now is almost entirely contained. As I said earlier, when you have such such a large scale incident and fire that's spread over such a massive area, we have to use hundreds of personnel to surround it, contain it, and then slowly bring it in. That has happened. It is now safe enough that we are allowed to, we're able to take some of our firefighters, finish up with the spot fires, but create a formal grid to continue to search. So all of the affected area, we are now doing a formal search. This is, again, these are trained firefighters from all around the region that are handling this to search grid by grid very carefully to make sure if we can find any other victims. But also, as the mayor said, and I want to repeat this, if you see any type of debris, don't touch it. Make sure you register it, because we need to make sure that when the NTSB comes in, they can recreate it. Metro Arson is on the scene right now to help secure the area, to keep that scene as safe as possible. The other thing I want to reiterate is that although we have so many resources dedicated to this large-scale incident, we have brought in off-duty personnel to staff our fire stations to make sure that the rest of the city is still safe. So if there are any other emergencies that occur throughout the city, you are still protected, you are still safe, your firefighters are still on guard for you. Again, we watched this terrible video, we watched these horrible incidents. Just remember, please, those are real people that impacted. Let's take a moment to think about them and their families and their loved ones. And again, I have to give just a tremendous shout out to all the firefighters that are on the ground. I was on scene with them earlier today. They do amazing work. They have tremendous bravery. It's just, it's incredible to be a part of them. And they're going to need your support. This incident's going to be going on for a while, but thank you.
Thank you, Chief O'Neill. We're trying to provide you with all the information that they have. We're happy to try to answer a few questions this evening, and then we'll continue to provide any more information this evening, or definitely first thing tomorrow morning.
So, Mr. Mayor, the governor is saying that now there are 7 confirmed dead. Have you heard that? And do you know how many people are on board the plane, and how many of the casualties or injuries are from the ground?
There were 3 crew members on the plane. The 4 that we have confirmed dead are not on the plane. Again, we believe it will be 7 that we're aware of at this time. And as you heard from Chief O'Neill, there'll be others that are searching there. So that is consistent with what we believe. We're waiting to get final word that next of kin have been notified, but we wanted to get information out as soon as we possibly could.
Is there a certain number of missing that you have?
We don't have that information at that time. Again, if there are people that are missing, please go to 2911 Taylor Boulevard. Our understanding, though, is from the businesses whose property was impacted, that they have accounted for the individuals that they're aware of in terms of their employees or people that were on their property, either accounted for them alive or as some of those 4 victims. We're not aware of any that are missing right now. That does not mean there aren't any, but right now we're not aware of any other additional individuals who are missing.
Is there any update on the nearby tank farms? Maybe a question for Chief O'Neill. We know that houses some recycled oil, and we don't know if that is still a concern currently or not.
It is contained and controlled. Yes, so there are some storage tanks there that have propane and oil. Some of those have ruptured. You might have heard there were some secondary explosions that were happening in that area. Some of that were small tanks. Some of those were actually the relief valves. So it can sound very scary, but that's a good thing. That means the relief valve worked and it didn't actually explode. It just is releasing that pressure. So yeah, all of that right now is contained. Now that's still going to be a mess in that area because of the fuel leaks and the oil, but that's we've got it all contained, but we'll be there for a while handling that scene.
You described this as a mass casualty event. How much worse, based on preliminary evidence, do you expect this? How much worse could this be?
That's something we don't know. As the mayor spoke, we've got this area that you've got a couple of businesses. We can't be 100% sure how many people were there. There are some other homes in the area, so we went to all the places that we could check once we were on scene. But then you have such a large-scale area that was impacted by that initial crash, and you've got a fire that's covering almost an entire city block. So we're going to very, very carefully make sure we go back and check. Obviously, we hope that there were no other victims, but we're prepared to find those, and we hope that we don't find any.
Mayor, you mentioned the JCPS closing. Have you heard from private schools and colleges in the area?
My understanding, I've not heard from all of them, but my understanding is that everyone else is open at this point in time. I don't have information other than JCPS being closed right now.
you have any information on how this might affect UPS headquarters across the world? I mean, obviously, this is the world port for UPS, so any information on that?
I defer to UPS on that. I've spoken to several senior UPS officials, executives this evening. Our conversations were all about their support for the victims and their family, their commitment to work on the investigation to get to the bottom of this. And so I don't have that answer yet. I would direct that to UPS.
Mayor, this is going to impact a lot of people. What can the people of Louisville do to help those impacted by this disaster?
This certainly will impact a lot. Obviously, the victims that we have, their families, UPS, and having a tragedy like this in your backyard impacts all of us greatly. I know the feeling that I first got when I saw the plume of smoke, then when I heard what had happened and how my heart dropped. I know that everyone in Louisville had that same exact feeling. Tonight, as we simply ask for prayers and support for those who have been directly impacted by it and their families. There may be other things that they can be helpful on in the coming days, and we'll make folks aware of that. But we've just seen over the past week the outpouring of support in our community when we ask to help others who are having challenging times. You've seen that over the past week as people came together to donate to area food banks, to donate food to individuals that are going hungry, that are losing their SNAP benefits. I'm confident that once again in this tragedy, Louisville will come together, Louisville will show up and be there to support our fellow residents who are struggling at this time.
Is there any message you have for people across Metro Louisville or Kentuckiana in terms of helping, anything they can do to help or support?
Well, one other thing I'd like to add is if you need help, again, we've talked several ways about if there's debris in your yard to fill out a form, if there's somebody still missing, go to 2911 Taylor Boulevard. Let me also reiterate this phone number for family assistance, 1-800-631-0604, so that any families that are impacted can get the full support that they need and that they deserve. The final thing I'll say is, just as I was mentioning to Paul's question a minute ago, is this impacts everyone differently. And if you feel like you need to talk to somebody, please ask for help. These are challenging times enough that we're already living in. When there are tragedies like this, these are very difficult to process, to absorb, and then move forward. And so if you feel like you need to talk to somebody, please reach out. There are lots of resources available, whether it's talking to a friend, a family member, another loved one, or whether you need to speak with a professional, please do, because in times like this, it can be tough. One or two more, and then...
I'm sorry. Do you know if UPS will be speaking to us, giving any statement?
I don't have that information right now.
With the NTSB in town tomorrow, do we have any idea what, even just for neighbors who live around that area, what to expect over the coming days or even weeks potentially?
I'll let Dan answer that.
Yeah, NTSB is bringing in a full crew, 28 folks to start with. They'll hit the ground running first thing tomorrow morning, and they'll be working with all the mutual aid, all the first responders, collecting all the evidence. I expect they'll be here for several days, putting all this together. And there'll be multiple briefings. NTSB does a great job with those. So first one tomorrow morning, shortly after they arrive, and then I would expect several over the next few days. But this is going to be a long event. I think we'll be here for multiple days, putting all the pieces together.
All right, guys. Well, thank you all very much. We're going to get back at it. We'll be here late into the early morning, and we will provide you information on briefing times tomorrow morning. When we have more information, when NTSB is on the ground, we'll provide that to you and continue to put out information to the public as soon as we have it. Thank you all very much. And again, please hold all of the victims and their families in your prayers this evening. Thank you all.
All right, we want to recap some of the things that we have learned new right now. We knew that death toll was going to rise, and it has now to 7 dead. We know 3 people who died were on that plane, that UPS plane. 4 people have died. They were elsewhere. We don't know the exact details of that. 11 people are injured. Of course, these numbers could possibly go up. This is a tweet from the governor. It says, "The news out of Louisville is tough tonight as the death toll has now reached at least 7, with that number expected to rise. First responders are on site and they're working hard to extinguish the fire and continue this investigation. Air monitoring assets have been deployed, and we are working to keep the public informed and keep folks in the area safe. We will share more information as it is available. He also goes on to say some more information about saying that please pray for the families affected, Louisville and all of Kentucky. We are hurting right now after a heartbreaking day. 100 firefighters, they are on the scene. Thankfully, several hours later. Now we're more than 5 hours since this has happened, but the fire is almost entirely contained. That is truly a miracle. When you saw the number of explosions that happened, the path of destruction, it wasn't just the plane that went down.
No.
It was what happened in the aftermath. You can see from this video, businesses affected as well. So they are encouraging people to not go to the hospitals. That is not where you need to be. And 28 people from the NTSB will be coming to Louisville tomorrow to give us an update.
They are the official folks that are now taking over this investigation. We're trying to make sure that you know everything as we wrap things up. We tell you again, as Myra said, don't go in that area. Don't go to the hospitals. Also, do not touch debris. They may need that in piecing all of this together. So if you find debris that you say, okay, that's odd, it shouldn't be in this place, or you may have any thought about it not supposed to, be in the area it is, take a picture of it or notify louisvilleky.gov/emergency services. Please don't touch it. Don't keep it. Let the city know, because we need to piece this out and at least give the family some closure as to what happened. If you are searching for loved ones or friends, or you need information from UPS, they have a line that is up for you. That number is 1-800-631-0604. We talked about the trek that this accident took. It's a long area. There may be someone whose home is damaged. That to a number, and I hope you have something to write with, 502-376-6617. And then the one thing that's probably the hardest of all is knowing that families are going to 2911 Taylor Boulevard. That's the Victim Reunification Center, where they're saying, can you tell me about my loved one? They were here or there, and they fear that they may be hurt or worse.
As we think about the victims and their families this evening and all the first responders who have responded to this tragedy today, we move into what's next and what happens with operations here in our city over the next 24 hours or so. We know that the airport is closed tonight. It is expected to be open tomorrow. If you have travel or family coming into town tomorrow, it is expected to be open. This is a live look at what the airport looks like right now, where it's a lot of media folks, it's people stuck there who couldn't get on their plane, it's workers who are still serving those people. The airport itself closed. Tomorrow it should reopen. If you are flying, expect delays and cancellations. Speaking of cancellations, Jefferson County Public Schools, the largest school district in the state, is canceling classes for tomorrow. There was so much activity with stay in your home, shelter in place, road closures, a lot that came in the aftermath of this. And out of a precaution, our public schools have closed classes for tomorrow. It will be treated like a snow day, and there will be no sports after school either. Road closures. There are several of those that have been in place. You got to expect Grade Lane down there near Crittenden Drive and Stooges. That area is going to remain closed indefinitely. The Kentucky Transportation Department has posted several additional road closures on social media, impacting on-ramps on I-65 around the Fern Valley exit. NTSB, Myra mentioned that they've got 28 people coming from the federal government here to investigate what happened today. We expect that after the mayor's briefing this evening, the next time we hear from a government official will be the NTSB sometime before noon.
I want to share some tweets that LG&E and KU is sharing. They say our hearts go out to those impacted by the tragic UPS plane crash that occurred tonight near the Muhammad Ali International Airport. Safety remains our top priority for our customers, our employees, and our community. Our electric and natural gas crews and employees from across the company are responding to the situation, working closely with emergency responders and emergency management officials to ensure our systems are protected and those in the area remain safe while performing their critical work. LG&E has also representatives embedded in the Louisville Emergency Operations Center to coordinate efforts in real time. For safety, we have proactively de-energized power lines into a nearby substation, which has interrupted service to approximately 290 customers. We've also isolated a portion of our natural gas system that has affected more than 90 customers, and these numbers could change based on the needs of the emergency responders as they continue their work.
We've got a lot to think about tonight. Julia Richardson is near the airport and has been covering what's going on, telling us about how that smell is still there from all of the burning. Julia, what are you seeing now?
Yeah, Dawn, as you said, that smell is still in the air. I think it probably will be for the next few days, as we know that there were over 200,000 pounds of jet fuel on that plane that crashed. That's what those officials said in that presser a few hours ago. So we'll probably be able to smell that all throughout the city. But as you guys at the desk have been saying kind of all night as we've been doing the camera views, out here it's very quiet. And if you didn't know what had happened, now that it's dark and everything, you wouldn't think that anything was amiss besides the fact that there are no planes moving on the runway. But other than that, it looks very calm. There's nobody really out here besides us in the media, at least from where I am. But of course, we can see the runway and everything is all quiet. Now, of course, as you guys have been recapping what they've been saying in the pressers, a lot of this may be repetitive, but they are still monitoring that air quality. There were no hazardous materials on the plane, but of course, they don't know how that crash and how the impact will kind of translate into the air and what that all means. Of course, there was nothing on the plane that was hazardous, but they're still monitoring. That shelter in place is still in place for a mile out of the scene. Now, of course, this is impacting flights. As I said, there's no movement on the runway, so they're officials are encouraging people to check in with their airlines. If you do have a flight coming up, there's no flights out tonight, but if you have a flight tomorrow, keep up with your airline. Now, of course, I kind of wanted to end with this. They are going to be lighting the Big Four Bridge yellow in honor of those victims. We do know that the death toll has risen to 7, and they're assuming that there will be more. So, of course, we are keeping all of those people in our prayers. And as those families are, finding out the information tonight, and, even the families that are not sure if their loved ones have made it, we will obviously be keeping all of those people in our thoughts. But I'm going to go back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you, Julia. Here's a live look from our SkyTrack camera showing the Big Four Bridge that Julia just mentioned, all lit up in yellow. You got to think an ode to UPS, their colors, yellow and brown, of course, losing, we know, at least 3 of their crew members this evening among the 7 dead. We have our reporters spread out. Julie was outside the airport. Logan Perrone has been reporting from inside the airport. An eerie scene as TSA is shut down, has been for hours. Logan, the last time we talked to you had talked to some people who were stuck there. You were talking to business owners who were doing their best to be there for the people who were in the airport with nowhere to go and travel plans upended. I see the doors behind you have closed. What's the latest from inside?
Well, yeah, you just mentioned I spoke with the bartender here at Book and Bourbon. When you go up the escalators, it's that bar off to the left. She's officially shut down the bar for the night. But as you can see behind me, still a few people who are going to stake out holdout tonight here in the airport. We got a man reading a book, a man taking a nap. Again, some folks just are waiting to get on their plane. So this is for them, the best place to go. And, if we look over at the arrivals, I want to show you that, as Julie had mentioned, there are hopes that flights can get off the ground in the morning. You see some of those. Let me get a little closer so I can read. You see Miami, that's scheduled to get off at 11:40 in the morning. You got Minneapolis at 7:30. Again, those are all, assuming that planes will be able to eventually take off and get off the ground here at SDF. But I just want to put in perspective for you guys. I mean, this is, again, we've talked about it tonight, a very busy airport, even at times like this. The last time I got off a flight here at SDF, it was around this time of night. There were people coming and going. Usually this is about around the time those last flights come into the airport. So very eerie. And like I mentioned last time I spoke with you guys, it kind of paints the mood of the city. It's very eerie. This is something that, none of us could have saw coming. Now, the one other thing I wanted to add while I have you guys, Brian, Myra, Don, the NTSB, they're going to be the ones that will be conducting this investigation. We heard that from the governor. We heard that from LMPD. And again, I wanted to give a rundown. I've experienced one of these situations before when the Baltimore Bridge, Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore collapsed. Essentially, NTSB, those 28 individuals, they're going to come in and they're going to do several things. They're going to lay out a timeline of what happened from the time before the plane even took off to the time, even after the incident. And then from there, they're going to be looking at a variety of factors, the plane, when it was last inspected, things of that nature, as well as the pilots, when were they last vetted, things of that variety. They're going to touch every little base that they can. Then we could probably expect to hear, some of the things that they'll be able to retrieve from the site, maybe a black box, audio recordings, conversations between the pilot and air traffic control. Those are all things that are going to be, factors that are evaluated as NTSB investigates what exactly happened from, again, before takeoff to that moment that the plane crashed south of the airport. And, when we look at what a report might look like, again, preliminary could be a few weeks, but again, this investigation is going to take a long time. So yes, we're hoping and we want to know exactly what happened, but as this investigation goes on, we have to, let NTSB do their part, get us the answers, and hopefully that's when we can, hopefully get some more good news. But guys, again, empty airport here at SDF. Hopefully things can get somewhat back to normal. It's not going to feel like that in the morning for sure, but hopefully planes can get off the ground and some of our folks here can get home. Guys, I'll send it back to you now.
All right, Logan, thank you so very much. So much has happened because of this crash. JCPS closed for tomorrow. It's like a regular snow day. There is no school. There's also no extracurricular activities for Wednesday. Again, that is closed. UPS suspends operations for tonight. That also, I-65 North and South ramps are closed because they're trying to make sure that no one goes into the affected areas. So I-65 North and South ramps are closed. They will probably open at some point. We don't know exactly when. The Kentucky 1065 from Grade Lane to I-65 interchange is closed. It will probably be closed for some time. And again, all of this as the plane crashed today, and now we're just trying to put the pieces back together again.
And Don, speaking of pieces, so many people are just heartbroken and shattered about what unfolded tonight. Again, 7 people are dead, 11 injured, 3 dead were the fatalities on the UPS plane. 4 people died elsewhere. We're waiting to get some more information on that. Folks that are needing help are going to a family reunification center located at 2911 Taylor Boulevard, where they're getting help from the Red Cross, some help from chaplains as well. That's where we are going now to Wave News reporter Fernando Garcia Francescini, who's been out there. And I know, Fernando, they've been moving you a little further and further away as more people are coming in.
Yeah, Myra, it seems every time we go live, we are a little bit further away from the scene. At first, we were allowed to be at the parking lot, then at a sidewalk right next to the building. And then about 50 minutes ago, a major with LMPD came out of the building and told us that the people that were inside, those loved ones, those family members, were very distraught, obviously in a very, feeling very distressed. And they had asked LMPD to ask.
All right, looks like we just
for them to feel more comfortable and and feel more safe as well. So we moved, again, as a show of respect to the families, we moved across the street from that reunification center. Myra, like you mentioned, it's 2911 at Taylor Boulevard. It's an LMPD training facility. A couple of minutes ago, we were speaking with someone with the Salvation Army. It's one of several entities out here providing services and help to those loved ones. They brought out food, brought out snacks. They're also giving, counseling, emotional, mental help as well. And we were hearing a little bit about what the mood is inside that reunification center. And he was telling us it feels in a way, calm, but at the same time, it's this atmosphere of heaviness. These people wanting information, wanting to see how their loved ones are doing, wanting the latest updates. And they were telling us that they're going to be here for as long as it's needed. Again, this reunification center, it's at 2911 at Taylor Boulevard. It's a place where people are asked to show up, to not go to local hospitals. We keep hearing from LMPD about how local hospitals right now, they're dealing with the crisis. They are not right now capable of handling reuniting families with loved ones. So again, the place to come to is the LMPD training facility on Taylor Boulevard. And of course, we'll keep you updated with the latest developments as the night progresses. But for now, guys, I'll go ahead and send things back to you.
All right. Thank you, Fernando. So as we dig into this tragedy and wait to learn more from the investigating units, particularly the NTSB, we have been working to try to figure out how common these things are. And the last time that we had an incident related to this, I want to bring in now meteorologist Ryan Hoke. He has a family background in aviation, has studied different stories related to the airline industry over the years. And we covered something here at WAVE back in 2013, I believe it was, had a crew that we had to send out of town for an incident that involved a team here locally.
Yeah, so this was a flight that originated in Louisville. This was August 14th of 2013. This was at the Birmingham Shuttlesworth International Airport, where you had an A300 from UPS that crashed on approach in Birmingham. And the part of the NTSB's report found that it was partially, at least, due to pilot fatigue. There was some back and forth about rest rules, rest management. There were some errors made. And essentially, this was the last time that we've heard of a fatal UPS crash like this within the United States. Now, it was 2013. This was an A300 600 back on August 14th, 2013 at 4:47 a.m. Now, there were only 2 fatalities in that crash. What separates this from what happened in Birmingham is that crashed into essentially some terrain just before the runway in Birmingham. So it was just the 2 pilots who were the fatalities involved with that. The Louisville crash here today, that crash happened on Grade Lane. Most of us know where Grade Lane is and how very busy it is with businesses and people commuting during rush hour just after 5 o'clock this evening, around 5:15. So that's kind of the differentiator here is, this crashed into a much busier area. We do not know the cause of this crash, and we're not going to know it for quite some time until the NTSB and the FAA has had time to go through everything. Of course, you've heard that their crews are on their way here, and they'll likely be here tomorrow. And certainly they're going to put out at least an initial report that might take 30 or 60 days or something like that. But what we can tell you is what we can see, and that is on your screen right now. That is very clearly a fire coming from the plane, and most likely from the left engine if you're looking out from the cockpit, if you're just to look at this with more of a magnifying glass, if you will, and obviously the ensuing fireball, we all know what happened there. So this was at the end of runway 17 right this evening around 5:15 p.m. here. That video comes to us from a passenger on another airliner that was taxiing, and you see the video there of the smoke that everybody saw a Reddit post today that someone 20 miles away saw the smoke here in Louisville. That is just how expansive that plume was. Everybody was talking about it, and certainly, the unfortunate part is what happened to create that plume of smoke here. And now that, folks are kind of getting in position to investigate, hopefully we'll find out a cause, because the thing about aviation safety is every single time there's a crash like this, you have to learn something from this, right? You have to make sure this doesn't happen again. What was the error? What was the problem? What was the thing that caused the crash, so that we can implement rules and regulations to make sure that it doesn't happen in this way again? We've done this for so many years now in the United States that aviation safety is really good here. This This is super rare to have happen here. So this was a surprising development today. And we'll see what comes out of the investigation once those professionals take charge.
Since everything is preliminary, but
Hi, folks. Coming in and breaking here into our streaming studio. Appreciate you staying with us. The thousands of folks who have been with us on the live stream on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and X through the course of this awful breaking news. Now we have the updates from officials letting us know that they believe at least 7 people died in this UPS cargo plane crash. You've been seeing our reporting team, our anchors, Brian, Myra, Dawn, our storm tracking team, all the reporters still out there hard at work. What we're doing is a bit of a switch over. So unfortunately, just the manpower we have at this time of night, we're going to have to wind down this live stream. We do invite you still to join us on the Wave Now app. You can still also come to the wave3.com homepage to join us for the newscast coming up at 11. And it is going to be, of course, the big story of the day, our team coverage on what's going on in this deadly cargo plane crash. But we're going to move everything to our traditional newscast and those sources on the Wave Now app, as well as on our website. But we do appreciate you connecting with us, and obviously now all in our own ways, grieving this awful tragedy and a very sad day for the Louisville community and the Kentucky community overall. So just we're honored, grateful that you all would make the time to connect with us and come to us as we're trying to get you the latest, correct, accurate information that we all can. So just want to let you all know what was about to happen. And we're going to go about our 11 o'clock at night newscast as normal, winding this live stream down and just letting you all know we will be ready for 11 o'clock tonight. We will see you until then. We appreciate it again.